Hello and welcome to Devfest 2020. I'm Jason Titus, VP of Engineering at Google, joining you from my home in California. Each year, we at Google truly feel the anticipation for Devfest. It's a one-of-a-kind series of developer conferences, and we're glad you can join us and the local developers within your community. Your local Devfest event this weekend is one of hundreds taking place all around the world right at this moment. And what makes Devfest truly unique is that it's run by volunteer community organizers on a mission to help other local developers grow and share a passion for Google technologies. Now, 2020 has been a year of radical change for people across the globe. But when difficult times came about, developers within this community came together online to plan a virtual DevFest where each local chapter can participate, helping each other teach and learn when we need to connect the most. And these connections can be so important. I can remember the first developer conferences I went to, where I met people who were already doing the kinds of things I dreamed of doing. They had started companies, built products, and I got to hear the stories of what had worked and what had gone wrong. And we hope that all of you will get to have similar experiences at Devfest this year. At Google, we've always believed that we are only successful when all of our users are successful. While Google and its products may plant a seed, it's developers like yourself who make the seeds grow and thrive. This community of developers has shown us firsthand how you're using technology to help each other during times of need. Let me introduce you to my teammate David to share with you some great examples. Welcome, David.
Hi, Jason. Thank you. And welcome everybody to this year's Devfest season. I'm David McLaughlin, Director of Developer Ecosystems at Google. So I've been with Devfest since the very first year in 2010, when I was able to join a large percentage of them. Back then, they were a series of targeted events in just a handful of countries. In the years since then, we've had massive growth to countries all over the world. While I really do miss being able to join many of you in person this year, I'm happy to be able to continue the celebration of developers and tech in a new virtual format and bring people together to learn and to share what we're all building. Over the years, it's been great to see the apps and the solutions the broader community has built with the support of their local GDG chapters. We now have thousands and thousands of developers who are working to address real-world problems in their local communities. Particularly during the challenging times of COVID, I'm impressed by how much your work has made people's lives better. There's a few recent examples that truly stand out to me. Community developers from GDG West Sweden recently worked with the Swedish government to create Hack the Crisis, an event focused on designing, testing, and executing ideas in response to recent challenges. One of the finalists, named Remote and Gigs, helped modernize the Swedish government's employment website to match job seekers with remote work. Nearby in Romania, GDG groups organized a hackathon, gathering 270 different mentors and students from across 8 different countries. The hackathon brought together developers to save lives, to save communities, and to save businesses. Some of the winners included an online platform that connected volunteers with nonprofits across the region, a system to help doctors work with each other and to ease online consultations, and a personal assistant for health and nutrition tracking. Another cool app that they developed was Risk Alert, an app that alerts emergency rooms that a patient with a very rare disease is about to arrive, so that the hospital can prepare for any special needs. In Asia, GDG Tainan initiated the mask inventory map at the start of COVID-19, which crowdsources mask inventory from local store data, combining it with the Google Maps API. The project was so popular that it caught the attention of Taiwan's government, inspiring them to publish public data APIs on mask inventory managed by the government. Taiwan's digital minister has since encouraged the GDG Tainan chapter to create more than 100 different apps to help the local community. In India, GDG Cloud Pune used machine learning with TensorFlow and GCP to help their community with an app that remotely analyzes dental health and helps patients book at-home dental services. They've had over 300 trained images so far, and the developer community is working with local universities to gather more than 50,000 dental images to improve the application. In the Middle East, the region's largest International Women's Day event was held in April in Turkey by multiple GDG groups working together. They had over 2,500 attendees to the event, which included a raffle for online courses and talks in artificial intelligence and data mining. The event helped women across the community and across the region learn and apply their skills. And of course, here in the United States, the GDG Memphis chapter has joined GiveCamp, where software developers in the area donate their skills for nonprofits, as well as helping kids learn to code on the weekends. These are just a small sample of the ways that Google Developer Group chapters and communities like yours all over the world are learning together and giving back what they've learned to really help people's lives everywhere be better. I encourage all of you to continue, be in community with your fellow developers. Think about how can you use the skills and the tech that you're learning this weekend at Devfest, as well as the networks and the communities that you form, the new friends that you make. How do you combine all of these to make a difference in your own area? Now let's take a look at a really inspiring story from Uganda. It shows how a community member started learning about machine learning and ended up building a really nifty app using TensorFlow that detects diseases in plants and helps farmers reduce crop devastation. Take a look.
Growing up in the city, I never expected to work in agriculture. But when fall armyworm attacked, it affected us all. Since its arrival in 2016, this crop pest has caused massive devastation. I've met farmers who have lost everything.
Tubadde tukozesako ddagala okulaba nti akako kulya ki kasooli naye akantu ako tekayinza kumalawo obulwadde obusebo.
So I wanted to use my skills as a software developer to help. At a Google Study Jam, we taught ourselves TensorFlow. We started by building an Android app on top of an open source API. The app allows farmers to spot infestations early, far beyond the capability of human eyes, and suggest an effective treatment. When I was younger, I didn't know what I wanted to do, but then I discovered app development, and I was excited to show people something they never thought possible. Machine learning gives us the advantage against fall armyworm, ultimately saving harvests and reducing pesticides.
Kunkyusizaamu kubanga taata oba jjajja teyalina ennyumba y'ebbaati. N'ebbaati nazimba ennyumba yange nga tetoonya, tulina essuubi ne tufuna embeera ennungi mu kulima.
We are just getting started, and there are so many other sectors like health and education that machine learning could really improve. Farming is a crucial aspect of life in Uganda, and I feel proud I'm part of a team driving to ensure our culture can continue.
Earlier, you saw a beautiful inspirational video about how machine learning and Android were used to create an app to detect crop diseases. So for Devfest, I wanted to get together a few of my friends from Google and beyond to show you how you could get started in building something just like that from scratch in a few minutes. We'll build an Android app and a web app. So to get started with Android, let's see what Chet can teach us.
I want to create an app that's able to recognize information about plants. It's going to need camera functionality as well as machine learning inference. Let's see what that looks like in code. The app is written in Kotlin and uses Camera X to take the pictures and MLKit for on-device machine learning analysis. The core functionality is in Take Photo, where we take a picture, analyze it, and display the results. First, we call Take Picture on a Camera X image capture object that was created earlier. One of the parameters is a callback object, which has this on-capture success function. We get the received image into the format we need for MLKit, then we create an image labeler object and process the image. When this succeeds, we receive a collection of image labels, which we turn into text strings and display a toast with the results. Let's see what the demo looks like. So we'll take a picture and it says, I see an insect and a plant. So that was pretty easy, rigging up Camera X and MLKit to detect arbitrary objects in the camera view. But the results were pretty generic because the dataset didn't have enough information about our domain. So let's dig a little deeper.
Okay, let's go deeper. Now we need a model for something very specific, detecting diseases in bean plants instead of cassava. Let's explore how to build it. On this guide, we'll use some of the great TensorFlow tooling available. Let's start with Colab. You can understand Colab as a cloud-hosted development tool. We will do all our coding on it, and you will not need to install anything on your machine. Let's start with a new notebook. Let's just turn the title to beans. We will need to install some packages that we're going to use later. These packages are not installed on your machine. They are on a cloud machine that was created for your Colab. Nice, it finished installing the packages. Let's download the data and do some visualization to understand how our data is separated. Perfect. We download the data. Let's take a look on some of the images so we can have a better understanding of what we are doing here. Here they are. These are some of the images that will be used for training our model later. Now we have the data. We need to create a model. We are not going to create one from scratch. We are going to use a technique called transfer learning. TensorFlow Hub is a repository for TensorFlow models. You can find all kinds of models here. Let's start with this one. Let's go back to our Colab. Let's define a model handle. Nice. Now we have the data and the base model. How can we do transfer learning? To do that, we are going to use one of the tooling that I mentioned before called Model Maker. Model Maker makes your life way easier when you need to do transfer learning. Let's create the spec for our base model. Let's create our training variables here using the dataset beans that we've just seen. And now we're going to put everything together with Model Maker by defining a model with the training data and the spec that we got from TensorFlow Hub. This will take a couple of minutes. It finished training. And as you can see here, our accuracy is at 87%. Of course, let's evaluate the model. with some data you didn't see yet and see how good it is. Nice, 95%.
The TensorFlow Lite model Gus just created contains all the metadata Android Studio needs to recognize it and automatically build classes for it. To get started, you can update your build.gradle file to include the following TensorFlow Lite dependencies. Then, you'll want to import your generated TF Lite file into the ML folder of your project. Let's check out the details of our imported model. From here, we can see an example of how to use the model in our app. Let's move over to the main activity class to take advantage of it. Inside of our image capture callback, here on line number 78, we create an instance of our model. Next, we use it to process the captured image here on line number 84. And finally, here on lines 92 through 98, we display the results of consuming the output inside of a toast message. Let's run our app. Now, instead of telling us it's looking at a leaf or a plant, it can actually tell us if it's looking at a bean leaf and give a diagnosis. Sweet.
So this concept works, but it's very much a raw demo. What if we want to make this a more successful app? Well, we probably need to add services like authentication so our users can sign in, analytics and A/B testing so we can find out how our users are really interacting with our app, some crash reporting or performance monitoring, and an easy way to save our users' data to the cloud. Luckily, that's where Firebase comes in. Now, the new and improved Firebase plugin in Android Studio makes this simple. I'll start by adding some analytics so I can find out exactly how our users are interacting with our app. And the plugin does most of the work to get the library integrated into my project. Now that I've done that, well, we can get an instance of the library up here, and then we can log what kind of results we're getting from MLKit. And then once we've done that, there's a lot of ways to get at this data. It'll start showing up here in the Firebase dashboard, but I find one really fun way of viewing this data is to use Stream View, which kind of gives you a real-timey sample of what kinds of analytics results we're seeing. Looks like I've already recorded several of these select content events, and I can dig into these event properties and see what kinds of results our users are getting, and I could start using that information to maybe refine my MLKit model or A/B test different alternatives. Firebase helps you build better apps, and analytics is just the tip of the proverbial iceberg. Maybe we could let our users upload their own pictures and store them in the cloud using cloud storage for Firebase. There's so many possibilities.
This is a sample app, but if we were to productize this, it's important to keep in mind how our AI design decisions impact our users. For instance, we need to consider if and/or how it makes sense to display confidence intervals to help your users interpret the ML model output. Or say how you design the onboarding experience sets user expectations for the capabilities and limitations of your ML-based app, which is vital to app adoption and engagement. For more guidance on AI design decisions, check out the People Plus AI Guidebook at pair.withgoogle.com/guidebook. This use case focuses on plant diseases, but for other use cases where our ML-based predictions intersect with people or communities, we absolutely need to think about responsible AI themes like privacy and fairness, which you can learn more about at tensorflow.org/resources/responsible-AI.
And don't forget about the web. I built a PWA that can be installed across all your users' platforms. It combines the web camera with TensorFlow.js, and by integrating machine learning, we can make an amazing experience that runs across all browsers. Now let's take a look. We have our standard project layout with a HTML file, a manifest, and a service worker to make it a PWA. We have some styles to make it look good, and our data folder that contains our TensorFlow configuration and trained model that we're going to use in the app. Now to the heart of the project. Let's go back to the HTML file and see what's happening. We're also loading a webcam object. This is just a class that wraps some boilerplate logic to make it easier to pass camera data from getUserMedia to TensorFlow. And now let's dive into our app logic in index.js. So I'm just going to use Chrome and the debugger here. And this is only so you can kind of see how easy it is to integrate machine learning into your application. So let's get started by clicking the classify button, get the machine learning gears into action, and immediately we break into the TensorFlow tidy function. This is just there to help you kind of clean up any of the memory that TensorFlow uses whilst it makes its prediction. We get our image from the web camera, and then we pass our image back into the machine learning algorithm to make it a prediction. And once we've got a prediction, we access the data, and then we can use that data to update the user interface kind of based on any application logic that we want. And that's pretty much it.
Great. So now you have the platform for building a real app. With the tooling from Android Studio, the APIs from CameraX, Jetpack, MLKit, Colab, TensorFlow, Firebase, Chrome, and Google Cloud, you have a lot of things that just work better together. This isn't a finished project by any means, just a proof of concept for how a minimum viable product with a roadmap to completion can be put together using Google's developer tools and APIs.
You might also want to open source this project too, so developers can suggest improvements, optimizations, and even additional features by filing an issue or sending a pull request. It's a great way to get your hard work in front of even more people. We'd love to help you with this, and you can learn more about the process at opensource.guide/startingaproject. Indeed, we've already open sourced the bean disease sample we discussed in this video, so you can have a great place to start.
Thanks, Pooja. And as you mentioned, open sourcing a project is a great way to make it grow and inspire people to adopt and extend it. If you want to learn more about what you've seen in this video, please visit us at developers.google.com.
Hi, developers. My name is Annie Jean-Baptiste, and I'm the head of product inclusion at Google. The demo you just saw shows how Google's products can come together to create an amazing app. But what about product inclusion? You may be wondering, well, what is product inclusion and why is it important? At Google, we believe that giving power to new voices is the core of innovation. When we bring an inclusive lens to the product design process, we amplify underrepresented voices and allow all users to feel seen and validated in the moments that matter for them. We look beyond ourselves and seek out diverse voices to shape the products that we build. We also believe that we have a responsibility not to disappoint our users, no matter who they are, what they look like, how much money they make, who they love, how old they are, or anything that makes them them. And when we make difference the new normal, we will usher in new opportunities to grow our business by earning the love of all of our users. So whether you're 1 or 105 years old, live in a city or a remote village, on Wi-Fi or cellular service, Google is there for you to make sure you have the answers you need when you need them. Product inclusion is exactly what it sounds like, bringing an inclusive lens throughout the entire product design process to create more inclusive products for our users. And so when you're developing your own apps, I challenge you to incorporate the principles of product inclusion into the design process, because we believe that you can do well and do good by being intentional about including underrepresented voices at key points in the product design process. Remember, those closest to the problem are also closest to the solution. You can learn more about product inclusion at Google by visiting accelerate.withgoogle.com. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jen Cole, and I'm the Global Developer Communities Program Manager at Google. Now it's time to meet and hear from your local developers. So what can you expect next from your local Devfest? We'll have technical talks, breakout sessions, networking opportunities, and more. These sessions will cover a variety of technologies, such as Android, Google Cloud Platform, machine learning with TensorFlow, web, Firebase, Google Assistant, and Flutter, with speakers from Google, women tech makers, Google developer experts, and your local community. Be sure to claim your badge for participating in Devfest 2020 by going to google.dev/devfest2020. You can earn even more badges by mastering different Google technologies available on developers.google.com/learn. As a reminder, one of the most important parts of Devfest is providing an inclusive and harassment-free experience for everyone. As an active participant of Devfest, today, we can all agree to treat everyone with respect and to speak up if we see or experience harassment of any kind. Together, we can create an environment that is welcoming and inclusive to everyone with us here today. Follow @GDG on Twitter for highlights from Devfest around the world, and try out the Devfest AR filter and avatar. Share what you're learning or your favorite part about the event on social media with #Devfest. And lastly, don't forget community is all about getting to know one another. Use the virtual breakout rooms and chat feature to connect with other developers near you with shared interests. We hope you enjoy Devfest 2020.
Okay, so welcome to our Devfest. This year is 9th time we are organizing it in Poland. And I would like to say at first about GG history. It was established almost 11 years ago. It, in the years, transformed into Google Developers Group. And now, as you can see, we are quite big community that is in direct contact with Google engineers and helps community grow and learn. We are trying to inspire developers everywhere. GG Worldwide is in 139 countries. As you can see, this official map, we are almost everywhere. We have almost 1,000 chapters in different cities. So if you are trying to do something for the community, it's a great place to start. Look in your city in the Meetup or ggcommunity.dev webpage. This year's edition is brought to you by few chapters. We are in Poland over 10,000 members strong in Meetup, and we organize over 250 events during our time in GDG. This is our fantastic team that brought you this experience. I would like you to give them a welcome and thank you, because without them we couldn't have made it. So thank you guys, I really appreciate it, and I hope this was great experience for you. And of course, talking about people who help, we are very thankful for our community partners, because community is all we care about. So building that is really important for us. We also had a great help for our media partners. So Jadjon IT, Segfault, for programmers, Android Compile, and Programista Magazine, thank you very much for sharing a word about our conference. We also had help from a few sponsors. One of them was Droids on Roids, a mobile app company from Wrocław that is really engaged in local communities, and JetBrains, who sponsored free licenses for the products for people who will be attending our conference. But our ultimate sponsor is GFT. It's also a company that specializes in very interesting cloud projects. And this really the people you call when you have really hard time to figure out your cloud infrastructure, your mobile infrastructure, anything that they can do everything. So thank you very much, GFD, for sponsoring this event. And as I said, there's a giveaway, free personal subscription for 1 year for people who RSVP'd in our GG community platform in our event. So if you hadn't done that, that's a great moment to do it.
Hello, Mobile Track. We are ready to start. We have our first speaker, Marcin, author of books about Kotlin and a speaker at conferences. Say hello to Marcin. Hi, Marcin. Yeah, you need to unmute your mic. Your mic is muted, Marcin.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, hello.
Great. So I would like to talk today a little bit about safe Kotlin. So you might wonder what does it mean that language is safe? You might be familiar with terms like type safety, that is preventing ourselves from making type mistakes. Memory safety, that are mechanisms that are making memory use safe for us all. Our null safety, a set of mechanisms that prevent us from unintentional null calling. So seeing all that, you will probably get some picture that safety is preventing us basically from making mistakes. So preventing us from securing us from ourselves. So in these terms, safety should be distinct from security. Safety is protection against internal danger, so our own mistakes, where security, a different topic, also very interesting, how we protect ourselves from outside threats that are hackers, viruses, etc. So when I talk about safe Kotlin, I will talk about how to make our code better for ourselves, for other developers, for all of us. So have less unintentional behavior, mistakes, bugs on production. This chapter, this presentation is clearly based on my book, Effective Kotlin, that more concretely on its first chapter, safety, that is all dedicated to that, and we will basically follow the items one by one. Starting from something that got quite obvious for most developers in last years, and I am very happy about it, mutability. We already have some sense that we should limit mutability, of course. Mutability is where we have var, or when we have a mutable object, you cannot eliminate it fully as it is required, but we want to limit it as much as possible to not have redundant state and to manage our state properly. By the way, a great deal about it was in the book, a classic and famous structure and implementation of computer programs. I would say that a huge part of this book is about mutability, problems with mutability, and working with mutability. There is this funny story that I think until like 100-something page, there was no mutable state at all. So everything was in, all the snippets, all the examples presented purely immutable code. Okay, so why do we want to do that? There are a few higher level reasons. The more mutation points we have, the harder it is to reason about the code. Every point is something that can change. It needs to be tracked. It needs to be understood. It also requires a proper synchronization in multi-threaded programs. So what does it mean? Imagine that you have a variable that you modify in multiple threads. In this simple snippet, I created 1,000 threads that are bumping a value. Very simple example. What is the result of num? Normally, I would ask you this kind of questions, but I can see that we have some lags, so I will just tell you that it's very unlikely that the number is 1,000. We don't know how much it is. It might be 973, 984, etc., but it is practically, it's nearly definitely not going to be 1,000. Why? Because of these collisions. So two threads are trying to modify the same variable at the same time. So one is taking previous value and modifying it and storing it, but on the way another stored it, so the value he operates on is already outdated, so an update is lost. This is a big problem. Managing that is hard. Using coroutines do not really help. Just switching to coroutines does not help in this case. We still have multiple threads modifying the same variable, and we still have a number that's smaller than 1,000. What helps is doing proper synchronization, either synchronized block in classic threads or mutex in coroutines. But doing that is hard, and limiting mutability is often easier and better solution. Okay, next thing is that mutable elements are harder to test. So in Allegro, where I work, we are doing lots of tests as we are having a huge number of users. and anything that any mistake can cost lots of money. So we are taking tests seriously, and we know how hard it is to test objects that are mutable. Because imagine that you have an object like this one that has some internal state. It's a bank account. It can have its internal balance. When you test its methods, you not only should test all the variants of the arguments, but you should also test all the variants of the internal state. And the more state you have, the more combinations you have. And you need to kind of at least think, and in many cases actually test, for many different variants or many different combinations of this internal state, plus combinations of arguments, what makes it really hard and problematic to test it properly. So last big thing is that when the state mutates, often something needs to be updated. It is especially an issue when you have an object inside object inside object. In Android, in views, it's pretty clear. You have a list of elements, you modify one element, you probably need to update the list as well. But it propagates in many different levels. So if you have a hierarchy of objects, so object inside object inside object, maybe a window, inside window you have some container, and this container you have some, I don't know, button, and on this button you have, I don't know, or maybe not a button, but an input. And so when this input changes, it needs to update outer component to change the display, but also probably change some values on outer components, and who knows what does it influence. So it's hard to manage that properly, and actually I would like to show you one example of that in a moment. But before this example, I wanted to make a small exercise with you, exercise I like doing on my workshop that also shows some problems with some challenges with mutability. So imagine that you have a variable a, and you assign it to a variable b. Then you change the value of a. So the question is, what is b right now? So actually it is one of the first lessons if you start learning about development. But when I do that on my workshops, I still find out that people, even experienced developers, do make mistakes in here. So here the answer is, of course, 10, because a changed, but b stores the value, not the reference. But how about in here? Here we have an object with some internal value, and a second object that is assigned to it, and we change the x from object 1. So the same question again, what will be printed if we ask for object 2.x? And this time answer is different. It is 20 because we are storing a reference to the first object. So pretty similar, yet very different as a result. And as I told you, it's not uncommon that it confuses senior developers with years of experience, even though it's very basic. It's on the very basic courses of programming. The same in here. We have a list. We assign it to another list. We modify the first list. What should be printed? It's actually the list without modification, because we are storing a value in list 2. But what if we have a mutable list? We assign it somewhere else. We modify the first one. What will be printed in here? And it's actually list with modification, because we modified the internal state. So exactly what we told about, what we said before. When you modify a mutable object, all the elements that have references to this object they change, and it might be problematic, might be dangerous. We'll also see in a moment how we can secure from these kind of problems on our code. But first, an example of elements that need to update outer elements. So imagine that you have a sorted list. You sorted some users by the first property, maybe it's an ID, and yeah, you store it as a sorted list. What if you take one of those elements and you modify its ID? Now you got a problem because your list is not sorted anymore. So what does it mean? If you ask if this list contains this element, list will search on the proper position. It's not searching one after another. It's a sorted list, so it can search in a proper position to limit the complexity of this solution. And it won't find it. So this is an example of problem with updating outer elements. Okay, so how do we deal with those problems? Kotlin has a great support for immutability that we should use and that help us to solve these kind of problems. The first thing is the distinction between val and var. So we surely prefer val because val do not create annotation points. But it should be understood that just because something is val, it does not necessarily mean it will never change. So val does not allow modification, but still can contain a mutable element. So still need to limit mutations in a different place. It can also be defined by a property, and this property can depend on a variable elements, on a read-write elements. So it can actually return a different value. It is also that if you have an open val, you can override it with a var, because the point of val is not that it is immutable. The point of val is that it does not allow modification. So it's like an interface. Val is a get, var is a get and set. And val does not allow modification, not necessarily is constant. Surely we prefer true constant because we always know what is there. But nevertheless, the fact that we can use val like that gives us a lot of freedom and can let us introduce or limit mutability in places where it wasn't possible before. A very similar story we have with collections. So Kotlin separated read-only interfaces and read-write interfaces. So as you know, list, set, collection cannot be are not mutable, cannot be modified as an object. If you want to modify them, you need to use a mutable collection, mutable set, mutable list. But it doesn't mean that objects are under the hood are actually read-only. The fact is that very often you can take a mutable element and hide it behind an interface that is read-only. This way, you limit its mutability by hiding the methods that allow its modification. So object does not necessarily need to be mutable as long as we respect the interface. And we do that in Kotlin. A very common example how we do that in Kotlin is when we store some mutable elements in, let's say, repositories or other kind of elements. We store mutable elements. Instead of doing this like in Java, that is, returning this list, what is dangerous because of the object modification. So someone could take elements from this repository, modify it, and unintentionally this developer would also modify the internal state of this object. So the next person who would ask to load all would actually reference different objects. This is the big problem with mutability. And we solve it, we used to solve it in Java using defensive copies. By the way, immutable objects do not need defensive copies, and this is one of their big advantages. But a more Kotlinish solution would be to hide this element, hide this map, mutable map, behind map interface that does not allow modification. So just remove mutable from here, and now you cannot do that. So the same story, actually mutable thing under the hood, but it doesn't matter if we hide it behind an interface. Of course, it works only as long as people respect this contract, and they can also use map on the first place. It works as long as we respect this contract. Someone could try to hack it. It's something that we should never do. It's like using reflection to open things that are closed. It's breaking contract. It's something that should be never done or done at your own responsibility. So someone could try to break it in this way by upcasting list to a mutable list and then modifying it. And the question is, what's the result of this operation? So actually, it depends. I don't know what will be the result of this operation. So currently, if you run it on Kotlin.js, JavaScript uses arrays for list of. So you would be able to modify this list. But if you use Kotlin JVM, you would actually see unsupported operation exception. And how is it going to behave in the next version of Kotlin? I have no idea. The team experiments with immutable collections, with persistent collections. Maybe they will return them from list of, and then this check will not pass at all. So it's breaking contract. It's very unpredictable. It's something we should never do. We should respect it. If someone had hidden the element with an interface, we should respect that. And if we need to have a mutable list out of this list, we have a function toMutable_list that we can use to create a copy that is mutable. Then we have objects. In Kotlin, as in other languages, we prefer immutable objects over mutable. It means that this variant with var is something we do not like. We prefer immutable objects for many reasons, including those that we already said. Also, mutable objects are much easier to create new objects. So objects do not like to include mutable objects as properties, as this makes a lot of mutation points, makes them super complicated. We prefer to produce objects out of immutable objects, and our immutable objects happiness propagates. Also, immutable objects can be cached, can be used as keys on sets, on a list, on a map, on a set, on variety of different data structures, and are much easier to reason about it. So why we cannot use a mutable object, for instance, as a element of a set? Here is a simple example. Imagine that we have a mutable object that we placed in a set, and then we modified the name of this object, the property of this object. So this set definitely has this object. If we ask set.first, it is equal to person. So this set definitely got it. But if you ask if this person is in this set, Sorry, it is not. How so? It all comes to the fact that set uses hash set under the hood that calculates a hash code for each element and places this element in a proper bucket. The problem is that when you changed the name of this person, you also changed this person's code, hash code. And so this person is placed in an incorrect bucket. And when you ask if this person is in a set, we are checking if it is in incorrect place. So we are getting back to the problem we started with, updating outer objects. Yeah, in general, there are many good reasons. I spent like many pages on the book on explaining details that we prefer immutable objects. Okay, but what is the problem with immutable object? The biggest problem is that sometimes we need a modification of something. And by modification, I don't mean we need to change this user, but we need a variant of this user with something changed. So probably we are getting user from database, we need to change something and update it to this database. And we cannot use it. We cannot use var for that because it would be a mutability. So what can we do instead? So the common practice was to use functions like with surname, with name, with something, But this is a problem to generate all those functions for all those objects, for all their properties. And so Kotlin helped us in here. And in the data class, it introduced a copy function that let us easily produce a different variant of something with something changed. I see there are questions. Oh, sorry, I lost them. Is it possible to update hash table in an example if person is set? By making a copy, I think it's the easiest one. I'm not sure if there is a method for doing that. I'm not doing that because I am using practically only immutable objects, except of active objects like presenters or services or other kind of domain elements. And over there, I also limit it to caches and very, very basic properties that view depends on, so active data. And this is the idea. But yeah, objects, this data objects, I practically always keep immutable. And by the way, in Allegro, when I work, I haven't seen I haven't seen a mutable object for quite a while. This object holding data, so it's like pretty obvious for us that we prefer immutable objects, and we limit mutability. Yeah, so this is the Kotlin support for immutability. We prefer val over var, we prefer read-only over mutable, and we use copy. We can easily produce an immutable object and make their copies thanks to the data modifier. In this point, I am often asked, what do I think about those two ways of defining mutable points? So in the first case, we have a mutable list with a val, and in the second case, we have a read-only list with a var. And my answer to this question is, for me, it's more or less the same. So their use is very similar. They both have single mutation points in a different place. Of course, there are some differences between them. So the first one is basically a bit faster in terms of performance. So Immutable list optimizes that. If you update a read-only list, you need to create a copy every time you do that. But it's not a huge difference actually. If you check it, it's not that. It's a few times the difference. It's rather I don't know, some percent, like 30-40% slower in most cases. And for small lists, it's the difference is even smaller. On the other hand, when you have a var and read-only list, you have a more control over that. So you can, for instance, track changes by modifying a setter, or maybe you can make an observable delegate to track changes. So both approaches have their pros and cons, but what should never happen in Kotlin is having them both. So var and mutable list does not make sense. It's like you never know how something is updated, and you have much higher potential for problems, for conflicts. But also some operations are impossible. For instance, plus equals operator is impossible because of ambiguity. It does not know if what you wanted to update var or want to update a mutable list. So in general, do not do that. Limit mutability. Do not create unnecessary mutation point. Okay, so as summary, it's what we already said: prefer val over var, immutable over mutable, use copy, design your mutation points wisely, and do not produce unnecessary one. Do not let your mutation points leak by not exposing. Okay, and this is about immutability. In this topic, there is also restricting the scope of variables. The variable scope is where something is visible. So A, in this case, is visible everywhere. You can use it in here and in here. B is visible only in here. We try to limit the scope for very similar reasons. It's much easier to reason about when you have less to think about. So if something is not necessary at some point, why cluttering your code? And a good example of a problem that might arise from this is presented in this classic exercise. This is an exercise from my Kotlin coroutines workshop. So here we produce prime numbers using Aristoteles CF. And so here we have an infinite sequence from 2 ad infinitum, plus 1, plus 1, plus 1, etc. And in every step, we take the first one. This is a prime number. We drop it, and we filter out all the numbers that are divisible by these numbers. First, we take 2, and we add a filter that filters out if something is divisible by 2. Then we take 3, we filter out everything that is divisible by 3. Then 5 and 7, 11, etc., etc. So this is an implementation and simplified implementation of the Aristoteles CF. And this is a correct solution. You can see prime numbers in here. And there is only one problem. What people often do on my workshop is that they lift this prime outside of a while. The thing is that the implementation stops working. Now it produces numbers that are not prime numbers: 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And now you can think about it. What went wrong in here? And if you truly want to think about it, you can stop and think until you have some answer. For those who want to know the answer, the thing is that we are filtering elements lazily in here. We cannot filter all the elements ad infinitum, so we need to do that lazily, and this is done lazily in sequences. But when we add more and more filters, in the previous case, we added a filter that filters out 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, etc. But now we are always adding a filter that references a prime variable. So in Kotlin, we are capturing var in lambda expressions, meaning that we are not taking its value, we are referencing this variable. So we added more and more filters that filter out always the last prime. And this is exactly why it does not work anymore. We just filter the same number. So for instance, when we have 7, what we do is that we filter 6, filter 6, filter 6, filter 6, etc., etc. It does not work. Why people do that? People often do that because they think that this is an optimization, that you do not need to create more variables, etc., etc. But this is not true. This is not true because this kind of optimizations are done by JVM compiler anyway. And so for the sake of performance, even if it would work, it would not truly improve the performance of your implementation. In fact, in many cases, it can decrease the performance if you use this kind of strange structures, because compilers are less sure or maybe not know what to do with them. If you follow the standard paths, compilers generally optimize better. And so we should not do this kind of optimizations and concentrate on higher level optimizations, like how your code is structured, what is the complexity, etc., etc. Okay, so this is about safety. This is about mutability. Let's talk about typing a little bit. So we love how we love Kotlin null safety mechanisms. They save us really well from problems with nullability. But what if we interoperate with language like Java that do not have a proper support for nullability? We do have annotations in Java like nullable and not null that help us translate into nullable or not null type. But what if an element from Java is not annotated? So, well, we have a problem then. We do not like this situation. That's why the first thing we do as library creators when we start supporting Kotlin is that we introduce those annotations, and it can be a variety of different annotations. But if anyway you have a Java class that returns something that is not annotated, and you use it from Kotlin, what do you have over there? It is so-called a platform type, a type that has unknown nullability. So it can be either nullable or not null, and it is you who need to decide if it is nullable or not null. And the worst case is to not decide at all. So what does it mean? Imagine those two cases. In both cases, we are taking some value from Java that has a platform type, so has unknown nullability. Though in the first case, we are letting it propagate this platform type and using it unsafely. In the second case, we are setting as not nullable. Let's assume that we are wrong, and this Java class actually returned null. In both cases, we will deal with null pointer exception. But in the first case, this null pointer exception will be thrown out of some expression without good hint what went wrong. And it will probably be less, it will probably not be as easy to find and fix it. Also, what if you know it can be nullable? By the way, for Android developers, if you use Kotlin Android extensions library and you reference a view element by its ID, it is a platform type because it can be on this view or it might not be on this view depending on some conditions. And when we use it, we often let it propagate. And imagine this situation that you know that something is nullable, but you haven't specified. Instead, you just use it safely because you remember it is it can be null. Okay, your code will work now, even if it is null, but at some point, someone new will join your project, will need to modify it and place dot after this name, and will see suggestions for not nullable, and so we'll use it unsafely. And bam, your code will start breaking. So this is an undesired situation. Much better it is to specify that something is either nullable or not null. If you are wrong, you will be informed about it in much better way. You will have a very concrete error message saying, hey, this value coming from this class, this property, this function from Java is null. You need to fix it. And it's much easier when you find it on Crashlytics or somewhere and you need to fix it. So eliminate platform types as soon as possible. Do not let them propagate. There is one more story about propagating platform types. So if you make it an extreme and you, for instance, make a platform type, a return type from an open function, then you can make a really crazy thing in Kotlin, like on the declaration side. What do you mean we are getting to the end? We got 40 minutes. So if you got, you can, on the use side, we can, on the declaration side, we can specify it as nullable and return null. And on the declaration side, on the use side, we can use it as not nullable, and bam, we got a null pointer exception. Sure, we have a warning that tells us not to do that, but I hope you will now respect this warning a bit more. Another problem is that type inference is exact. So if you set a variable, to zebra, which is a subclass of an animal, and you then the type of animal is zebra, and you cannot set there an upper type that is the animal. Of course, the solution to this problem is to set the upper type explicitly, but not always you can do that. And here I got a story for you. So imagine that you have a library where you define a car factory that lets you produce a car. Though there is one car that is especially popular and you produce especially often on your factories, so you decided to make it the default car. Though, why setting the type if you do not need? You decided that you can skip the type from here if it can be inferred anyway. And soon after that, someone decided that the type of the default car can be skipped as well. And congratulations, now your car factory can produce only one type of a car. This is what happened in Poland, and I don't want it to happen in your code. So do not expose inferred type. If something is part of your public interface, just make it public. Okay, so seems that we had some misunderstanding in the time of our presentations.
Yeah, Marcin, we have like 2 more minutes.
Okay. So if you are interested in the topic, actually, I will cover it fully in the next week. So on the 3City, on the meetup on the 3City, I will publish it on my Twitter. So towards I work for Allegro, I highly recommend it. It's very great place if you like best practices and development. You can find all the content in my book. This is the first chapter about safety, and all the materials, including the presentations. Presentation once will be fully recorded, You can find on the KT Academy website, on the courses, you can find free courses over there. There are also courses for our workshop attendees with all the materials. And you can find effective Kotlin materials that has a few presentations on this topic, a code for a book to have it cheaper, and also slides from different presentations in the topic, including this one. Okay.
Thank you, Marcin. Sorry that we didn't have time for questions. You take the whole 40 minutes. What I can say, I also have the copy of Effective Kotlin here. Great book, recommend to all of you. Now we need to go with our second speaker. Michal is all ready. Thank you, Marcin, once again.
Sorry for taking the time.
No problem. You had those 40 minutes. See you next time.
See ya.
So, Michal.
Hello.
Yeah, we hear you. You'll talk about thinking declaratively. I'm curious if you will talk about Flutter, Swift UI, or Compose, or maybe about all of them together.
Generally, I plan to discuss mostly about Compose because we have limited time, only 20 minutes, so I need to focus on one thing. So,
okay, the floor is yours. Or the screen.
Thank you. Okay, so hello and welcome. My name is Michal Szczepanik, and I'm chief software engineer at EPAM. I'm mostly working on Android and Flutter, but this presentation, because as I mentioned, of limited time, will focus mostly on the Android. So let's start from the beginning. Generally, on Android, we have the UI toolkit, which is 12 years old or something like that. We have views, layout, activities, and almost all of this makes near natural perfection. Yeah. So when we back to this beginning, we probably can remind that we saw this kind of code. Probably some of you still remember this type of code from the documentation from Google. And what is interesting here is that we had whole code and control of the flow of the activity in one file. So generally, in all these samples, we saw that everything is in one file, and we have one source of truth, one case to manage a state. Of course, it was problematic when the application started to be bigger and bigger, but we discussed about the times when the mobile application was, let's say, something like SMS viewer and nothing more. Right now, we have really complex applications. Of course, during the time, we get some new features in case of UI toolkit like recycle view, constraint layout, Kotlin as a lang, which was really big and nice change, and architecture components, which shows that after 10 years, Google addressed the problem which we had as Android developers, that when we rotate the screen, we need to think about it from code perspective, which was crazy. So we need some architectures like MVC, MVP, MVVM to manage everything. And nowadays, when you have, for example, children at home, it's really difficult to focus on the classes which we have. So when we need to manage many files, many places to control one view, it's rather not easy. And this is the problem that we have. Some part in XML, some part in activity, some part in view model, some parts in other places, and everything is connected sometimes in really crazy way, mostly in huge projects. Oh, of course. We can create something like custom views. But if you remember the time when you first time create the custom view, you probably at some point feel like that. You totally don't know what you are doing, and this was nonsense for you, that you need to control many crazy states of this view and handle it. So let's back to some simple case, which is hello world, which generates a code which almost all people understand, that we have some function which prints the hello world on the screen, and that's it. It's really easy to understand what happens here. So why we cannot have something like that in case of UI? So, and here is the place where we get the compose feature of the Android. So totally new library, which is provided by Google in alpha version right now, which allow us to design the UI in similar way. And this declarative way is something rather not new, because we have it in React, in Lito, in Vue.js, Flutter, and also Swift UI provide this kind of approach for play with the UI. And to understand what declarative means, we should back to the definitions of declarative and imperative programming. So imperative programming is something which we rather know in most of the cases. We use statement and step-by-step instructions to define how to do something. And in case of declarative programming, we have expressions which describe the control flow and generally allow us to say what to do, not providing the steps, but shows exactly what we want to do. And to explain it a little bit easier in real world, we can imagine that imperative approach, when we go to the restaurant, is this first sentence, which rather if we say we will rather don't need the table for two because we will be single. But the declarative approach is generally standard words which we use: table for two, please, and that's it. We need only two places in the table. Yeah. So in case of UI, it's mean for us that we need to focus how to define the UI, how the UI should looks like, what components we have and their hierarchy, which properties or names and stuff in the fields we need to present, and how in specific states. So generally we rather can totally ignore the event handling, interactions, and leave it to this real code which generally manage the logic. Yeah. So we can imagine that our UI is a function of the state, so the function of data which we have in the application. So back to our first example regarding the hello world, we can see that we need to say hello to someone only when we would like to present when we know the name, and this is only one if, which generally manage and one instruction which manage everything. If we think about implementation on Android, probably we will go with solutions like find some view by ID. Of course, it's rather legacy, but generally we need to find this view. And change the text on this view and check if it's visible or not, and make it visible if needed. Yeah. or on hide when it's not needed. So a lot of code to do the same stuff, which can be done in quite easy way using declarative approach. In case of benefits which we get from declarative programming, in case of the UI, we can most focus on the code. So we implement the behaviors and rather ignore stuff which are not relevant to it. We can quite easily create the UI which is reusable by different code, so different logic. We can also quite easily switch the way how we presenting data of the same logic, so we can use totally different part of the UIs. And the most important fact here is that we have the separation of the concerns. So UI not longer affect our logic code in the way how we can have it in Android, for example, nowadays, in imperative way nowadays, if we don't do some nice architecture and separations of everything. So to explain what exactly that's mean for us, we should discuss about cohesion and coupling. In case of modules, we have cohesion when we have these connections between units in the same module, so we can quite easily manage this code because they are related to each other, yeah. And in case of coupling, we have these kinds of connections between two theoretically independent modules which do the different stuff. So the problem with this relationship between models is that when we change something in one model, for example, here we can affect these areas, so it's much more difficult to maintain this kind of code because by any changes we can cause some issues, bugs in other place of the apps, in other place of the modules. So we, as a developers, we need to reduce the coupling to minimum. And let's see how it looks in case of Android nowadays. We have activity, we have view model, so we have some kinds of connections here. We have also connections with the layout and with data binding. We also can have some maybe not strict connection with the view model. So everything is connected and need to know some stuff about other classes of activity. You need to know how the structure of layout looks like. View model also rather need to know something how the data need to be operated and presented at some point. So generally, it's rather difficult to manage this kind of thing. By providing the compose and the feature that we have code which manage also our UI, we can reduce some parts of these connections to connection inside the module responsible for the UI itself. So we can manage all this stuff in composable functions without some crazy connections between other elements. Of course, these pictures show rather the idea. We still need to have some architecture to, let's say, reduce the stuff, but it's much easier to do this with compose. And when we have everything, with some lang, so Kotlin is everywhere to manage the solution. And when we go to our sample and we added another text, we will see that we don't see one text under another, but we have one on the other, and there is no layouts here. So similarly to Flutter, we need to use columns or rows to make these layouts or any other constructions which are available here. And when we would like to add some decorators, we can use it also from the code perspective using a modifier, for example, adding the border padding, and for example, set some colors if this color is randomized or something like that, or we have some function which is a little bit time consuming or provide some difference in case UI. We can use remember function to which remember the value produced by these calculations and it's evaluate only during the composition. And when we recompose this view, the value is returned the same like previously. Here is very good example from Google about how it looks in real world. So, for example, we have icon which should present the numbers of unread messages. So, show the paper when we have at least one message, and fire when we have a lot of message like 99 and more. And this is if-else structure. Of course, it can be optimized, but generally you can imagine that someone write this kind of code on the production even, and it's not easy to understand what's going on here. And using the declarative way, we rather understand what is going on. Yeah, we should show fire when the count is bigger than 99, paper when we have any message, and depends on the number of message we should show in batch 99 plus or the exact number. In case of the list, we can operate in a similar way like we do nowadays, but it's a little bit more optimized, because instead of subscribe live data and call the lambda and updates the UI each time when live data will be changed, we can map live data to observe a state, which means that we manage states right now, and the same thing will be optimized by compose runtime, and only updates these areas of the UI which really change the state. As summary, we can say that we need compose because first it provides this declarative approach which allow us to much easier manage the UI, because we are focusing on state, not on the its changes over the time, which usually we do in imperative programming. It also allow us to use one lang for all, for everything, for all, which is Kotlin, which is also awesome that we can use all these tricks from Kotlin, which allow us to write a really good code also in case of the UI. And the big plus is also something which we really like in Kotlin when we switch from Java to Kotlin, that it's compatible. The compose is also compatible with something which exists right now. So the current UI hierarchies which we have and code which we have, like views and other stuff. Also, during creation of the of the Compose, Google focus on the current state of art of creating the UI. So everything is optimized for that, and we have everything. This hierarchy stored as flat array with some gap buffer, which really optimize the process of updating UI and make it really smooth comparing to this old stuff which we had from Android 1 and above. Yeah. So and also one really great thing for us as Android developers, this is OS version independent because it's delivered as a separate library. So instead of using some support libraries, we need to use the Compose, and we have something which is really really good and looks exactly the same on each device. Yeah. So that's all from my side. Thank you very much for your time, and I don't know, we probably don't have time for questions.
Yeah, we do not have a lot of time. It's time for next talk. Thank you for this interaction. I didn't have time myself to try Compose yet, but I'm super excited about it.
Yeah, it's really awesome. So please try.
I will. I hope I will have some time this year. A short question: would you use it on production or not yet?
No,
just alpha.
This is just alpha, in my opinion. It's not time yet to use it on production. Maybe in some small my own projects, yes, but generally I prefer to wait till it will be more stable than it is now. It still had some bugs, so it's rather not yet the time for the production. But I think it's good time to start playing with it, because I think in 1 year or half of the year we can start thinking about using it on the production.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
Again
you
for your talk, for your time, and see you next time.
See you.
So now we'll have next talk, and your next speaker is your host. That would be me, talking about use motion layout in Recycler View and making beautiful swipe animation in XML. And that is a bit weird because we just had a talk about Compose, and I'm really fingers crossed for Compose. And I hope the motion layout will be in some time ported to Compose as well. So this talk will be rather use motion layout in Recycler View, beautiful swipe animation from your Kotlin code. But that is not yet. So, short about me. My name is Piotr Prus. I'm Android developer at Early. I'm also organizer of GDG Free City, north of Poland. And I wanted to start from what is motion layout. Normally, I would ask how many of you are using motion layout on production or even play with it. We are not offline, so it's harder, but I would be pleased to see some comments about how many of you are using motion layout already. So the motion layout is a layout type that helps you manage motion and widget animation in your app. It is a subclass of constraint layout, and for the last almost 2 years, it was in alpha beta stage of constraint layout 2, but now is stable since constraint layout 2.0, and currently we have version 2.0.2. So what I wanted to show you today is this beautiful animation of swiping the cards in Recycler View. So let's start from defining item in XML. The parent view is motion layout, and inside of it we have card view, which match parent, and then linear layout just to add text view horizontally. What is important here is that for motion layout, we need to add this namespace, which is layout description, to describe motion layout scene. So let's start from rest state. So when the card just lay down in recycler view. So here is our motion layout scene. As you can see, we have a lot of constraints here that we didn't have in the item that is used in our grid. This is because the motion layout is overriding all of the constraints in the view. So when we add motion layout to our layout, all the constraints from motion scene are used and not those from the item. It's worth mentioning here that we have constraint height in percentage, and we are not constraining all the 4 sides. This is because if we constrain all 4 sides, we are not leaving any room for the transition. So the view will just stay in this one place. So we need to release at least 2 of them to have animation. So as you can see, I'm constraining only start and top, and to do not have layout in that will take the whole width or height, I'm also constraining height and width to 90% of the view. So next state would be like or dislike, so swiping left or right or left in this case. So our constraint set, I gave ID of like, and the constraints here are just increasing margin from start and adding some rotation. We do not need to specify all of these constraints that we did for the rest state, because we can derivative from. That feature comes in constraint layout alpha 6, if I remember correctly, and now we do not need to overwrite all of them, but still we need to always specify constraint start, top, left and right, bottom and end, sorry. So how this transformation will look like? In the XML file, we will add transition that end with the like and start from this rest state. And we put duration for 100 milliseconds. And we add on swipe action. And we have 2 actions here that can be invoked, is on swipe or on click. So we have drag direction, drag right, and on touch up. So when the user is taking the finger off the screen, we would like to autocomplete this transition to start. If we will not do that, then the default value is also always autocomplete. So if we will be in the half of the animation, we will autocomplete to the start, and if we will be after half of the animation, we will autocomplete to the end. And then we specify, of course, the view ID and anchor side to the right. And here how it looks. Sorry, something is wrong with animation. Where is the animation? Yeah, it is. So we have this left and right animation, but something is wrong with the view. We are not going outside of our recycle view cell. We need to add clip children to false. So now we can animate outside of this recycle view cell. But what is going wrong is elevation. So when we are swiping the first element, we are not on the top of the recycle view, but we are on the same level, on the 0 level on each element. So sometimes we are on the top, sometimes we are in the background. So we need to arrange the view by increasing the elevation. So my friend Damian, who was helping me with that, said, no matter how high you rise the table, it will never be higher than your ceiling. This is because I was trying to increase the elevation of the actual item in the recycler view, but this is not the case. So increasing the recycle, we need to increase the elevation of recycler view child, not the element. So how to do that? We can add in view holder animation listener, which is higher order function. We pass that to our bind function, and we are checking if the view is motion layout, and then we are setting the transition listener. And the transition listener have 4 methods that need to be overwritten. This is on trigger, on transition trigger, on transition change, on transition complete, and on transition started. And as you can see, I invoke my listener with the status started and completed in those 2 overwritten methods. And then in my adapter, I have this higher order function, animation listener, and in onBind view holder, I'm setting the tag to identify each element. And then I invoke the animation listener with the proper ID. And back to fragment, where, sorry for that. Go back. So back to fragment, where I create my adapter. I have my listener here, and in this listener, I'm increasing the elevation, whether the animation state is started or completed, and 1 pixel is just enough because all of the items are at the ground floor at 0. So increasing by 1 is just enough to have a nice animation always at the top of other elements. So have a look at the animation now. As you can see, the items now are always at the top of the grid. Is it done now? Nope, because we have some ugly nui pointer exception. Quoting the GitHub user that opens issue on my GitHub repo that have this example. The crash only occurs when you perform the animation and try to scroll the list. So when you animation on 1 item and then scroll the list and touch the same item again, everything's fine. But when you animate 1 item, then scroll the list or play with list a bit, and then touch another item, then you have a crash. And stack trace of this crash looks like that. So we have null pointer exception, attempt to invoke virtual method, compute current velocity, and this comes from my tracker from motion layout. So what that means? So the motion layout have this method obtain velocity tracker, and this motion tracker, velocity tracker, it's responsible for how fast the view animates. So to fix this issue, we need to overwrite our motion layout. So I create custom motion layout that extend motion layout and overwrite function obtain velocity tracker. And here's a private class my tracker that is doing only 1 job better than original motion tracker. I include null safety in that. and that's all. So in all those methods like recycle, clear, add movement, compute current velocity, or compute current velocity, the second with different parameters, the only thing I'm doing is checking if the tracker is not null. And here we go again to our animation. Now we do not have any null pointer exception. So to follow up on that error, I create the issue on Google Issue Tracker, that null pointer exception on velocity tracker. And recently, the Google team changed the priority from P2 to P0. And I'm super excited about that because P0 is like top priority. So I hope in the next release of constraint layout, we will see velocity tracker null safety. So another bug that we see here is that during swiping the card, if we will start to swipe to move the list up and down, the items freeze. How we can prevent that? That's a tricky. We can freeze the recycler view. So do the opposite thing. How to do that? We need to make our custom recycler view. So intercept scrolling recycler view. Have this field if swipe is frozen. And on intercept touch event, I'm checking if the swipe should be frozen or not, and then returning the value. Hopefully we already know when our animation started and when completes. So I just added a new when, and checking if the state is started or in progress, we should swipe the recycler view, froze the recycler view. And if not, then we need to defreeze it. And how it looks now. So whenever we are during the animation, we can't really scroll the list, but this is fine because we don't want it. We want to swipe the element. We don't want to interact with list at the same time. So that's enough of errors for now, I hope. So let's try to finish our animation, because now we can just swipe a bit from left to right, but we would like to send this view out of the screen. So fly off. So new constraint set in our motion layout scene that I name it gone right. And the same is, of course, gone left, but it's just different margins. Everything stays the same. So we can derivative from like. And what we are increasing rotation and margin from start. So the view actually will go farther right. And the transition will be type of auto transition. So how it works, whenever motion layout will observe that our transition, our constraint state for the view is set start, so the like, so our end transition of the previous end state of our previous transition will be like, then motion layout is checking if there are any transition with auto transition that have this constraint set as a start. And if there, then we will play auto transition, and I gave here animation to end and set this end state to gone right. So how it looks now, when we release the finger after half of the animation, or we'll just swipe to the right or left of the screen, we will not see this view anymore. But what is happening now? We have these empty spaces. Why is that? This is because we are not removing item from the list. We are just swiping the view. So we are not seeing the view anymore, but the item is still there. So in our view holder, in the function onTransitionComplete, we are checking if the end state is gone right or gone left, and then we are invoking remove item listener. After that, we need to reset the transition to initial state because the view itself will be still far away from our main list. So we need to reset the transition. So inform the motion layout that the progress is 0 again, and the transitions and set the transition manually to the rest state. So the view will be here again to make another swipe. So how it looks now? You see, we swipe the item, and we have the new one in this place immediately. Now we can make it shine, adding overlay for the right and left swipe. Let me check if we still got time. Yeah, we have. We have 20 minutes. So this is the overlay I created, the little gradient, and the same we have for left swipe, of course. And in the transition, to add that overlay, I put in the transition new element, which is keyframe set. And how this works. So I will manipulate alpha in the frame position 50. But how we know when the frame it's number 50? All of the transition, all of the animation that are controlled by motion layout are using 100 frames. There are not the same frames are our rendering frames in the mobile system. It's just to give developers knowledge about where the animation is. So this is like not the actual 50 frame of the animation, but this is like 50% of the animation. So in the middle of our swipe animation, I will add alpha 1 to the card scene overlay. And this is how it looks. So now when we are starting, it's slowly changing the alpha to 1. And in the half of the animation, we have the whole gradient visible on the card. But look at the animation once again. When we are swiping to the left or to the right, the items are swiped very fast. So the remove the item and seeing the new one is quite fast, and it's barely visible. So I introduce awaiting for the item removed. After the lecture of this article, Suspending Overviews by Chris Baines, using coroutines to make UI awaits for another UI actions, I made this function await list changed. So here we are using coroutine to check if the recycle view observe any change to list. So here we have suspend cancel label coroutine that we would like to continue if we detect that item got removed. Then we are unregistering this adapter data observer, and we are continue our coroutine. Of course, we are also invoking that on cancellation to do not have registered adapter data observer to do not leak the coroutine. And finally, registering this adapter data observer. So now we we are back in the on transition complete. We have this animation listener that we had before, and remove listener and remove transition. But now we are starting that in coroutine and adding await list change. So firstly, we are removing the item, then we are waiting for this removal, and then we are resetting the transition. Additionally, I add that I add here with timeout or null for 500 milliseconds. So whenever it would happen, if something will go wrong with this adapter data observer, we will still continue to reset the transition, so the user will do not have any glitch or bug on the list. So here is the final result. On the left side, you have those items. You can see those items, how they jump. And on the right side, you can see how we are waiting for the item to be actually removed. And then we are showing the recycle view removal animation. It looks much nicer, in my opinion. So we still have some time for the bonus. It's 15 minutes. So let's do that. A click action on the grid item. This is a tricky one. So I would like to add a click action to my recycle view item. So we have a transition from like to from rest to like, and the duration 500 milliseconds. And the on click will happen on the card, and the click action will be transitioned to end. So let's check how it looks. You can see the click on the item, and then I'm trying to swipe items, but the swipe is not working. So the click is fine, but the swipe is not working. Why is that? Is that a bug? So there are a few issues on the Google issue tracker about that. One is on click and on swipe cannot be used on the same view. And what Google employee respond to that you can monitor the process on swipe and make some sort of heuristic as to if it's a swipe or a click. And the second one is weird because it's on click and on swipe on the same view combined doesn't work, so it's almost the same. But it had a status fixed in constraint layout 2.0 beta 4. But under that comment, we have few comments that this is still not working. So Google, please fix that if you like, because it's tagged fixed, but it's not. I checked myself, and I showed you just on the video. In version 2.0.2 is still not working, but they claim that this is working. So workaround for that. Override dispatch touch event. So as Google employee said, we can figure out by ourselves oh, there is a question. I'll answer that later. I hope we'll have time. So we have we need to override this dispatch touch event, and hopefully we already have our custom motion layout because of the velocity tracker issue. And now we need to override dispatch touch event. And here it is. So I'll try to briefly go through it. We are storing the dispatch to use it later because we really don't want to interact with the touch event. We just want to know if the touch was short and if that was not the finger was not moving around, so we will know that this is a click. So we are checking if the action is down, so user put the finger on the screen, and we are storing start X and start Y to the global variable, and then on the action up we are checking the end variables, so end X and XY, and then we are doing this if statement. I will show you the function soon. So we are checking, is that a click? And if yes, we are doing a click. and we're returning true. So how this function is a click looks like. So firstly, null safety. So I'm checking if user really put the finger on the screen. If the start X or start Y is not null, then false. If we are during the swipe, and how this during swipe looks like. So remember that we are in the custom motion layout class. So we have access to all the motion layout parameters. So for example, progress. So we are checking if the progress of this swipe, sorry, I thought I have here the value. So the minimum progress defining swipe, I put here 0.05. So it's 5%, no, it's 0.5% of the progress. So if the progress basically is more than 0, we know that that user actually is doing a swipe. So if we are during the swipe, then we are returning false. And in all other cases, we are checking is touch is in click area. And what that means? I'm checking here if the absolute value of starting x minus end x and starting y minus end y is less than max distance defining click. And in my case, I just assume that this will be 200. You can assume whatever, but I found that 200 works good for me, and I didn't have any user complaining on how click works. So here's the final result. I just put the icon. So when you click on the item, you see this information icon. Of course, we can do whatever here, starting the new animation, open new screen, give the toast, whatever. It's just a click action. So on click, we have this information icon, and on the swipe, and still we can swiping because we do not have this on click in the motion scene. Thank you for the attention. I made it in time. We still have 9 minutes. You can find some of my articles on the Medium, including this one. This talk is based on the article that I post on Medium. My surname dot my name, Prus.Piotr on Medium, you can find that. And I'm also using Twitter sometimes just to put some info about next article or next conference that I'm attending. Any questions?
Yeah, there are two. First, is that also your YouTube account name?
No, I'm not using YouTube. I'm, as I said at the beginning, I'm a GDG Free City organizer, and if you would like to see some of my talks, there are few live already. I do not have YouTube channel.
And then the second question, how much time do you spend on figuring out those caveats and raising issues in the tracker?
I think it was around 3-4 weeks of figuring out all of that step by step, as I presented here. It was really step by step. Every step I was showing you on this presentation, I was also doing in the app and giving that to some of the colleagues to test that. And then I was also using public. I have the project on my public GitHub, which is the name of the GitHub is the same, my name and surname. So you can check that. The code is there. It's the repo is called Motion Layout Playground. Maybe we will post the link to that in the comment. I will do it in the moment. Yeah, a lot of time to do that. But now the motion layout is stable, so I think it would be easier.
Yeah, thanks for the answer. And we have third question. Do you use it in production app?
Yep. This is used in Good Ones app. This is Swedish dating app that I used to work, and where I was doing this animation exactly. So Good Ones Animation Android is using that on production.
Thanks. We have no more questions, but still 5 minutes left. So if you have anything to add, or maybe we can have a little chat.
Yeah, if you want to ask anything about this motion layout, I saw you are using it.
Yeah, I was using it. Actually, I am using it. But I actually look forward to have this in Compose, because writing those XMLs, it's kind of messy for me, and you have to operate on 2 XML files. So one with the motion scene and the second one with the layout. So it's quite, you have to navigate.
Yeah, I agree.
Navigate in the IDE. So
I totally agree.
Yeah, I think that when Compose arrives, this will be the game changer, I guess.
Yeah, it will. I completely agree. I ask guys because when I was doing that, I was chatting on Twitter a lot with guys that are doing motion layout from Google, and I asked them also about Compose, how it looks like for them, and they said that the constraint layout is already ported, and the next goal for them is port also motion layout. So this is something that they know that user wants, developer wants, so probably we'll have that soon.
Yeah, we have another question. Is it compatible with transitions, for example, image scaling from recycler view item to the fragment or activity?
Okay, so the transition, like you mean, okay, I think I know I understand the question. So I do the workaround for that, because on the click in this application, the dating app I told you, the click action actually opens the item view. So I'm starting with the animation of the item and then transition that to the next fragment. So this can work together. So you can attach that in the code, but you need to use then those transition listeners as I show in the Kotlin code. So you can't add that in XML somehow. You need to override the transition from your code. And that is something that I could share with you as well, but 40 minutes is not enough, because there to make animation from recycle view item includes calculating the point where user have a finger, where to calculate point where the view where are the boundaries of the view that we would like to start the animation. So there is a lot of code to make it happen, but the result is worth it. So maybe I will do article about it. As I said, following me on Medium, I'm doing stuff there.
Yeah, thanks a lot. And also thanks for hosting the first sessions, the first 2 hours of our event today. It was a pleasure to watch it. And I think that we had many great presentations, and we're gonna resume with one more just in a couple of seconds. So thanks, Piotr.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye. And now we're gonna head to the another speaker of our mobile track, who is Daniel. Hi, Daniel.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. So Daniel is going to share with us today the story of the ING Business mobile app, and the title of the session is bringing ING Business mobile app to the 21st century. So I guess that's That's something in which everyone should be interested in, right?
Yeah, I very much believe so. So I hope this will be an interesting story for you guys.
Cool. Okay, so if you are ready, we can switch to slides. Yeah, so I guess you should share your screen.
Yep, it's on now.
Okay. So let's start.
All right, lovely. So my name is Daniel Dul, and I work as UX designer for ING Bank, where I've been responsible for ING Business mobile app redesign process from UX perspective. I'm going to talk about process, methods, considerations, and rationale of the decisions we made during the redesign. Also, it's worth saying that this story has made its appearance in writing on Medium.com, and today I'm only going to narrate its highlights for you. Let's begin. Why am I speaking at this conference? Well, I asked organizers what audience to expect, and having heard it's mostly going to be developers, I hesitated and asked whether you're going to be interested in my designers' stories. What they said was that UX is so important these days that I should come and speak about it. After all, it's apparently both designers and developers delivering the final UX for the users. Also, I personally believe that it is good to know each other's perspectives so the collaboration goes smooth and the products turn out good. Or maybe I'm just being overly optimistic because the real life scenarios of our collaboration are more similar to this one here. Whatever. Let's begin with some business context. You should know that ING Business, both web and mobile apps, serve small, medium, and large enterprises with their specific challenges, such as having hundreds of accounts, thousands of transfers, and complicated logic of permissions to execute certain actions. First version of the app was released in 2012. Its last redesign took place in 2015, and as you can see, it could have felt a bit outdated in 2020. We therefore decided to redesign the thing. But what to do and how to do it? Do your research, know your user, do what's worth of doing. In the beginning, we performed 200 CATI interviews, a number of focus groups, and corroborated it all with our Net Promoter Score results. Then, we reviewed 45 banks from 18 countries with an assistance of third-party company. Our lessons were as follows. CEOs don't use browser version of ING Business as they have people to do it for them. They want to use mobile app for quick finances management. Secondly, more features are needed. Blick, transfers to any recipients, mobile authorization, applications management, the list went on and on. And lastly, work on UX. Do it well. What were our objectives then? For the first, creating a solid technological foundation for apps' new features development at a reasonable costs and time to market of those new functionalities. This was the reason why we selected Flutter as an underlying technology. For the second, making the app more enjoyable, modern, and usable, delivering great UX for our users. Whom are we doing it for? We do it for outrisers mostly, meaning CEOs, small business owners, and others, as opposed to accountants whose tasks to be comfortably performed require the full-fledged web version of ING Business. Outrisers don't need it though, so let's try and satisfy their needs. Knowing the context, let's go and see what our process looked like and what we have learned as we went through. Let's start with navigation design. First things first. probably the most fundamental and the least appropriately approached parts of our design. Why? We haven't prepared an information architecture diagram before we started designing the app, but assumed everyone on the team knows its structure. It was just a redesign after all, right? Or maybe we thought we could sort it out later as we go. We kind of did. But also, we wasted quite some time explaining the bigger picture of our given design session every time a new stakeholder joined us and tried to understand what we're talking about. Only after third or fourth such session of working on accounts or orders list screens did we realize we actually needed to specify an information architecture diagram that would solve the problem of people asking, how would I go to operations history? Or how would I make a transfer from here? Having done the missing information diagram, it was so much easier to settle down for a specific navigation type. We used the bottom navigation bar with a full screen drawer menu as its extension. Let's move further. Accounts, orders, and history, the main themes of our app. So what did they have in common? Number one, each of the themes must present a list screen, for example, accounts list, and a details screen, for example, order details. Two, they were supporting key user tasks, searching, browsing, viewing, and authorizing, which made them the most popular screens in the app. We therefore needed to figure out how we could keep things as consistent across the app as possible and make the app really intuitive and easy to use. And thus, considering that visual consistency enhances intuitiveness and learnability of the app and contributes to more accurate matching of users' mental model with app's conceptual model, we strive to make one list or details screen very much similar both visually and functionally to another. Figuring out how to achieve this goal took us a number of iterations of pattern finding, brainstorming, sketching, and both internal and external consistency considerations. This required a lot of zooming in while solving a specific problem, for example, how to present account details, and zooming out to see a bigger picture. For example, if we use swiper for account lists, would that also make sense on the orders list? After a number of deliberations, heated debates, sketches, and mock-ups, we settled for the swiper being used for quick filtering on list screens and gray top-up bar with essential data on details screen. All these were followed by user testing that validated the assumptions. The swiper was appreciated for the quick filtering option it afforded, and the users performed well while navigating through the app to perform consecutive tasks. They associated the swiper with lists and the gray top-up bar with details, which proved we were on the right track to achieve our goals. What required fixing, though, was a date picker that needed to go to the top of filters screen and microcopy that needed clarification and simpler language. Here you can see how consistent we managed to design the app to be. All list screens look similar, and all the details are alike as well, regardless of whether it's accounts, orders, or history screens. Let's go further though. See how others do it and build on it. We began our redesign process with a competitive analysis and benchmarking. A nice and clean design pattern that we found really intuitive, you might recognize it from somewhere, forced users to fully focus on a performed transaction, quickly swapped currencies, and easily notice current exchange rate. Having decided this design pattern will serve our purposes well too, we adopted and adapted its large currency transaction screen with large amount and currency fonts, quick swap button, and exchange rate pill centrally located on the screen. A few more alterations we introduced were adding from and to account numbers with their aliases and available balances on the main screen. These not only inform our users of how much money they have available or which accounts are involved in the transaction, but also reassures the user that their money flows in the right direction. Here you can see our way from the very first mockups utilizing mostly the components we already had used in previous modules, through more refined ideas exploring the relations between buying and selling one currency or another, to the final iteration that aimed at keeping things obvious, simple, and informative. Deviate if you have good reasons to. Dashboard screen is meant for giving a quick overview over what's going on in our users' businesses. We therefore shortlisted key information pieces that we knew from the research data were the most important to our persona, authorizer, such as orders requiring attention from the past 30 days, credits and debits that took place on the current day, and a quick lookup of selected currency exchange rates. In this case, we settled for a little deviation from the hitherto visual standard: the swiper for the lists and the gray top-up bar for details screen. We decided to merge these two patterns on the dashboard screen on the basis of the following considerations. 1. Dashboard is sort of a special screen, which our users see right after login. It works as an overview of the most important information. It is neither a pure detail screen nor a list screen. 2. We wanted to use the swiper as a pattern familiar to our users to afford them quick switching between individual and aggregated overview of accounts. And number 3, the gray top-up bar known from details screen was well suited to house the dropdown used for switching company's context. Delight your users where you can. We selected skeleton loaders pattern for screen loading based on the research showing it's the right way to keep users patient and trustful that things are going in the right direction. We made sure that the respective skeleton bars are visually corresponding with what they herald to load. For example, if we take a list of accounts which consist of account names of various lengths, the skeleton bars corresponding to names differ in length, whereas bars corresponding to account numbers don't, as the account numbers are of the same length. The same goes for currency code. They are always 3 characters long, for example, EUR for euro or USD for dollars. Therefore, we made sure their corresponding skeleton bars are of equal length everywhere across the app. We believe that care for such little details distinguishes good design from great. Welcome your users, set the stage right. Finally, as the launch day was approaching, we needed to define the first impressions our users will have with the new app. We wanted all our current users, as well as those who would only join in the future, to be warmly welcomed and introduced to this newly redesigned app. We therefore decided to resort to a few welcome screens that will do both: introduce current users to the new design, as well as invite new users by pointing out the benefits of using the app. Since the new features haven't been many at the launch day, we decided to focus on teaching our users the new design patterns we have introduced, such as swiper, tap and hold gesture, and the toaster, as well as present the new design look and feel in its best. We also teased our users with coming soon functionality to let them know it will soon bring the new functionalities that they were asking for. What have I learned during this process? It was a long journey, but a very pleasant one. We spent hundreds of hours deliberating, brainstorming, prototyping, testing, and evaluating in order to deliver the best designs we could. The best, meaning truly relevant to the users, aware of business needs, and grounded in the fundamental principles of our craft. During the process, I have learned that as a UX designer, it is crucial to not only understand user goals, but also business objectives and technological and operational constraints. While coming up with great design ideas, not only remember to validate them with your users, but also make sure they are feasible by consulting them with product owner, analysts, and developers. In large corporations, things tend to be more complex than they seem, and apparently simple decisions often depend on many different factors. Secondly, Google's material design, Apple's human interface guidelines, and Dribbble, amongst others, will be your go-to sources housing tons of best design principles, design patterns, and buckets of inspiration. Thirdly, when you speak about navigation, prepare information architecture diagrams so everyone can understand it. When discussing design patterns, sketch them on the whiteboard to place them in context. What is obvious to you might not be obvious to your colleague. Keep things visual rather than vocal only in order to focus people's attention on and enhance comprehensibility. Fourthly, take advantage of collective knowledge and creativity. Introduce everyone to business requirements and user needs, facilitate the discussion, calibrate its direction, and take advantage of your colleagues' expertise. Together, you will come up with plenty of great ideas that will enrich the final product way more than anyone can do on their own. Last but not least, have fun and enjoy the great work you're doing. UX design is incredibly important, and it gives you great opportunities to have immensely positive impact on thousands of people. The technology is here to stay, and we need to extract the best of it by design. Oh, and one more thing. The app has won the award for the best mobile banking app in Central and Eastern Europe 2020 by Global Finance magazine, so we might have done right a thing or two while working on it. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thanks, Daniel. We have some time for questions, so if there are any, please post them on the YouTube chat. From my side, I have one question. First of all, thanks for the great presentation, and I think it's a great story and shows that we can together, developers and designers and UXs, we can prototype the applications and create the applications with user in mind, so that the app is accessible and well crafted. I have a question. How do you have any tips for the cooperation between developers and designers? So how to have this communication good? How to have this communication? How to take compromises, or when to take compromises, when to not take compromises?
Yeah, thanks, Miłosz. I think this is a very important question, and this is definitely not an easy one. I believe that the most important thing is to actually keep on talking and do it often and do it regularly. It's very important to make people aware of your perspective, but it's also very much important that you make an effort to understand their perspective. So you should understand what are the developers' stands, why they tell you what they tell you, what are their constraints, because what they tell you comes from the constraints of the technology or from the difficulties of the small things that you might be pushing a little bit too far sometimes. So it's always also very important to to try and balance what is really important from the user perspective, but also how much effort it costs. So this fragile balance is a very difficult thing to find and get this right. But this is important from both sides to be open for doing that. So I think that the communication, this is the most important thing. If we speak to one another, then we better understand those little constraints or the places where we are coming from.
Yeah, that's a great tip. We have one question from the YouTube. So how many lines of code are written in native code, iOS or Android?
That's a good question, but I must say that I have no idea. Probably hundreds or maybe thousands. But no, I don't know these things, how many lines. First of all, we have it written in Flutter, so it means that we didn't have to write it for both platforms. It was compiled, it was written in Flutter, so it does the compilation on its own. But no, I don't have the specific numbers. We should get to our developers to have these answer.
And another question: did you have problem with finding Flutter developers?
Actually, the developers, as far as I know, they were very keen on taking on the new language. They were all familiar with Java, and they said that it wasn't very difficult for them to transition from Java to Dart and to work in Flutter. And we did not, if I am not mistaken, we did not really look for Flutter developers. We just gave some time to our current developers so they can pick up on those skills and just keep on going and keep on growing and develop this app.
Yeah, that's quite reasonable. So once again, thanks, Daniel.
Thank you very much.
And we're gonna switch to the next session, which is from Wojtek Kaliciński. Hi, Wojtek.
Hi, everyone.
So Wojtek is going to talk about the modern app distribution on Google Play. So it's quite a modern topic, quite Google topic, let's say. So yeah, let's go with it and switching back to you.
All right, thanks. Cool. I hope everything's working. I'm just trying this out for the first time. And we can start. So hi, everyone watching on the live stream. My name is Wojtek. I'm a developer advocate on the Android team at Google. And today I wanted to talk about modern app distribution with Google Play. So why this topic? If you watched maybe one of our modern Android development talks during this summer, or maybe you've seen a new series that we just released, I think yesterday or 2 days ago on YouTube, called MAD Skills, so Modern Android Development Skills. You might have heard this name before. So what is it really? It's like this notion, it's this kind of campaign we're doing in Android where we try to tell developers about the modern technologies that we would like you to use to create Android apps that we think are the best idea, to create a modern Android app and to be a productive developer while doing it. And it has 4 parts. First of all, we have a modern language, which is, of course, Kotlin. We have a modern IDE, which is Android Studio. And then we have a set of modern libraries. So these are some of the Jetpack libraries. And actually, the first series of videos that we have online now is about the navigation library, one of the core Jetpack libraries to kind of create your application. And finally, there's modern Android distribution. And modern Android distribution starts with the Android App Bundle format, which replaces publishing APKs to the Play console. But in order for developers to be able to do that, another crucial Play feature needs to be enabled first. And so I'm going to spend quite some time today talking about Play app signing. And why Play app signing exists. I'm going to guide you through the choices you need to make when enabling it, and then I'll explain some of the app bundle basics before I move on to some more advanced topics like Play feature delivery and asset delivery, and some of the additional APIs that we have in the Play core library. So let's get started. So Play app signing first. The definition, what is Play app signing? It's in short, it's the ability to securely store the app signing key on Play's infrastructure, so that Play can sign APKs on your behalf. Small side note, this was formerly called app signing by Google Play in the console and throughout our docs and other materials. Recently, we did some renaming to simplify and streamline app bundle related products. And so we use the term Play app signing now. And later during the presentation, you also see terms like Play feature delivery, Play asset delivery, which are also fairly new. So why was Play app signing created in the first place? So the main motivation was actually not to have smaller downloads, and I'll talk about that in a second. The main motivation was for creating this functionality was that key management is hard, and only some of the largest developers are able to come up with the necessary processes and infrastructure to have even comparable security to what Google can offer. And for the average developer, it's simply too difficult. And I don't mean average in a bad way. It's just a question of scale of resources that you have. And this is not some scare tactic, by the way. There have been actual instances in the past where developers of successful apps lost their key. And due to how app signing on Android works and the previous model where the developer is solely responsible for keeping their keys secure, it was technically impossible for Google to help in that situation if you lost your key. There was no way to recover the key, and so the developer would have no way of sending updates to their app. With Play App Signing, we can mitigate that risk, and we'll talk more about that later. And now the other thing that I mentioned already is that Play App Signing gives us is the ability to, now that we can actually sign applications on Play servers, we have the ability for Play to generate and optimize APKs based on changing conditions, such as device properties, the user's language, the one that they're selected in the operating system version itself, and so on. And we'll cover that in detail in the later part of this talk. Now, I wanted to take you through the process of opting in to Play App Signing. Even if you've done it in the past, it's good to listen again for two reasons, I think. I'll try to list the pros and cons of each of the choices available. And it's super important because once you select one of them for your app, you can't go back and you can't change your mind. And the second reason is that we recently launched a completely new modern UI for the Play console. And some of the stuff you may have moved around, so maybe you're not familiar with the new console that well yet. So first, let's take a look at enabling app signing for a fresh new application. That means one without any previously published versions. You make the app signing selection in the first time you create a release. So it's literally the first thing on the screen when you try to create a release. It's kind of easy to miss just because it's enabled by default, and in the recommended setting of generating your key on Google servers. You don't really have many choices here. If you just click continue, it'll get enabled. However, there is a manage preferences button, and what you choose here is very important. So let me break down the choices available. So here are roughly the choices that you have. First one is the default, where you opt in, but you don't provide an existing key. Now, this is the most secure option, because if you never own the key, you can't lose it or leak it to a third party. That's why it's the recommended way to go. However, there's one big caveat that you have to be mindful about. Play App Signing does not offer a way to download the generated key ever. That's why if you need to be able to use that key for signing locally, you can use the option to upload your own key, which is the second option listed here. And let me just reiterate that. We don't offer a way to download the key, even if you reach out to support, even if you ask Google, like, I really need it, you will not be able to download the key from Google servers. So remember that. Okay, so let's talk about the second solution. The downside here is that even though Play can now optimize and sign your app on your behalf, you still are responsible for managing the local copy of your key and making sure that it doesn't leak to anyone. And you still cannot download the key from Google servers. So even if you uploaded your own key, you are not able to download it back. So you have to keep it and store it securely yourself. And the third option is really only useful for very specific scenarios where you maybe need to share data between apps or permissions or something like that. And you're reusing a key from another one of your apps that are already opted into Play App Signing. The Android platform offers several ways to share the sandbox for apps signed with the same key, but it's best to use only if you fully understand the implications. As you know, misusing it can lead to privacy or security issues between the two apps, and you wouldn't want that. So only select it when you know what you're doing. And for all of these three options, the choice is irreversible, meaning that once you opt in, there's no going back. And of course, there's still a fourth option, which is to opt out of Play App Signing and continue to upload self-signed APKs. In that case, you can decide to opt in later. So once again, if you opt in to play app signing, you have to use play app signing. If you don't opt in to play app signing, you can decide later to enable it. And a final piece of advice that is applicable to every scenario listed here is to always use a separate upload key, which can be reset if you lose your upload key or if you accidentally give it to a third party. So let me show you how this actually looks in the UI, which might make it a little bit clearer. Here's the typical case where you upload your own key from a local Java key store that you have. So this was scenario 2 that I showed in the previous slide. First, you download a tool called PEPK, which is used for encrypting the key for transfer so that no one can intercept it. And you can also get the source code for this tool to be super safe, and you can inspect it just to make sure that it's not sending that key somewhere else or if it's secure. And then at the bottom here of this screen, of this selection, there's the optional part that I mentioned that I highly recommend for everyone to do, which is creating a separate upload key. And if you expand it, you get some more instructions on how to create and upload a separate upload key. And that's the one that you will be using to sign artifacts that you will upload to the Play console. This signature will not be used for distributing apps. And this upload key is stripped from any uploaded artifacts. Its only purpose is just to continue using it with your day-to-day development and uploads to Play. But it can't be actually used to then impersonate your app in case it leaked. And it can always be reset if it's stolen. So that's nice. And to reset it, you actually contact support. So that's not self-serve at the moment. You have to contact support, but it's a pretty easy thing to do. Okay, now another situation is when you actually have an app on Play. So you have an existing app, and it's a little bit different here because you don't have the choice of generating the key on Play's infrastructure because you have to continue using the key that was already used to sign your app and release your app. So the recommended way to go is to upload your signing key using the PEPK tool that I mentioned, use a separate upload key, and then delete the app signing key after you upload it, just to make it more secure, just to not have to keep managing it. But remember, as previously, you cannot download the app signing key after you've uploaded it. And for alternatively, as before, you can keep the key if you need it, just knowing the risks, knowing that you need to keep it secure. And then for existing apps, you can also continue to self-sign APKs. And we haven't announced any changes here. We're not taking away that ability for existing apps. However, we will make some changes for new apps, which I will discuss in a moment. So this is how the UI looks like. The three options you see for existing apps on the app signing page do essentially the same thing. So they let you upload the app signing key. They just do it in a slightly different way. So the first one takes a file that you can generate in Android Studio using the generate signed bundle option. In the second one, you use the PEPK tool directly with a Java key store, and the third one lets you use the PEPK source code with your custom integration. But essentially, under the hood, they all use the PEPK tool to upload the private key. It's just a little bit easier with the Android Studio UI. Okay, so after you enable Play app signing, either for a new app or for an existing app, this is what the app signing page in the Play console will show. It shows the certificate hashes that are sometimes required for registering your app with various APIs, like many of the Google APIs, for example. And if you test locally using the upload certificate, you also have the hashes for the upload certificate here. So make sure to register both with the APIs if you're going to be testing with your debug builds locally. And then there was one more feature that I wanted to briefly mention. If you created your key a long time ago and it uses security that is considered weak today, Or if your key leaks and you want to start moving to a new one to ensure the safety of your user's data, you can request a signing key upgrade for new installs here. So this is only possible with Play App Signing. Now, why didn't we just call it key rotation? Many of you may have heard of something called key rotation in Android Pie and above. Well, this feature doesn't actually use the key rotation feature from the Android platform as of now. What it does is it delivers APKs signed with a new key only to new app installations, such as when users change phones or uninstall your app and then install it again, while existing users will continue to get updates signed with the previous key. So that transition to the new key is not instantaneous, but it helps to move users to the new key eventually once they, switch devices and install your app the next time. We are exploring the possibility of adding true key rotation for Android 11, but nothing to announce just yet. And now I just wanted to get one question out of the way, which I always get in relation to Play App Signing. And I often see developers answering this question wrong on various online forums and so on. So will you be able to distribute your app through other channels, other stores, after opting in to Play App Signing? And the answer is yes, you can do it. You can do it in many ways, actually. Play App Signing is not taking away anything from you, especially with the choices that you have available. And you can do it three ways. So you can either just choose to upload your own key when opting in, as I described before, and keep the key locally. So you can still sign local artifacts that you distribute to other channels with the same key. The downside is, of course, that you have to keep the key secure. Or you can let Play generate the key and sign artifacts for you, and use the App Bundle Explorer in the Play console to download universal APKs that you can then share to other channels. Or you can just use different signing keys for other channels, with the caveat that users who install through one channel will not be able to update through another channel than the one used to originally install it. So yeah, no one says you have to use the same signing key for different stores. You can actually use different ones. And just to show you how to use the App Bundle Explorer to get signed artifacts, it's one of the tabs in the Play console here on the left. And when you open the App Bundle Explorer, you can go to the Downloads tab. Make sure you have the right artifact selected in the top right corner. By default, it's the newest one, I think. And then scroll all the way down, and at the bottom you have some downloads, and one of them is a signed universal APK generated from that app bundle that you uploaded. And it is signed by the key that Play has, so you can take it and distribute it elsewhere. Okay, and since we are talking about the App Bundle Explorer, maybe let's talk about the Android App Bundle format itself. So first, some definitions. I mentioned before that the Android App Bundle is a new publishing format for Android. But what does it really mean that it's a publishing format? It means that an app bundle is not actually installable on Android devices. It exists only to upload or publish your app to the Play console. And later it will be turned into a set of APKs that are optimized for a specific user's device through the use of something called Bundle Tool. And Bundle Tool is open source on GitHub, and it provides the de facto specification of the app bundle format. As far as I know, there's no other spec document, but all of it is open source in the tool. Play Store uses it as well, and anyone could potentially take Bundle Tool and implement support for app bundles in other stores or in other tools. So previously, when we talked about app bundles, when we announced it a few years ago at Google I/O, and when we talked about generating optimized APKs for various devices, we also used the term dynamic delivery. But due to the recent naming changes, we decided not to use it anymore. The reason is that it was just confusing and not clearly defined, so we just got rid of it. It's just easier to say, and I guess more people will understand when we just say Play generates optimized APKs rather than a made-up name like dynamic delivery. Okay, so now we have the naming out of the way and the definitions. How do you actually switch to publishing using an app bundle? For most apps, it's a zero effort, zero code changes change. Instead of building an APK, you simply build a bundle from your Android Studio project, and that's it. Of course, to be able to upload it to Play, you have to opt in to app signing, Play app signing first. So that's why I had this whole intro about Play app signing, because it's a prerequisite to use app bundles. Now, the benefits of using bundles, I think, are quite clear, but let me mention some of them anyway. Instead of shipping the same universal APK to everyone with tons of potentially unused assets in the APK, Play Store optimizes that for you and delivers only resources for the user's device screen density, CPU, and selected language. Now, splitting via screen density and ABI was possible using multi-APK before, but it was so hard to manage that few apps actually did it, and even fewer did it correctly. So now with AABs, you have a single artifact, and more importantly, a single version code per upload. So unlike with multi-APK, where you each APK had to have a different version code according to some arcane rules that no one understood. And the best thing with app bundles is you get even more optimizations in the future as Play adds them without any work from you. So one example that we added in previous years was we started serving uncompressed native libraries to have smaller updates and smaller on-device size for devices that support it. And lastly, only with bundles, you can use things like Play feature delivery and Play asset delivery, which I'll cover in a second. Now, I said before that normally there aren't any code changes that you need to make to publish with bundles. However, there is a configuration block in the build files that might be useful for some situations. One instance when you actually have to either make a code change or make a change here in this configuration block is when your app has a dynamic language switcher inside the application. So if you want your users to be able to switch the app language, not by switching the operating system language, but rather inside your application, that assumes that all languages are installed with your app. So you might want to disable splitting by language as shown here. By default, everything is true. If you are using a dynamic language switcher, consider disabling splitting by language. For that use case, however, you could also fix it with code changes, and it's possible to use the PlayCore API to dynamically request new language downloads at runtime when the user actually makes the switch. But it requires some coding. Now, because of all these benefits, as well as the fact that for most apps, it's not difficult at all to switch to bundles, we'd like everyone to switch to app bundles soon. And the latest data shows that apps published with bundles get on average 15% of size savings versus the universal APK way. And that's why we recently announced that app bundles will become a requirement for new applications on Google Play sometime next year. And we'll have a date for you hopefully soon. Until then, we are gathering feedback about any missing parts for like features or developer experience with bundles in general, and with Play app signing as well. So once more, we are only making it mandatory for new applications after a date that we will announce. Existing applications will be able to continue uploading APKs, and they will not have to use Play app signing. But new apps will have to use both. Okay, now I'll quickly go over Play feature delivery and mention the differences between this and Play asset delivery, so you know when to use which one. We won't go into details of the API. That's like a topic for a whole separate session. And also it's used by relatively few apps that have a legitimate need for it. So in order to save some time for other things, I'll just quickly describe what it is, but not go into details. So Play feature delivery, this is a feature of Google Play that takes advantage of some additional information in the app bundle. So there can be optional feature modules in your studio project and in your app bundle. And Play feature delivery can help you deliver those optional modules on demand or at install time or conditionally, for example, based on the hardware specification of a device, or the user's country, for example, or as an instant experience. Now, feature modules are pretty much just like any other kind of library module in your project. They can contain text code, they can contain Android resources and assets. And they are intended for apps that actually have a use case for it. For example, if a feature of your app is very costly, meaning maybe it weighs 10, 20, 50 megabytes, but is only used by a very small number of users, maybe 2% of your users will ever use that feature, then maybe it doesn't make sense to download and install it at install time. Maybe you can make it an on-demand module and download it later, only when the user navigates there. This is also a way to kind of go over the 150 megabyte limit for apps that are using app bundles. If you want to go over that size with your code, you can make sure that the initial download is smaller than 150 megs, and then make parts of your app on demand and install them later. Now, there's one important change that happened for anyone that was using install time modules. For anyone using install time modules, for example, people did that even if they didn't want to take advantage of the on-demand or conditional delivery modes. Sometimes people did that just to modularize their app, just to have cleaner separation between modules. That actually, we found that having too many install modules had a pretty big performance impact on the installation time of your app. So it took a long time for Play to install all these modules. So anyway, we've made this change in new Android Gradle plugin versions that use the new bundle tool 1.0. And install time modules are now non-removable by default, which means you cannot uninstall them later. That is because they get fused back into the base module, so that in the end you only have one module and it's fast and simple. If you want to have them uninstallable, you now have to add a new attribute called removable and set it to true. I know few people are using it, but it's still important to mention, since this is a potentially breaking change for some. And now Play Asset Delivery, how is it different from Play Feature Delivery? It's also a feature of Google Play that takes advantage of optional asset-only modules that can be added to app bundles. It has similar but slightly different delivery modes. So on-demand is when you use the API to ask for a download of this module. Install time gets delivered together with your app when you install it. And then there's a third mode called Fast Follow, which means first your app is installed, and right after that, the asset module begins downloading kind of as a fast follow to that installation. So you can, for example, show the main menu of your game or the first level while the other assets are being downloaded. Now, asset modules, as the name suggests, can only contain assets, which means it's basically there's a folder and you can put anything in there. It's completely opaque. We don't check what kind of files you put in there. It can be textures, it can be game levels, whatever really, sounds. There is one situation where you actually want to pay attention to the folder structure, is if you want to use a new feature of asset modules, which is texture format targeting. I think this has now launched. We have documentation for it, and you can make sure that only textures that target specific kind of GPU type or support are then downloaded to the user's device. You can use asset modules for that. And they are intended mainly for games as a replacement for the legacy OBB files, also known as APK expansion files. And they're basically made to deliver, big assets, like maybe you have the need for 0.5 gigabyte of levels and textures, and you would use that. Okay, and then I mentioned one more thing, which is the PlayCore library, which is used by some of these APIs, especially the Play Feature Delivery and Play Asset Delivery. Whenever you want to, for example, download a module on demand, you would go through the PlayCore library. It has 4 parts, really. So Play Feature Delivery and Play Asset Delivery, I mentioned. These work only with bundles. And then there are two supplemental APIs called in-app updates and in-app reviews, which also work with APKs. So they are not necessarily connected with bundles. And all of them basically interface with the Play Store app on the device to offer various functionalities, like, for example, letting you show an update dialog and update progress in your app when there's a new update for your application. And then all of these APIs have a Kotlin version, so that's a separate artifact, PlayCore KTX, which uses coroutines for all of the above APIs because all of them are asynchronous. All of them use IPC calls to the Play Store app, and so coroutines and flow is a nice way of handling that these asynchronous calls. Now, one common request from developers was the ability to test some of these locally. And actually now most of the APIs or all of the APIs in PlayCore have a way of running tests locally or just trying your app out. With newer versions of Bundle Tool and newer versions of PlayCore, there is actually a special local testing mode where you can build your bundle with some additional metadata in it. And then using that first command that I'm showing, build APKs, and then, sorry, let me start again, not build your bundle. You take your bundle, and then you use the build APKs command to build an APK set in local testing mode, and those APKs will contain the local testing metadata, which is then used by the install APKs command to push all of these APKs on your device. So you can actually run things like play feature delivery and play asset delivery locally on your device without going through the Play Store and having to upload to like testing channels and so on. Now, the downside of this is for now, it's a command line only thing. So there is no UI in Android Studio to do this. You have to use Bundle Tool. But I just wanted to mention that we have a sample on our GitHub in the App Bundle Samples project in Android. And it contains an on-demand feature module, but it also adds a Gradle task for running this for you. So it's more automated. You don't have to actually download Bundle Tool and do it like in the command line. You can now run a Gradle task, and it's described in the README, and it'll run those commands for you so you can test it locally. And the sample also showcases in-app reviews and in-app updates if you want to take a look at these APIs. And now, before we finish, I just wanted to mention one super important tool for testing that's in the Play console, and that's the internal app sharing. And now this is obviously local testing even with the local testing mode. It's good, but it's not exactly what users would get. It kind of emulates the Play experience locally, right? But if you want to test the real downloads from Play and how the real API behaves, this is the quickest way to do it. Now, first of all, if you want to try it on a device, it's a little bit hidden. So you have to go to the Play Store, open its settings, and tap the version number a few times. And then a new option appears called internal app sharing, and you turn it on. And now your device or emulator is ready to kind of accept these internal app sharing links. And then you can go to your Play console, set up a list of emails of accounts that will be able to access your app in internal app sharing mode. And then it opens up a lot of possibilities that you didn't have on any of the release tracks, even on the testing tracks or closed beta tracks. First of all, you can upload debuggable APKs and app bundles, which was not possible. There are no version code restrictions, which means you don't have to keep incrementing the version code. You can just keep uploading the same one if you want, if it's just for testing. It's available within seconds, with one small caveat is that you have to have a version published on any track first. So the app has to have gone through a review, which can take a few days. But after you have that, you can start using internal app sharing. And every time you share a new version, it's available within seconds. It's easy to share links to testers. So you just copy your URL, send it to testers, and they can open it in the Play Store app after they go through these steps that I've shown. And with that, you can also test in-app updates, in-app reviews, as well as play feature delivery and play asset delivery. So it's very powerful and very simple to use. And then I just wanted to mention one more thing about the App Bundle Explorer. There's actually a version of internal app sharing hidden in the App Bundle Explorer. Now, for every previous version of your APK, of your bundle, but also APK, so for every previous version of your app, you can find it here in the App Bundle Explorer, go to the Downloads tab, and you have an internal app sharing link, which is used to install that specific version, even if it's a previous historical one, to a device. So it doesn't give you the APK, it gives you an internal app sharing link that when you open on an Android device, it opens Play Store, and it lets you install a historical version of your app. Maybe if you want to check out a bug that was happening for users on a previous version, or maybe you want to check if in-app updates work and you want to install a previous version in order to then update it to a new one. So that's super handy. So thanks. This is all for today. We have, I think, a few minutes for Q&A. And I hope you check out more of our articles, especially on in-app updates and in-app reviews that we have on our Medium account. I know I didn't go very deep into these APIs. I just wanted to show you the interesting tools that maybe not many people know about. However, we also have great documentation and additional articles for each of these.
Yeah, thanks, Wojtek.
Time for questions.
We don't have any questions yet, but I highly encourage you to post them on the YouTube chat. I have some thoughts from my side. So first of all, thanks for the great presentation. It showed that not only things related to the security are delivered by your team, but also some great new features like ability to have the in-app reviews. Yeah, from my perspective, I remember the times when people accidentally committed the key to the repository along with the code, and that was a pain. Now it doesn't happen.
Yeah, because you can't take it back, right? That's why I encourage everyone to use an upload key, because even if you commit an upload key, then okay, the upload key can leak. You can always change it, and it's not really. It doesn't let any attackers do anything. So, upload key, having a separate upload key is just safer, and then just let Play manage your app signing key.
Yeah, so that's a great feature. And also a few weeks ago, we released the update to our application, which incorporates the in-app reviews. So previously we were just navigating user to the Play Store using the regular intent to the store, and now we see that using in-app reviews greatly increased the number of reviews. Actually, we show this dialog after user performs some action that actually changes his or her account. So the user should be delighted, and yeah, now we see that the conversion of actually showing this dialog and actually posting the 5-star reviews increased greatly. So
yeah, we saw the same thing with early partners. Like if implemented correctly, as you said, like in a nice flow where the user is not interrupted and kind of saw the value of your app, then the new API can certainly bring you a lot of good reviews. But just take care to read our docs, because there are some pretty strict like privacy requirements for this API, and so it needs to be implemented correctly in a nice UX flow.
Yeah, definitely. We have one question. Is it any reason that should I stay with APK?
I would say no. The only reason I could think of is if you would really, really not like to use Play app signing, then you can stay with APKs. However, I hope that I explained that we actually think it's a safer option for you to go with Play app signing. You're not giving up any control, especially since you could continue and keep your key. But still, it's just safer and easier for you. So I would say there aren't reasons to stay with APKs.
Yeah. Okay. There are no more questions. So thanks a lot.
Thanks.
And now we're gonna have some time for you. We're gonna have a lunch break and see you again for next sessions in 55 minutes.
Right. Hello, everyone. Welcome after the break. I see that slowly people are entering again. So I'm very, very happy to. Right. Hello, everyone. Welcome after the break. Yeah, so I'm very happy to introduce our next speaker, Yüksel Tolun. He will be presenting about intro to Action Builder. So I'm giving the microphone right now to him, and I hope you all guys enjoy.
First place, because I was using Dialogflow before it was even called Dialogflow. It was called API AI, and it was a tool to build chatbots on different platforms. I was using API AI, and then it became Dialogflow, and then it became an integrated part of Google Assistant development, and I loved it. It was a great tool, but it lacked some components for voice application development. It was a great chatbot development tool, but when it comes to voice, we need couple more tools to help our endeavors. So now we have Actions Builder, and it is another tool that gets the lot of handling with NLP off of the developer, and it will make our lives a lot easier and hopefully our actions a lot faster. But first, let's talk about me, because that's everyone's favorite subject, isn't it? I live in Turkey. I'm a lawyer by education. I still practice. I have my own office, but software development is my hobby, and I'm very passionate about it. I used to be a web developer, a front-end developer, and then I became a chatbot developer, and now I'm developing voice apps for different platforms. I really enjoy working with this type of technology because I believe it's one of the fields that will affect our human-to-machine interactions the most. And at the beginning of 2019, I became a Google developers expert on Google Assistant because I love to share my information with communities all around the world. Now, if you've never heard of anything about voice technology, or if you haven't been watching news about voices or interfaces like I do, let me just draw you a picture about where we stand right now. Right now is not the time that we came up with talking to computers. We haven't just come up with this idea a couple years ago and started developing it. No, we wanted to talk to computers for a very, very long time. These pictures are just a few of our imagination, our fictional universes that has talking computers, talking and functioning computers. And only one of them is a murderer, so that's a plus. And now that we can talk to computers, we love it. This consumer report from US actually shows the adoption rate of different technologies, the adoption speed of different technologies over time. And as you can see, as the technology develops, as the time goes by, we are faster to adopt new technology. And if you take a look at smart speakers, which are the main devices that voice assistants live in, you can see that consumers are adopting smart speakers almost as fast as they're adopting smartphones, which is a really big deal, because this means that we are approaching another paradigm shift when it comes to mobile and human-to-machine interaction. And now you can be a part of it early on. Think of it like developing iOS applications in 2009 or 2010. How cool is that? Let's see what people are doing with their smart speakers or smart displays or assistants on their phone. Well, they're mostly using them for media and search, and that's a good thing. They also use them for regular questions like weather or traffic, but mostly I consume media on them, and I try to entertain myself by asking fun questions or playing games on them. So as you can see, the smart speakers can serve users in a variety of different ways, and users are definitely taking advantage of these platforms more and more every day. But you might be asking to yourselves, how does Google Assistant fit into this, and how, as developers, we can contribute to this paradigm shift? Well, when we say Google Assistant, we actually mean a platform that is available in 19 languages in 80 countries. And it's available on more than 1 billion devices, which is a big deal. And the assistant directory, which is the marketplace where you would publish your actions and when you develop them, basically the Play Store for Google Assistant, has only 1 million actions. Now, 1 million is a great number when it comes to a voice application directory, but it's still really, really small compared to any other mobile marketplace. And this means there's an untapped potential here, and you can be one of the first developers to actually build a killer voice app. When we say Google Assistant, we mean these three pieces of the puzzle together. The first is the Google Assistant itself. This is the persona that you talk to when you ask Google Assistant a question and it gives you a funny, quirky answer. This is that. And as developers, we cannot interfere or change this persona because that is developed by Google and they have control over it. The second piece of the puzzle is a device or devices with Google Assistant built into them. This could be smart speakers. As you can see, I have a Google Home there. Or these could be smartphones, or they could be TVs. Or you could even develop your own devices, make your own devices using Assistant SDK. But the third piece of the puzzle, which is what we are going to talk about today, is Actions on Google. This is the software platform that you can use to put your voice application, put your service, put whatever idea you have on Google Assistant and serve it to users without the hassle of them downloading, because Google Assistant will just patch them right through your actions, which is really cool. Now, Actions Builder is how we build Google Assistant Actions. As I said before, it's a new tool. We have been playing it only recently, and I really like it. And today I want to talk about why it's awesome and why, if you're developing any kind of action, why you should consider switching from Dialogflow to Actions Builder. First, let's take a look at what is Actions Builder. Well, Actions Builder is an easy-to-use, web-based integrated development environment in the Actions console. Now, it being web-based is actually a huge deal, especially for newcomers, because this means that you don't have to develop any kind of development environment or packages to your computer. You can just jump into your browser and you can start developing for Actions on Google right away. And it means that we now have an integrated NLP tool in the Actions console, because that's what we didn't have before. With Dialogflow, we would have to switch back and forth between Actions console and Dialogflow console. And while it wasn't that big of a deal for me, some newcomers would find it intimidating. And sometimes in workshops, we would have problems like creating a Dialogflow account with one Gmail and creating an Actions project with another, so we couldn't tie those two projects together. It would really create some problems. And I said it was an entry barrier from my perspective. But now with Actions Builder, it's still web-based, it still has the simulator, it still has all the things that we love, but now it's also in the Actions console, which is amazing. Some of the other benefits of Actions Builder includes lower latency, so that our actions can respond to users faster, and we can see the visual representation of the dialogue tree as we're developing it. So what I used to do is I would use to create these branched trees of dialogue so that I could see what would my dialogue be shaped like depending on what the user does or says. Now, Actions Builder can show you the visual representation of your dialogue in the console itself. And as I said before, it's an all-in-one tool. Even the simulator is on the web. So even if you don't have an assistant-enabled device, which I doubt it since it's also available on Android and iOS phones, but for some reason you can't test it on device or you don't want to, you could use the web-based simulator and debug your actions very easily on the console. And now we have Actions SDK 2. This is the only slide about Actions SDK in this presentation, and the reason I included it is because Actions Builder and Actions SDK are actually built on the same technology, and this technology allows you to have a full file-based representation of your Actions project, which means that we now have version control support, which we kind of had with Dialogflow, but if you ever used it or if you ever developed an action using Dialogflow with multiple people, it was a pain to use because you would have to extract the Dialogflow agent as a zip and then download it and then upload it to GitHub. And the next person who's going to work on the project or yourself would have to download the agent and then import it to the Dialogflow project to start working from the same point that you left working. And now we don't have to do any of that. We don't have to take that 2 extra steps. We can just jump in and use whatever kind of version control we want because we now have full file-based representations. Now, whether you are an experienced mobile application developer or whether you are new to development completely, you might need to learn some new terminology when it comes to voice application development. And this includes even if you're coming from a Dialogflow development background, because Actions Builder introduced some new concepts and renamed some of them. So let's take a look. The first thing I want to talk about are types. Types were formerly known as entities. These are parameters in the conversation that a user might give. For example, if we are building a food ordering actions, the food type, the type of food that users wants to have, is actually a type. So you would define this as a developer. You would basically write your menu as a type. And then when a user comes in and says a food name, the NLU would actually understand that that was a type and it would extract it and serve it separately so that you would know what kind of food the user wants to have. Intents, now this is familiar to you if you have ever developed anything with Dialogflow, are goals the user is trying to achieve with semantically similar sentences. Now, what I mean, for example, continuing with the example of food ordering actions, if I want my users to be able to order food through my action, I want to have an intent called get food. And a user might trigger this intent by using many, many different types of sentences. Like they would come and say, I want to get food, I'm hungry, send me some food, or I want takeout. All of these things indicate to the same goal, which is that the user is trying to get food. And we would bundle these together as one intent in our voice application. And we would use training phrases to teach this intent to our NLU model. You would just type in example sentences of what the user might say when they wanted to accomplish this goal in the Actions Builder, and the builder would just create a model, or rather trains the model, depending on your intense training phrases, which is really cool. This is the new concept. I like to call it the new kid in town. And I think in terms of what Actions Builder introduces, this is the biggest deal. Now, scenes are logical chunks of your conversation that allows you to keep the state individually for different parts of the conversation. Think of your conversation with the user, think of your application's conversation with the user as a play. And in a play, you would have different scenes to convey the message easier to your audience. Now, it's the same with the conversation. We need to have different stages of conversation so we could convey our messages to our users clearly and more organized, in a more organized way. And another cool thing about scenes is that they execute in a scene loop. Let's take a look. Now, scene loops are for the times that when you have a condition that you need to have met before you proceed with the conversation. For example, in the food ordering application that we've been building, we would want to have the name of the food or the type of the food that the users wants to get. And we also want to have the type of drink they want to get. And we would set a condition and say, if the user has stated a food and if the user has stated a drink, then transition out of this scene. If they haven't, the scene will continue to loop around in these stages. And now I will explain these stages to you as best as I can. And I call this the anatomy of a scene. Scenes start with on-enter events. And on-enter event is the only component of the scene that only executes once. This means it's not included in the scene lifecycle or the scene loop, as we called it before. And we should plan on-enter events accordingly. we should remember that this event won't be triggered every time we loop back. And if you take a look at the loop itself, you can see that it loops back to condition stage. So on enter will only be triggered once, and that is the first time the user enters as seen, and that's it. And you can use this event to ask users questions or give them a prompt, or maybe send them an interactive canvas, for example. It's all up to you, but just remember this will only execute once. The second step and the first step of the loop is condition. Now, as I said before, you would define a condition to have met before transitioning out of that scene. You could check the session or the user information, or you could check the slot data, which is the most likely scenario. And then if those are not met or they're not in a way that you want them to be, you could just trigger the loop again, or you could continue to loop again until you get the right information. Obviously, there should be a limit that if you can't get the information in 3 tries, you should just give up on the user, because you don't want to make the users mad by asking the same question 10 times. But still, conditions are very helpful because we do need to get some information to move the conversation forward in most case scenarios. Now, if we have slots in that specific scenes, like the example that we've been giving, the food ordering action, we have 2 empty slots, the food slot, the food type slot, and the drink type slot. Now, if a user comes and says, I want to get food, we now have 2 empty slots in our hands, and we have a condition that says, unless you get the information for these 2 empty slots, do not move forward. That's why the scene is going to move forward to the slot filling stage, and it will pick the first empty slot, which will probably be the food type slot, and it will ask the user the corresponding question for that slot, which will be, what kind of food do you want to have, or what kind of food do you want to deliver? And user will give an input and fill that slot by saying hamburgers, for example, and then scene will loop back because we still have 1 more empty slot, and then it will pick that slot up, which is a drink slot, and ask the corresponding question for that slot, which is what kind of drink you want to have. And then now we have, since we now have 2 slots filled, we will move forward with our conversation, probably to another scene where we will read the user back their order and then confirm, then prepare their order. Okay, now that we have started a conversation, we have got our information, got the information we need from the user, and now we have transitioned out of the information getting stage. What do we do with the information we have? Well, we could transition into another scene, like in the example I gave before. You could transition into a confirmation scene where you read the user's order back to them and then wait for the conversation. This is a likely scenario. Or we could just give them a prompt and ask them another question. For example, would you like onion rings with that order? This would be another prompt. And prompts could be like simple responses. These are strings, basically. They are read by the computer as speech, and they are written on the screen. Or this could be a rich response, which would be an image or a card. Or even you could give them a touch-based selection, but this would only be appropriate for assistant devices with a screen on them. You could send them a media response and allow them to control the media that you send. Or you could just send an interactive canvas and get control of all the screen of the user. But more like the scenario, in a food ordering action, you want to take this order after the confirmation, and then you would put it in a database so someone else can read that data and possibly deliver the food as expected. This is where webhooks come in. You need a webhook connection to send the data that you got to the appropriate, REST API points, for example. So you could make a post request to any HTTPS endpoint from Actions Builder, and then have the data from user in wherever business logic you want. Creating webhooks are easy because it's just that you create a handler with a name and a function. And in this function, you have access to conversation object. Conversation object is the bridge between your application and the user, and it currently has access to user information, session information, and whatever parameters or types you had in that conversation. It has access to all of them. And it also has a method that allows you to send prompts to user, which is conversation add, you're adding prompts to the queue. And when you add prompts, this could either be a simple response like this, or it could be a card like this, and it has an image. It even has an image. Now that we have our application, now we have developed it using Actions Builder, and we, created a conversation that is logically organized, and we used everything. What's next? Well, you want to publish your action. I touched on Assistant Directory at the beginning of the presentation. Assistant Directory is the marketplace for Google Assistant actions, and you can just publish your actions here for them to be discovered by the users. And believe me, users are going through this every day to find new actions to try. And they rate your actions. They can comment on your actions. So this is the platform if you want to publish your actions. Or you could take your action a step forward. If you already have a mobile application or a web application, you can use account linking to get the user information from any other type of application you have and use it on Google Assistant. You can basically sign them into their accounts using only their voice if you use account linking, and which is really cool. We had some marketing campaigns based on this. For example, Starbucks actually gave users more rewards if they were to order their drinks using the Google Assistant actions. I think that campaign is over, but it was really cool. And it was built on account linking. You would link your Starbucks account with your mobile application, and then it would know you're the same person, and you would get extra rewards on your account for whenever you want another pumpkin spice latte, which I do right now. Now, when I'm presenting about Google Assistant, I always get the same question, or more or less the same question. People ask me if ads are available on the platform, or if they could actually make money with this platform. And the answer is yes, you can make money, but no, the ads are not available. You currently can't put any either voice or visual ads. You're not allowed. But that doesn't mean you can't make money off of actions, because you can actually use Transaction API to create purchases with the user. For example, you can create a transaction with the food ordering action, and when the user confirms, you can get the payment through Google Pay if it's available in your country. There was one catch with this API until last week. It was that even if the user started interaction on a smart speaker like this one right there, they would still have to go to their phone and type in their password or use their fingerprint scanner to validate the purchase. And it was a horrible user experience, to say the least, because it's already hard to convince people to buy something online still in 2020. And when users were, jumping back and forth between devices, they weren't really buying anything off of actions, because if they're going to use a mobile device to complete the purchase, they might as well use the mobile device from the beginning of the interaction. You understand what I'm saying? That's why last week, Google Assistant introduced voice match to actually validate the purchases. This means they can now use voice match if they want to as a way of validating their purchase. And now it means that you probably will have better retention and better sales with your actions, hopefully. An interactive canvas. I put a slide about interactive canvas on any and all presentations I make about Google Assistant, because I think it's one of the best features of the platform. It's the one I enjoy the most by far. It's an API that enables you to control the user's screen on a pixel level. This means you're not limited by simple responses or cards anymore. You can put whatever you want on the screen and get the user interact with it only with their voice. This means that we can now have voice games, voice-activated games, which is really cool, because it will be a really, really big deal to be able to control the game, depending on the game genre, control the game with your voice. You can put full screen visuals, you can use animations and transitions, and you can do all this with the technologies you already love and use every day. They are based on HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Now, you might be thinking, we can't build games with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And to that, I say you can, and people have been doing it for a long time, long before Actions on Google or Interactive Canvas came to be. I remember people were building HTML and CSS games for mobile platforms when cross-platform development was first a thing. So that, believe me, you can develop really great games for Google Assistant while using interactive canvas. There are a lot of great JavaScript libraries that I encourage you to check out. There are libraries for data visualization. There are libraries for 3D rendering. There are libraries for 2D animations, and there are even physics libraries like entire game engines like Phaser.js. I encourage you to check it out and give it a try. It's really fun and entertaining, even to develop, let alone play. Now, I do have a few more summary slides, but before wrapping up, I want to get any questions you have and answer them as best as I can. I might have overestimated the amount of time I need for questions. So you can ask about anything you want. Okay, going once, going twice, and no questions. If you do have any questions, you can add me at Twitter, or you can just message me on there. And since I've already made this gesture, please don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel. I bet GDGs in this region worked really hard for this Devfest, and they will have amazing events for you in the future as well. So like and subscribe. Okay, let's summarize what we've talked about today. We have talked about Actions Builder and why it's awesome. We learned that it's a web-based integrated development environment, and it's an all-in-one solution to build actions on Google. Thanks to Scenes, it's now easier to organize your conversational logic, and thanks to Actions SDK's underlying technology, you can now have access to version control and flexibility. With that being said, if you do want to develop Actions Builder, I recommend solving, or rather practicing with the code labs on developers.google.com, because they will teach you the basics of Actions Builder from scratch, and you will be able to develop actions in no time using this new, shiny, awesome tool. Thank you for having me. And as I said, if you have any question, you can reach out to me on social media. It was a pleasure to talk to you.
Thank you so much for amazing presentation. So I think we have time for a little bit of Q&A. So if anyone has any questions, please write them in the chat, and I'm sure our speaker will gladly answer them. So
yes, and if you do have any experience, not necessarily a question, with the Actions Builder, I would be more than happy to hear about it, because I really love talking about talking devices. That's my thing.
Maybe I will start with a little different angle, but what was your path to become the Google developer expert?
Okay, this is also a very good question, because we don't always get to talk about the experts program. Well, the path is to become an expert on what you want to be a Google developer expert, and then do a lot of community contributions, because Google developer experts are volunteers. They don't get paid by Google, and we are Google developer experts because we love to talk about what we're experts on. So if you are an expert on anything, if you think you have a good grasp on a technology, you should share your information with the community through different channels. I like talking, publicly speaking about technology and facilitating workshops, or I sometimes shoot videos or translate some documentation. These are the channels that I like to share my information with, but yours could be different and still have a lot of impact. For example, if you are a good technical writer, you should consider writing blog posts about what you know. Or if you are a good videographer, you could make much better videos than I can. and share your information that way. But basically, you should be good at a technology field, and you should be willing to share your information voluntarily. And these are the two stages, the two necessities of becoming a Google developer expert. And then obviously you need to be recommended by another expert or a Google employee. However, if you are already developing for a technology and talking about your information publicly, you will likely to be recommended, because we always like to look around for people that are passionate about technology as much as we are. So yeah, that's how I became a Google developer expert. I wasn't actively seeking to be one, but one day a Google employee came up to me after my presentation, and they asked if they could recommend me to the program. And then you get some interviews. But if you do have the two conditions, if you met to do two conditions that I talked before, which is being an expert and making a lot of community contributions, you'll be fine doing those interviews. I think we have another question on the chat.
Yeah, you have. Miloš asked, you talk about the pixel level rendering on assistant-based devices. Are there any cool games based on this already?
Yes, there are. You could actually go into the assistant directory and check for games section. And off the top of my head, you can play the Mad Libs or Are You Feeling Lucky? I mean, Are You Feeling Lucky is developed by Google. It's really awesome. And it's actually multiplayer, but it's not online multiplayer. It's a local multiplayer game. It's really fun. And as I said, you could just go into the assistant directory and look for games. You will see screenshots of them if they're using interactive canvas. Yeah, but there are really cool games, but there is still a huge potential. I mean, it's a matter of time someone will tap onto this potential. I don't know if you know, but the iPhone development weren't really taken seriously until Rovio came up with Angry Birds. That was the deal. That was the killer app. And games have these really impactful power of pushing the platform forward. And I believe it's going to be the same with actions from Google. So if you are a game developer or a game designer or an artist, and you want to develop for Google Assistant, I say go for it, because there's a really, really great tool that you can use, interactive canvas, and there's a really good market that you can cater to. Thanks for the question.
No more questions for our speaker? So I'll ask another question while our viewers are thinking about their one. What lacks, in your opinion, in Action Builder?
What?
I'm sorry. What lacks, in your opinion, in Action Builder?
Oh, okay. That's a very good question and a tough one. I mean, there are some localization parts missing. I don't want to complain about it a lot, but yeah, there is a lot to improve based on in terms of localization. But in terms of what lacks, I would have to think a little bit more. We currently can't develop the web application that interactive canvas will use in the Actions Builder, and I get that why we can't. But it would be really cool to have an integrated part where we could actually develop the web app that will be triggered by the interactive canvas. But I understand the logic behind not including something like that. But yeah, that would be really cool. Other than that, let's see what it lacks. The system entities, as we like to call them in Dialogflow, were entities that were defined by Dialogflow. And as a developer, you wouldn't have to define them over and over again. You would just be able to use any system entity automatically. And Actions Builder don't have as much system entities, or system types, as they call it. And I understand logic behind that too, because system entities weren't always reliable, and it was sometimes messing up in different languages. But I would still want, data sets or ready-made system types to be more extensive on platform. I think, though, another GDE, a friend of mine, solved that problem by creating an open source data set for different types that many developers would need. So yeah, thanks, Dennis. I guess that was something missing that hadn't that down as a solution. Other than that, I don't think that there's anything immediately needs to be added, or I can't think of it right now.
Well, I don't think that there are more questions present. So thank you so much for your presentation and for the Q&A. It was a true pleasure for all of us. And yeah, and I hope you have a good day. Thank you one more time.
Thank you for having me, and have a good day.
Of course. Thank you. Okay, so I think we are ready for our next speaker. I'm happy to introduce Jarosław Michalik, and he will be presenting about fake it till you make it, effective use of test doubles. So we will start in a second, and very quickly, let's just hear from Jarosław and make sure that we can hear him on the stream.
Hey, I hope all you can hear me.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, and you can see my screen.
Cool.
Okay. So I can start, yeah? Hi everyone. My name is Jarosław Michalik. I'm currently Android developer in Tango agency. I do some freelancing work. I blog about testing with Kotlin on kotlintesting.com. I occasionally play volleyball in local amateur league in Kraków, and I play with music production in the meantime. And today I will share my thoughts about unit testing and especially about using test doubles for better and more efficient mocking. But first of all, let's see where we are. Here you can see the test pyramid, which is some kind of graphical representation of how test suites should be designed in process of software development. On the top, we have end-to-end test. In Android case, that would be automatic UI test using Espresso or frameworks like Appium. The second stage are integrations tests. In this case, we are testing integration between elements. Basically, we are testing here integration between some high-level components. In Android, we can additionally use libraries such as Roboelectric to mimic some Android operation system behavior. And on the bottom of test pyramid, we have unit tests. Tests that are performed in isolation are relatively cheap and should be, at least in theory, running fast. Unit tests and ways of keeping them in isolation are the main focus of today's presentation. So let's look at those puzzles. They represent some kind of software system where each puzzle is some kind of component. It could be Java class, Kotlin class, some system service, and so on. As you can see, they are somehow connected. While we are focusing on the class marked in green, and there are some direct dependencies to those class, and they are marked in yellow. And of course, there are some other components not strictly bound to the class under test. So let's break down it a little. We have our class, system under test, and some components that are its dependencies, usually passed in constructor. We don't want to pass the whole dependency, but somehow try to provide test double, a special object which will fit into particular class and into the whole puzzle in a convenient way. Okay, so let's take a look at some more real-world example. In Android apps, we usually have some kind of splash screen displayed right after app is opened. In this place, we could decide if user should be redirected to main screen of the app or show him a login screen. Splash screen dependencies are hidden behind an interface. We have router, which is responsible for opening given screens. We have interface for view, such as activity or fragment, or maybe some kind of custom view, where we would be displaying errors and trigger loading indicator in visibility. And we have a use case, which will tell us if user is actually logged in or logged out in our app. And we have some property for analytics, tracking ID. This could be, for example, string representing advertising campaign from Google Play or other install referrer. So what should be tested here? What should we test? Of course, stuff like displaying properly loading indicator, verification if proper routing events are triggered, and displaying error if something goes wrong. So let's see how this class would fit into the puzzle. Our system under test is splash screen presenter. And its dependencies are resolve user state use case, splash screen router, splash screen view, and tracking ID. So let's decide how those test doubles should be implemented and what they represent in a real world. First dependency is splash screen router. Real implementation would start activity, change something on fragment manager, or trigger navigation event in other way. In test double, we would like to know if given function of splash router was invoked, so we need some way to perform assertion on that. Another dependency, view. Android implementation would be somehow bound to layout in XML. It would be changing visibility of loading indicator or trigger snack bar or toast event. In our unit test, we cannot mock the whole activity or fragment, so we need to provide test double. some kind of object that will record its invocation, interaction, or somehow store the whole state of given screen. Another dependency, resolve user state use case. This is a Kotlin functional interface. I believe it was introduced in the newest Kotlin release 1.4. This class would check user existence in a local database or check some token validity. But in our test scenario, we could just provide fake implementation and return just this state, logged in, logged out, or throw exception to simulate real system behavior. And finally, tracking ID. This dependency in real world would be some kind of referrer advertising ID. And our test double would be just passing this value. Okay, now we can distinguish some kind of test doubles. We have stub, which will be used to return a predefined value. We have fake, which will be some kind of lightweight implementation of more complex system. We have mock, special object to record its verification, which will be storing information about its interactions. And we have dummy value, which will be used just to satisfy compiler and have our test building and not throwing errors at compile time. And it's good to remember that we often refer to all test doubles as mocks. Okay, so stub. We have our resolve user state use case. In our unit test, we would just provide this value by implementing functional interface in Kotlin. Return just this enum value logged in, logged out, or throw exception inside that interface method. Okay, we have dummy value, and it would be just this value to satisfy compiler. We won't use it directly in our test, so it could be whatever value we want. Okay, so let's check the first test case. We would create a mock instance with Mockito here for our router and just pass it to the splash screen presenter. Then we will start this presenter and verify if something was displayed on view. In that particular case, we won't use tracking ID, so we can treat it as dummy value for our test. Okay, we have mock, usually created with some kind of mocking framework, such as Mockito, and we'll use it to verify if given method was properly invoked. And we would create mock here to verify if that stuff with Mockito was actually triggered. Mockito makes it easier to perform assertion on that kind of interaction. We can, of course, use Mockito for mocking our view too, but it could be more convenient to use some kind of splash view. And as you can see here, we have a similar test case where we are stubbing resolve user state use case logged out, and we are verifying with Mockito that login screen was opened while we were checking before that actually main screen was opened. Okay, there is example of mocking view with Mockito. In this case, exception is thrown in our stub by resolve user state use case, and we are checking here that display error function on view was invoked. But we are not bound to mocking frameworks. We can provide our lightweight implementation ourselves. And a good example for introducing custom fake would be the view of that particular splash screen. Somewhere in our test directory, we create implementation of that interface, which will keep state of loading indicator. Is it loading now or loading was finished? And record information if error was displayed. In that case, when in our test flow, we throw exception and then display error is invoked on view, we simply check if our fake state was changed. And instead of using Mockito for verification, we perform simple assertion on this fake property. Stub throws error, presenter starts, and then in our fake, error displayed should be set to true. We perform simple assertion. So, what are effective differences between mock using framework and custom fake? Mock can be created for us by frameworks such as Mockito or Mock-K in Kotlin. But that framework is controlling mock behavior and lifecycle. For more complex checks, you can use matchers to verify how many times given function was invoked and with which arguments. Fake, in the other hand, has to be implemented by you. In non-complex cases, such as view of splash screen, it's just implementing interface and adding some Boolean properties. And you are in full control here. You can decide how this fake should behave, and effectively you can reduce complex verifications to simple assertions as was shown in example. One of the most popular frameworks for mocking on JVM is Mockito. It allows creating mocks in simple way, even in one line. And I will present you usage of Mockito with Mockito Kotlin extensions. So let's consider another screen with model view presenter architecture. We have some kind of view which will display list of items, display one item on render error. We have also some kind of data provider. It could be implemented by database, but here it is described with two methods in interface, with get all elements and get one element by ID. And we will use Mockito to create mock or stub for data provider, and we will use Mockito to create mock or fake for view. So let's just jump straight into first test case. We want to verify that if data provider returns non-empty list of elements, that all items should be displayed for view. So we create mock for a view with Mockito. We create mock for data provider. We stub method in that mock. So every invocation of get all function on our mocked data provider will return these elements. This notation simply means that every getAll method invocation will return given list of elements. And then we are starting presenter and using Mockito function verify. So we could check that display items was invoked on view with that list of elements. That was a pretty straightforward example. So let's do something else. Another test case for that presenter is verification of displaying only one element. So here we will stub other method of data provider, getOne. With Mockito, we can stub specific method invocation. When we write the on getOne with any parameter, then Mockito will create stub for method with that given arguments. And any is here example of matcher. This method will be stubbed for all possible invocations excluding null values, which in Mockito Kotlin has special function for that. And then we can proceed with regular verification on view. With Mockito, we verify that display details function was invoked with given element that was returned by mocked data provider. And of course, we can introduce more complex matcher if we need to. Let's suppose that we want to return always the same element for function invocations where ID is between 0 and 5. We can use Mockito matcher arg.dat. In Lambda, we write Boolean expression, and while performing stubbing, Mockito will check this expression and return given elements for invocations matching these expressions. And for function invocation with arguments greater than 5, it will simply throw exception. And matchers can be used for verifications too. In this example, we can use similar matcher in assertion in verification, and we will make this test pass for each argument that matches given Boolean expression. So we will verify if display details on view was invoked with argument such as this element content is equal to string first. But that's not everything that Mockito can do for us. We can perform other assertions or verifications as well. Now, we want to test path where data provider returns null value instead of a valid element. Then we want to verify that error was displayed on view and that display details was never invoked with any arguments. And for that, we are using a Mockito function never and displaying details with any matcher. So this assertion will pass if there won't be any interactions on that mock with display details invocation. Of course, all that things could be achieved without using Mockito. For every test case, we can provide our own lightweight implementation and create custom fakes. This may be convenient when we are not sure how Mockito works under the hood, or we don't trust it, or we simply just don't know which matcher should be used here. Or in the other hand, we would really need to stretch those mocks to mimic behavior we want to achieve. And in general, there is no silver bullet for creating test doubles. Every test case is special in its very own way. Instead of Mockito, we can of course use other mocking frameworks. We have extensions for Mockito with Kotlin. You could show those extension in action on previous slides. And there is also framework Mock-K. It is Kotlin first mocking framework, and it's really fun to use. I highly encourage you to check those out too. But I believe that in most Android projects we have Mockito and JUnit stack, but that kind of stuff can be introduced without breaking the production code. Okay, so thank you. I think that is all from me today. I hope that you will check out additional resources. You can find me online under this URL. And check out my blog about testing with Kotlin, kotlintesting.com. Thank you, and I believe we have some time for questions.
Yes, thank you so much. And we do actually have time for questions. So if anyone has any questions, please write in the chat. Thank you. Okay, so we actually have one question. I'm showing it right now. Do you use verify no more interactions? Is asking Marek Kondracki.
Thank you, Marek, for that question. I actually used that while refactoring some huge test suite for presenters with over 1,000 lines of code. And there were some unexpected behaviors, and the only way without refactoring the whole system under the test and having some confidence in that particular unit test was by using verify no more interactions. That was tragic code with much asynchronous stuff, and it was convenient and helped eliminate some bugs. But in general, I'd rather design tests to not have verify no more interactions on some kind of mock, but maybe verify that some mocked was invoked exactly once, exactly twice. We have in Mockito some matchers and extra functions to achieve that testing scenario.
Okay, we're ready for more questions. So far, we don't have any other questions. Is there anything that you would want to add?
Maybe one other thought about mocking. Do not overuse mocks in the top of the test suite. It may be hard to debug which mock is created when, even if you use some kind of before each or after all annotations in JUnit. I would rather sacrifice some efficiency in creating mocks and create mock in every singular test case and not debug unexpected behavior when mock could be defined top level. Also, when using Mockito, when our favorite tool is hammer, everything we see is a nail, and we want to use Mockito in the whole test suite. But as I show you on the slides, it could be easier sometimes to provide regular lightweight implementation, create fake, and then perform simple assertion. Assert true view has changed some its property, and not use some complex verifications.
Okay, we have another question from Marek, and he's asking, should Android developers exchange Mockito with mock in the new project?
I guess it depends on your testing style. Mock-K is for sure Kotlin first, and it allows for example, mocking static stuff, while in Mockito and Mockito Kotlin, we need to enable special plugin for that. And Mock-K may be more Kotlin idiomatic. And for some cases, it may suit you better. But if you want to introduce Mock-K in your test suite and later some other developers come to this project, maybe someone with only JVM background, then he won't be as used to using Mock-K as he is familiar with Mockito. Unit tests are not production stuff. You can, of course, experiment with that. It's a great place for learning new things.
Okay, and now Miłosz asked, how about using Mockito Kotlin instead of regular Mockito in Kotlin projects?
Well, of course, in all my Kotlin projects, when I use Mockito, I use Mockito Kotlin extensions. There are some pitfalls with regular Java Mockito. For example, in Mockito, there is function with signature when. And when is a special word in Kotlin and cannot be used directly like that. So there are some workarounds for that. And also Mockito Kotlin gives you some syntax sugar. You can define stuff in Lambda expression instead of chaining many invocations for a given mock as you would do in Mockito in Java. So currently Mockito Kotlin for Kotlin projects, when I use Mockito, is my first choice.
Okay, thank you. We will wait like 20 more seconds and see if we have other questions. But while we're waiting, I wanted to thank you one more time for a great presentation and for showing us this great way to test. And we all enjoyed it.
Okay. So thank you once again for hosting me here. And see you all later. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Have a good day too. Bye.
Right, so I know that our next presenter is already here. So I'm adding you to stream, Dominik. So next,
Hi, good to see
we are
you.
going. Oh, hi, good to see you. We have actually some Flutter stuff today. I'm very excited for your presentation. I will introduce you very briefly. So this is Dominik Roszkowski, and he's going to be talking about the Navigator 2.0 in Flutter. So I'm giving the microphone to you, and let's begin.
Cool, thanks a lot. So I think I will have like 10 minutes extra. So just before we start with the presentation itself, let me introduce myself. So I'm Dominik, and I'm a GDE in Flutter, meaning Google Developer Expert. I've been working in Flutter for more than 2 years now, starting with early beta of Flutter. And right now I'm doing mostly freelancing and some consulting work. So today we're going to talk about the new Navigator, and this is kind of complex topic. So I will assume that most of you have used Flutter before, because there will be some concepts that require at least some basic knowledge, at least some basic experience with using Flutter. And navigation is something that is really broad topic. Like you can have a very different kind of navigation on mobile, different kind of navigation on desktop, and completely different patterns on web. And as you know, Flutter supports all of this and even more. If you wanna, you can even run Flutter on embedded systems. So it's very hard to come up with a solution that will solve all of these patterns and provide you with a way to, for instance, on web have always updated address bar, or on desktop to allow maybe some kind of deep linking behavior from other apps. Like let's say you receive a URL from somebody, and this should open the desktop application on a selected subpage. So this kind of things can behave very differently across platforms. And like we used to have this Navigator 1.0, or like the old Navigator, and it was working fine. People were building some tools around this, some libraries, but some people thought that it is not enough. So why should you even care about the new Navigator? So maybe let's compare this new Navigator with the old one. So the new one is called Navigator 2.0, and its promise is to provide declarative navigation in Flutter. And this is something like, it triggers some people, yeah, because if you say that something is declarative, it may mean that it's like a purely declarative way of navigation. But frankly, like the navigation itself is not declarative in a sense that you can navigate without some imperative code. The main declarativeness of the new Navigator is that it will construct all the pages that you requested to construct based on some kind of state. So most of you may remember this paradigm that in Flutter or in any declarative framework, and we had this talk about declarative thinking today. So in that declarative way, the UI should be a function of state and some other things, of course, but in general, if you have some kind of state, maybe in Redux or in your blog, then the UI should resemble this state visually. And declarative navigation means more or less this, that you have this layout of your navigation stack will represent some kind of state. In the most simple case, it will represent a list of pages in your Navigator. And if you remember, in the Navigator 1.0, we used to have this push, pop, push and remove, and so on methods. And you had to call them imperatively in your code to have some kind of, to add pages to the stack. Or if you would like to track some pages in your stack, you actually had to maybe make some navigation observer or find some other way to keep track of the pages that you pushed onto the stack. In New Navigator, this looks a bit differently. So we will start with the basic principles, and then we will go to more complex. So we have these two APIs. The first one, which is Pages API, and the second one, which is Router or Router widget. And the Pages API introduces something called Pages, and the pages can be provided to the Navigator, and Navigator will build the navigation stack based off of them. We also have something called transition delegate. We are going to talk about this today, and the router widget itself, which is like completely much more complex topic. And at the end, we are going to also discuss this one. And this is something really interesting, but will require some attention. So declarative management of pages. Some history at the beginning. So the discussions about New Navigator started last year, and there was this design document. You can find the link to the document on Flutter Dev, or there will be also a link at the end. And the main point was to introduce the declarative API to set history stack of the Navigator. This document was like broadly discussed, and the issue itself is already closed, but the work on the New Navigator is not over. The main parts of the Navigator are on stable channel, so the router widget and the Navigator Pages API, but some kind of default implementations that we can use are still not there. So there are also some bugs. So this is like a notice that the new API for Navigator is still not like first-class citizen, but hopefully soon it will be like ready to use. There will be some libraries around it. We'll see. So let's remind ourselves the imperative navigation. So for instance, you may remember that we used to like push new pages to the stack, and actually not pages, but routes. So we were pushing routes to the Navigator stack. And we actually had to define what kind of route it should be. We, of course, could have hidden this inside some kind of more, like some kind of enclosing object, like screen could have its own page. But in essence, you had to provide the route, in this case, material page route, which provides you the material transition animations and so on. And also, you could, for instance, make some kind of navigation in response to state changes. So very popular pattern was to make a block listener, which would respond to the changes of the state. So let's say you had a error state, and on this error state, you would push a new dialog or new page onto the stack to show some error. And also some people were using add post frame callback in their build methods just to push some pages. And for instance, you could also, if you wanted, like reset the stack to the one single page at the top or at the bottom of the stack, depending on how you look at this, on the bottom of the stack. So you had to use this kind of push and remove until method, and it was removing all the routes starting from the top until some condition was reached. So this, like, everybody is used to do this. You could have some kind of cleaner API for that. You could have some named routes for that. But in essence, you always had to like ask the Navigator to push or pop or do whatever else onto the navigation stack. With that, there are several problems. So first of all, the navigation was a bit unpredictable, especially if you had like a huge team of people and everybody could push new page onto the stack at any moment, or pop or whatever, or reset the stack. And your app had to be like resilient to all of these changes. Otherwise, you could have some unpredicted behavior. And even the simplest stack manipulations were difficult. So if you, let's say, would like to replace some page in the stack, I know it's not the common pattern, but some people actually need to make some changes to the navigation stack. Let's say if you receive a push notification and you need to rebuild your stack or something else. And this was kind of cumbersome to do. Then typical navigation approach was a bit hard to refactor. So let's say if you used Navigator that push and some material page route everywhere and haven't used named routes, then refactoring this or finding places where you actually add some pages was very difficult. So it was scattered all across the place. And one small issue that maybe some people had was that initial route could be only set once. However, like as I said, we are used to it and it seems natural now. All the Hello World applications are using navigation of context that push or pop or whatever, and it just works. And but some people were not happy with that, and here we have a new solution. Of course, if you are using this now, you can stick to that. It will still work. It is backwards compatible, so no worries. You should be good to like run your application with this like imperative API. But we have this new declarative navigator, and like three, let's say, promises are that you have full control over your navigation stack. The API should be declarative, and it should be backwards compatible with the imperative API. A nice thing about this is that like this declarativeness means also that the pages are immutable. So like even if you like want to change something, you have to provide, let's say, new list of pages to your navigator. And we'll see how it's done in a minute, and then we'll see some examples. Some people ask, why would you even need to make some changes to your stack this way? So I have few use cases. So rebuilding navigation stack in response to some events, to push notifications, to deep links. Maybe you have your desktop application that needs to respond to the new URL. Maybe, and this is more to the router, we will talk about this later, you have to rebuild your navigation stack because the URL address has changed. Yes, so people can change the URL address and you want to respond to that. Deep linking from push notification. And also one thing is that you can restore your app state and the stack state if your app gets killed or if the phone has crashed. So let's say you store your navigation stack as a, let's say, even basic list of strings or like serialized objects. And let's say on each navigation, you just save the state, and you can just restore the navigation stack whenever you need. There's also this thing called restoration framework, state restoration framework, that is being added right now to Flutter, but it's still not final version. But if you want, you can check out the state restoration. The link is in the presentation, and the presentation will be shared with you after the talk. And also, some use cases are with the navigation libraries. So some Flutter folks even say that this new API is designed to be used by library creators. Some people disagree, but we'll see. So I saw that a popular library called Fluro is going to adapt to new Navigator 2.0 soon. So simple case where you want to change your navigation stack with Navigator 2.0. So we have two pages, main page and details page, and we just want to add other page in between them. The use cases can be different, like depending on your client needs or whatever. The thing is that we just want to add a page under the current page. And in new Navigator, the only thing that you need to do is actually just to your list of pages, and we'll see this list in a second. You just need to insert a new page under the current one page. So under the index previous before the current one, and you just add your new material page. A material page is a special class from Flutter that provides us with a material page route. So all of these material transitions. And the other page is our custom widget that is being just inserted into the stack. And one important thing, after modifying the list, we need to notify listeners or set state, depending on the framework you use. It could be Mobex, it could be Redux or whatever. it doesn't matter. You just need to notify and rebuild the navigator to let it know that it needs to rebuild the navigation stack. And this is the real example. We just add new page and then other page beneath, and we navigate back, and this page is added. So these are the things that are very easy right now with new navigator. Before that, you could have done this, like you could pop and then push to pages, or mess with the routes in your navigator. But right now it's much easier. And let's say if you have this kind of use cases, you can like stop the presentation right now and just try to use it. But I really encourage you to just experiment with that. There's in the source samples, there's this example, and you can play around by yourself. So we had this high level overview of the new navigator. Let's break it down piece by piece. So first we'll start with the navigator itself, then with page, then transition delegate, and finally we're going to talk about router. So I've written here that this is more intuitive and powerful API. So this is available and stable. One important thing is that you need to add your navigator as home of your material app if you want to use this, because you have to have access to the navigator, and material app, like by default, is hiding the main navigator from you. So you have to provide your own navigator, and it will respond to changes of pages list that you provide there. So the navigator will detect that you added or removed page to the list of pages, and it will make all the transitions for you. And if you are using these pages in your navigator, you can still use the old way of adding routes. And these routes that you will add, so for instance, you have your navigator with your declarative list of pages, and if you like push new page using the old navigator way, then it will be added as a pageless route to the list of pages. But we'll see this in a second. So here's the source example. So if you want to use this new approach, you just need to provide the navigator as a home of your material app or your widgets app or Cupertino app, and you need to provide these two properties. The first one is pages. The second one is on-pop page. This is a callback, and this is required because you need to get notified that the page was popped, and you can accept this or reject. And if you accept, you also need to reflect this change in your list of pages that you store somewhere. You know? And like this list of pages that you see here needs to be stored somewhere. You know, like either your state, your change notifier, your Redux store, whatever. It just needs to be stored somewhere, and you provide this to your navigator. And you can also optionally provide transition delegate, and we're going to talk about this in a few minutes. Okay, here is like a full example. So when constructing, you need to provide explicitly your navigator as your home, and if you add something to this pages lists, so I create a new list unmodifiable of pages. You can also use list of pages or pages to list, whatever. The important thing is that this list should be a new instance on each rebuild. And you can also provide this custom transition delegate. And lastly, this last part on pop page, just to keep the pages in sync. Here, I just remove the element from pages list by calling pages.remove route settings. And routes, one important thing, right now, this new page class, like material page or some other pages, are actually implementing the route settings. So that's why I'm providing here route settings to the pages.remove, because this is actually the same instance of a page that was in the list of pages. Oh, I had some animation here. So Navigator compares the new list to the old one, then depending on the difference, it will make all the necessary transitions. And if you provide your transition delegate, you can decide whether some changes to your pages should be animated or not, and in what order. And in a second, we'll see some example how this can be useful. So let's talk briefly about the page itself. So page can be compared to the widget, and the relationship between page and route is the same or like similar as in widget to element. As this page is just a description of a route to be created. Description meaning that it needs to provide a widget to be built and some parameters of the route. So for instance, name. And Navigator inflates the route from page. So you don't have to do it on your own. You just need to provide your instance of a page. It could be just a page. It could be some your custom, like it could be some class extending page. In particular, it could be material page. And you can create the route behavior in the special create route method of the page. So let's say you have a list of pages. You can mix and match them. So I have my custom page, which is using a builder pattern, but below you can see material page, which is just using child. And my custom page implementation is very simple. It just has a constructor, builder, and necessary method called create route. You can also use the material page, custom builder page, transition builder page, and some other classes that can be useful when creating new pages. Then we have the transition delegate, and this guy is deciding how routes enter or exit the screen. So it will decide based on some conditions. Should the route transition be animated? Like this is like a let's say Boolean flag, yes or no. It doesn't actually make the animation. It just tells the navigator whether the given route transition needs to be animated. So the animation is defined in the route itself, and also in what order. And here we have this colorful example. So we have the details page, and we want to change our stack to have only other page. So we actually want to replace the top page. And this is like a tricky question. What should be the proper order of this replacement? So should the other page be pushed onto the stack, and the details page should be popped like without any animation, or should the details page be popped and reveal the other page? Yeah, and like it's undefined at this stage, so you need to have some defaults. So transition delegate will provide you with some defaults. Actually the real, like the default behavior will be this. So the new page will be pushed onto the stack, and the old page will be popped without any animation. You won't see the animation. It will be popped after the new page is on top of the stack. So, but you can, for instance, in some cases, you may need to have some different behavior when you replace the top page. And maybe you want the top page to be popped and reveal something. Or maybe have some kind of just no animation change. Let's say you need to just replace a page or maybe some page inside your navigation stack, and you don't want any animation. So actually the pages inside the stack will always be replaced without animation, but the top ones will be animated. And so let's say you want to replace like pop this, so you can create your own transition delegate. You can create your own transition delegate if you want to have no animation at all. And this, like this is kind of complex. I used to have like a code example here, but this is a very elaborate thing because you have like multiple properties that you need to check and iterate through all the pages. So if you want to see how you can implement transition delegate, there are some nice examples in the documentation, like the no animation transition delegate, but we won't have time today to deep dive into how to implement your own transition delegate. So by default, the page will be, so let's say here I just open details, and now I replace this page with other page, and this page is being pushed onto the stack. And this example is also included in the source sample. And finally, we have more than 20 minutes now, so hopefully we'll go through all the details about router. We have the router widget, and this is something that will be important to you if you have some custom behavior based on, let's say, web, or if you want to have your own URL address be updated in the address bar of the browser, or let's say you want to have some custom behavior of the physical button, back button on your device, or you want to have some kind of different handling of, let's say, push notifications, intents, or something like this, or deep links. So router is a new way to respond to navigation changes. And like if you've used, let's say, Flutter or some other navigation frameworks, you had a name conflict with the new stable release. But this is the name of the like this main widget that is very like interesting when we talk about new navigation. So one responsibility of the new router is to dispatch opening and closing pages of an application. This sounds very like taken from the documentation. It wraps Navigator. Also, if you implement your own router, you need to provide your own Navigator. And we'll do the same thing that we've done before with simple Navigator and Pages API. We're going to see in a second. So it just combines both of these words. And it will listen to the events from operating system and will respond to them. So if you have a new intent, new deep link, some hardware interaction, maybe you like some kind of on web, especially if somebody presses the back button in browser, this will respond to that. And the only thing that you need to like the first thing that you need to do is just to use a new constructor for your material app with the name constructor called router. And this is a bit different than it used to be with normal material app. So how a router actually works. So you have your material app, and in the material app you have a router widget, and in the router widget will create a navigator, and the navigator will keep track of the routes. And if you do something on, let's say, your topmost route, let's say you press a button, and this button will modify your navigation state. So again, you need to store your navigation state somewhere. You can use the app state. You can use some separate class, like some kind of block, some kind of MobX store or whatever. And after you change your state, the state needs to notify the router, or actually router delegate, and we're going to look into router delegates in a second. And it will notify the navigator, and navigator will rebuild the pages. So we have this like a circle of navigation, and this should resemble some kind of declarative approach to navigation. So we have like a top to bottom flow of the information, and the only thing that you need to do is to just change the state somewhere inside the app to reflect this in the navigation state. And this is like a huge diagram, and I always like laugh when I see this. So this is like a top design diagram of a new Navigator 2.0 router and all delegates that are included in that. So let's maybe take a look from the left side. So we have our operating system. It can be also considered like as a browser. And if you have a back button, it will pass all the information from this back button to your back button dispatcher. And we can ignore this for now because, like, let's say we just assume that we work on desktop or iOS or web. But this will be class that will be responsible for handling the back button. And on the bottom, you will see that there could be also some new intent or some initial route provided to your app. And this will be handled by route information provider. And route information provider is like a small class that just receives the information And we'll provide it later to the route information parser. And the route information parser is a class that you need to implement on your own when you use new router. And we're going to see some implementation in a minute. And in the route information parser, you receive some route information. It could be typed, so it doesn't have to be string. It could be typed information like some kind of class, serializable class. And this information is then passed to the router delegate. And router delegate is this master class that is responsible for dispatching the state changes to the navigator. And the router is also connected to your app state. It could be state in a widget. Again, it could be some change notifier. It could be some block, whatever you like. The thing is that it needs to be able to be notified and needs to notify about changes to the state. And there's also this router widget that is on top of everything. And depending on the delegate information, it will either reveal or if it needs, it will take a new navigator with new configuration for the rebuild. So this is like a high-level overview of the router flow. And here we have a default configuration of your material app router. So the provider is not necessary, the parser is necessary, delegate is required, and these two things you need to provide on your own. This is available on stable right now. So this native events that you receive, like push notifications, intents on Android, maybe soon we'll have some universal links on desktop, because right now it's not supported, but hopefully soon you will be able to also receive some deep links on desktop. Also, changes to the URL in web are handled by route information provider and potentially by back button dispatcher. So this will retrieve the initial route if such is requested by the system. This will listen to the new intents. On Android, it's like relatively obvious if you've used Android. On some different systems, like on iOS, you have your universal links, or I don't remember right now. And on web, you have your URL address changes. And if you request to pop your page, it will also provide this information that the page needs to be popped. API for the route information parser is relatively simple. You have these two methods. The first one is parse route information, and the second one is restore route information. The restore is used, for instance, on web, very useful, and we're going to see this in a second. And the parse route information is just parsing the provided route information and returning you with some kind of typed information about the path that needs to be shown. Here we have an example of the stock app, and the stock app is like a rewrite that's done by the Flutter team, and the link to that will be at the end, but we are going to also see some example from my application. Demo time. So let me just quickly change my screen to share something else. Okay, you should see my screen. Hopefully it's readable. Maybe let me increase the font size a bit so that you all can see what's going on here. This is a sample that is also available on GitHub. So if you wanna, you can go to this URL. I'm going to paste this into the chat. Somehow maybe someone can paste this. And this example will be used today, and we're going to look through some code. So I have like several approaches: Navigator 1.0, 2.0, and router. So we are going to maybe take a look at the Navigator 2.0 quickly. So here we have our main entry point. So important part, when you will run this, there are multiple entry points. main router and set state. So if you like don't want to use any change notifiers or whatever, you can also use set state. But the first one is using, and the second one are using change notifier, and I'm using provider to handle the changes. But you can also use some kind of other state management frameworks, whatever you like. And we have our main entry point. Here, the only important part is that I have my Navigator page, and I'm using a consumer from provider package. And this is important because I need to notify the page about changes to the navigation. There is like a slight issue with just Pages API, because you create your own navigator, and if you like tap on the back button, it will just close the app. So in order to prevent that, you can use this hack to just use will pop scope. And on will pop, you just check the navigator key here. And navigator key is provided also for the page manager. We're going to look at that into the second. And here we have our pages from our page manager. And we also provide the onPop page. And onPop page is only calling did pop on the page manager. This is a very simple case. So let's have a look at the page manager. This is just a change notifier. Here we have a getter for our pages. And important part here is that I'm always creating a new list every time anybody asks for this page. So you could also use some other constructor here, but this is important. And I'm using mixed pages. So sometimes I'm using my custom page, and you've seen this before. So this is just a custom page that is using material page route. Let's go back. And also I'm using material page. Important part is that you need to provide keys to the list of pages, because the navigator will distinguish pages by the type, but also by the key. So unique keys are important here. The main page will always use main page, but you can also use convenience unique key that will always return a unique key. Here I'm also creating some dynamic key. It doesn't matter. The important part is that you need to have some keys for your pages. And I have several methods on this page manager. And again, this sounds like just wrapping Navigator with some methods, and partially it is, but the important part is here. So let's say that I want to open a details page, and the only thing that I actually do is just add new page to my list of pages. And this could be also solved a bit differently, but like I don't have to call some method on Navigator. And then I also, of course, notify listeners. And here's the example with the Navigator 2.0. Let me maybe increase this a bit. And if I open my details, this is called, and the details page is added. Then let's say I have add another page beneath, and this is parameterized. So if you provide a page, it will just add a new page beneath, but you can also make your own decision, whatever. So let me maybe add other screen beneath with the new navigator. Nothing changed because it was done below the current page in the stack. But believe me, the page was inserted. And if we go back, here it is. The other page was added, the other screen. And I can also push new two pages. And this is also in old way, you could just call push twice and it would work. But one issue is that actually both of these pages would be animated when you push them. So here, the difference is that the only page that is animated is the details page. And here I have this. So this was like a quick overview. You can also, let's say, add new pages and maybe make this page a root page. And as you can see, the back button is gone because this page is now a root, because I removed all of the pages until the last one. Maybe put the main page back again. So as you can see, the manipulation of stack is very easy here. And like, it took me a while to understand everything and how to do it, and also find some solutions. Like here you saw in the main screen, I had to find, like, thanks to Simon Lightfoot mostly, like I found this solution to handle the back button. This is some inconvenience. It could have been added in the docs maybe, but yeah, this is some kind of problems. There are also some others, like you need to make sure, like because this navigator can be recreated, so your page storage, so scroll position, can be lost if you don't use stateful widget here. I'm not using, but if I had some scroll, it would be lost. So you have to make sure that you tested this. But yeah, this is only Pages API, no router, nothing at all. So maybe let's go to the router example now. So I have another entry point in the app, and if you take a look at the file, you will see the app, and here we are using this material app router, and the main difference is that we don't provide home, but we provide two things. First one is router delegate, and the second one is route information parser. So these two things are required. And maybe take a look. Let's take a look at the router delegate. Here it is. So just below. And important part is that it extends router delegate. We also add change notifier mixin, and we also add pop navigator router delegate mixin. This type here is a type that I am going to use for my type information for a path. So quick look. And this tab, the app path, is also inspired by Andrew Couts, and this is just storing the ID of the page and some getters. And thanks to that, I won't have to handle strings when handling different paths. It will just provide me a typed information in form of this class. Important part is that I need to instantiate my page manager and then add this page manager listener that will call the notify listeners. You don't have to do it. You can do all of these things that I do here in your router delegate, and it will be completely fine. Like, this is just my way, and I just want to extract some logic that is behind changing pages and to make it more obvious that I'm actually changing the list of pages. And then the only thing that I will do in the delegate will be to notify the delegate that something changed. And here is also my consumer. I guess right now maybe I don't have this consumer here because I have here, but I would have to check this. But either way, I have my consumer and also provider. And the navigator key is taken from the where is it taken from? From the page manager navigator key. So the page manager is also storing the navigator key in this case. You could also just instantiate this here and it would work. And my current configuration of the path is also taken from the current path of page manager. So I'm just extracting all of the logic to this page manager so that this delegate right now is just having from 38 to 87. Yeah, so around 50 lines, where most of these lines are comments or braces. So nothing really special, and also on pop page, and that's all. So delegate, even though it's like a master class here, it's just a very simple implementation that does nothing fancy. This is important, and we're going to see some importances of that later. So then we have our route page manager. Like manager, everything is a manager. If you don't know how to call something, you will call it manager. And it also extends change notifier. And this is like a convenience method. We have our getter for the pages. We also keep the instance of the list here. And this is pre-populated with one main screen using main screen. And also here I'm providing a name. You could also simplify this. Maybe you could have some convenience class that will create this for you. For like some kind of clarity, I'm creating this explicitly. Then we have this getter for current path, and I didn't know how to like make it more clean. Like I didn't have time, but I created this global method called parse route. This is also inspired by some samples by Andrew and Simon. And I'm just parsing the URLs if there are some details, and if it matches the URL for details, it will return the details for the ID or unknown page. You can extend this however you want. And here are some of my methods. I can open details and reset to home and also add new details below. So very similar to what we had before in the Navigator. And also important is a method that will be used to set new route path based on the information from the router information provider. So if we know that the app is unknown, we will return 404. Otherwise, we'll return details. Or if we want to go to the home page, and this is my choice, you could just push new page to the stack. But what I do here, I just remove all of the pages and reset them to the home page if somebody wants to go to home. And that's all, actually, for the manager. And I guess I have like 5 minutes more. So in this 5 minutes, quickly, let me show you the parser. Parser is receiving the typed information about path. So this is very convenient. And when it restores, and also it will return the information from the route information provider. And this is, again, used, this global method is used to parse the URI. And that's all that's needed for handling the pages. We have these pages, but it's like not important at all because they are just widgets with some buttons. And let me quickly show the example in live. So this is very fun thing because this is in web. Web is like in beta or alpha, but you can have fun with that. So we have our main page. I'm using router here, and I can open details. And important part is that, I don't know if I can increase the size of that, but the address bar changed to details/1. I can open again. I can add new details below. So notice this is 5 now. I add new details below, go back. This is 6. This is 4. I can reset to home. And that's all. And I guess this should also work. Yeah. So this also works. So I can go back and forth because the navigation stack is stored through the router delegate and route page manager. And like, frankly, the whole app has like the router part has 200 lines where some of this is just comments. And with that, you get this really nice behavior that is like much more convenient than handling some things manually. Of course, it takes some time to understand everything, but I hope that these samples will show you all that you need. Let me go back quickly to the presentation. So we just scratched the surface. Like you can do whatever you want. So Remy once posted that maybe he should make a navigator because like some people just don't feel that this is good enough or like convenient enough for library creators. I'm also not convinced that this should be used all the places. Like you should be good without even using the router for the most of applications. But sometimes, especially when you start with web, you can leverage all the possibilities that router gives you. This is all that I wanted to share with you today. My time is almost over. So if you have any questions, I'm here for you. The sample is available on GitHub. So this is Navigator 2.0 example. Here's also the link. I will post a link to the slides on my Twitter so that you can find all of that. My Twitter is Orestes Gaolin or Ristis Gaolin. You can find me also by my first and last name. So that's all. Thanks a lot. Are there any questions?
We actually have one question from the Tuskar. When you push another route under the current one, would the routes below the rebuild?
I don't know. Perhaps. I'm not sure. And this is like they shouldn't, but I'm not sure. And right now I would have to check.
Okay.
And even, yes, that it shouldn't matter because your page should be able to rebuild anytime.
That is true. Right. Thank you so much for the presentation. That was really cool. Really appreciate
Thanks a lot.
it.
Thanks a lot.
Good one. All right. So I think we are ready for our next speaker. I just wanted to welcome Nav, and he will be presenting on accessibility in Android World. So I'm giving you the microphone and let's start.
Okay, thank you. So, hi everyone. My name is Nav, and I'm working as an Android software engineer at Manulife, and also organizer for GDG Montreal in Canada. So I would like to welcome all of you in GDG Devfest Poland 2020, and I hope you all enjoying our first virtual Devfest. So in this talk, I would like to discuss a very important topic in today's world, which is about accessibility. And specifically, I will cover it's in Android, like how we can make sure our apps are accessible to all those who having some kind of disabilities. So let's get started. So first we will see what actually accessibility means in terms of our applications, or in just in basic terms. So it's about making sure like the users, like whoever is using our app or having some kind of disabilities like limited vision or physical impairments, they can use our applications as the normal people use it. So it's basically, it helps us to help people, those who have any kind of disability, to use the technology to make their life more easier. So what's the impact of accessibility, or we can say what's how it affects our applications or our products if we able to add it into our products. The first is the major advantages. It increased your app's reach. So according to the World Bank, it's 15% of the world's population. It has some type of disability, which is like a huge number. And people with disability, they also like want to use technology for their day-to-day lives, like ordering food, or visiting any websites or whatever. Like whatever we want to do, they also have some kind of same kind of feelings or whatever related to the technology. They want to use social media and all that stuff. So we trying with them using accessibility, we try to use it to make them feel understandable, or I can simply say to make our apps to reach to them too. And the second thing, it's also improving our app's versatility. So it's not about only helping the people, those who have disability in our disabilities, but it also provides a lot more ways to the normal users to interact with our app. They can use tools like screen readers, or hardcore like the keyboards or mouse pads, or many other tools are available there. They can use it for when they try to navigate through your app. So this is another plus point for integrating accessibility in our applications. So the next thing is like how in Android applications we can enable accessibility, or how we can make sure everyone can use our applications. So one of the main ways of enabling Android accessibility is by allowing user to hear the spoken feedback, whatever content is visible or it's available on the screen at a current given specific time. So the spoken feedback, it's basically provided by an accessibility service which is called Talkback, and it's freely available on Google Play. And right now, almost all the Android devices, they comes with the pre-installed it. But if you didn't find it, you can go to Play Store and just search for it, and it will be freely available, and you can download and start playing with it. and you can test the existing apps like Facebook or whatever. Like if you might find some accessibility issues, and you can actually feel how the people, those who have disability, can use the technology. And the next step is like how we can make sure that our applications are accessible, or how we can actually integrate, like in terms of code or design. So we will see that. So the first one is the task flows, like design the well-defined and clear task flows with minimal navigation steps, specifically for major user tasks, and make sure those tasks are like navigable via focus controls. So when we are designing our UIs, we need to make sure that we are also taking care of how user can navigate through, like when they are using any external devices rather than just a soft input. And there are some XML properties that we can add. Basically, the talkback, what it do is like when we it renders the UI, it creates the tree accessibility nodes, and it simply traverse the views as they shows on the screen. So how you are designing your layout, if you, let's say you have 4 components, it will go one by one how you actually added into the layout. But if you want to customize that, you can add the properties into those specific views, like which view you want to move next, and then the accessibility, the talkback will go accordingly. And the second is the action target size. So according to the recommendations, it must be a minimum of 48 dips, like height and width, for all the clickable actions, like wherever user can, if there is any buttons or image buttons, or we also sometimes providing the text links for like opening some kind of web views. So we need to make sure that the minimum height of those views should be a 48 dips. And this is the most important one, the labeling the user interface controls. So if user is using talkback and we have some views and we didn't provide any information about that view, so sometimes we have only decorative views like image views, or we are just showing some kind of images, or any view just for the decorative purpose. If you are having anything related to the only just for decorative purposes, we must make sure that it's also accessible. So there are a few ways how you can do. So if you see in the blue text, it's Android contact description. This is the XML property that you can add in any XML, any Android view, like edit text, images, or whichever view you want to set any description. Basically, for the text views or the edit text, the talkback will speak whatever is the text you have set for those views. But for for the images, if you have only decorative, either you can set it to skip those views when the talkback is enabled, or you need to set the contact description. And you can from the code, from the Kotlin or Java, you can use the set content description to provide this information for the accessibility service. And the next is enable the focus based navigation. So that I already explained, like when user tries to use D-pads or trackballs or keyboards, you need to make sure that your UI behave as expected, like it should move to the next view as you expected. Like if you have login screen, like let's say you have name or user ID or password, from the user ID it should go to the user password, and so on and so forth. Like next move should be to the login button, or if you have that icons just to hide the password or to show the password. So to making sure that the navigation is behaving properly, you should either draw the layout accordingly, like adding the views, username, password, and then the sign in button under the password button. But if you have something custom, you need to make sure that you added the navigation properties to the views so that they behave properly. So that's all about the accessibility, like what are the main issues and how we can resolve that. And in this, from now, we will see how we can implement it in our applications. So I just grabbed few code samples. The first one is, as I explained, so I have image button and I set the source and ID. That's just, as you know, these are the common properties. The third one is the main important property, which is a content description, and I set it to the string resource. It refers to the string value of add node description. So whenever the talkback is enabled and user moves to that particular field, particular image button, it will speak about like what actually this image button is going to be do for them. So they will understand better like what add node is going to do. So this is the property that you can add for the images or image view or image button, like on any view. This is only a one sample case use case for image button. And next is the text view. And sometimes as I told you, like sometimes we want to just to skip some views from the UI or from our tree accessibility tree. So there is a property called the forkable. If you set it to false, the talkback will skip this view. And the forkable property is still valid, but from now on in the Android P or the higher versions, there is a property called screen reader focusable. So if you set it to true, it's still focusable in a normal view, like I mean when the talkback is not enabled. But when it's enabled, as it says screen reader focusable is true. And the target API, if you see, I added just to make sure that just to inform you guys, like it's for P or higher versions of Android. And if you set it to true, it will be visible to the talkback, or otherwise no. And then if you have used the web, and there are sometimes like we want to treat some views or some components of some text as a headings. So from Android version 8P, same like a screen reader focusable, they added a new property to the XML. It's called accessibility heading. And if you set it to true, the talkback, it will treat that a particular text view as a heading for the current accessibility tree. And otherwise, if your application is supporting lower versions like API 23 or 26 or even 27, then you can set the simply content description, like using the setter for content description from your code to treat it as like a heading for the lower APIs. But if you are just targeting P or higher, you can simply set this property in your XML layouts, and then you can move from there. And these are the another sample use cases. Like there are different properties that you can add. So let's go from the left side. So as I told you, we need to make sure that the D-pads or trackballs or keyboards, when user trying to use your app with those devices, there are properties that you can set on a particular given view, like where to move for the next in the hierarchy of your UI. So the first I set the next focus forward. Like although I render this UI as like if you see hello world and then hello world 2, then 3, but I want to move to the next hello world 3 before moving to hello world 2. So in this case, I set next focus forward here, and same here I set before moving to like hello world 3, I want to focus to image decorative, which is the last component in our view right now here. And same here in the image view, as I described, if you just want to, if it's just a decorative purpose and you don't want to talk back to process it, you can set the content description to null, or there is a property called important for accessibility, I guess, and you can set that to false. But this is like there are two ways, but this is the one of them. Like you can set the content description to null, and talkback will not process that view. And second is in this example, I set the text view. There is a property called label for, and I set this text view username label. So if I designed one UI, like it has a text view, like the label for username, and then the edit text where user can enter the username, and then password label, and then the password entry. And I set this text view as a label for username entry. So this is basically when talkback comes to this or comes to edit text, it treat it as a label for this one. So it will not speak them like a, they treat them as a group, and they both are basically linked, and when treated as a group when talkback is enabled in your application. And next is the first example here. This is very important. Like sometimes what happens, like if we have error messages and those are not always visible to the user. So something went wrong, user entered wrong password, or maybe uploading files doesn't work, and we need to show some kind of messages that comes randomly on the screen, right? So there is a property called accessibility live region, and what it does is like there are three options. You can set it to assertive or none or polite. So let's say this text to be changed. This is an error message that I need to show when user entered wrong password. So what this property basically does, like if talkback is on and you did something, and when it comes to the screen and talkback is already speaking something. So let's say you are on the password field and it's speaking the password, but randomly this text view shows up into the UI. The property, if it sets to assertive, it will taking the higher presidency over whatever the talkback is speaking right now. So they will just start speaking about this view's content. And if you said none, it will not speak it in any case. So it will simply lays down to the UI, and then it will be there, and talkback will not process it. But if you set it to polite, the talkback, whatever it's doing right now, it will finish that work. Like if it will finish the password speaking, and then it knows that there is something shows up in the UI that they need to that needs to be taken care of. So then it will speak it after. So these are the three properties that you can three options for that. And the second one example, it's a grouping of items. So this is basically very important when we have list views, or I can say recycler view nowadays we are using for showing multiple same entries in our list views like contacts or whatever. So if you want to group items, so sometimes we have examples like we are showing like a name, like a label, and then the item. So maybe quantity and then the items next to them, like how many. So we show like 2. So if you want to process those two things like together, you can just wrap them in a one layout, and then set the screen reader focusable true or the focusable true in the second layout here. If you see here, this both are same, but this is available only for P or Hive, and all the inner views or the sub views of that parent layout will be treated as a one group for the talkback. When talkback is enabled, it will speak them both at the same time. It will not traverse them like a single, like first it goes to the first text view, then second. So it's just go to the parent layout and speak whatever content is there in there. And this is a few examples how you can add your different accessibility properties to your views if you are if you want to make sure that your app is accessible for all the users. That if there is anyone having disability, it will help them to navigate easily. So that's all about the implementation, like how you can add the different properties to make the disability people's life easier. But the next is how we can test our app's accessibility. Like we added the properties, but we need to make sure that it actually works, right? So let's check what are the different ways we have to make sure it actually works. So there are many ways. There is a manual testing, and then there are some analysis tools. Then there is automated testing and user testing. So let's go through one by one. So the first one is manual testing. You just install your app on any of the devices, or even you can install it in your product emulators if you don't have any real device. And then you can just grab the talkback and install it into your emulators, and then start playing with your apps from there. And go one by one on your screens, like see if it works or not. And then the testing with analysis tools. There are some many tools right now available in the market, but the main or the free available tools are accessibility scanner and the talkback. Those are both are available on the Play Store. If you go there, and you can simply install it into your devices, and from there on you can just enable them and test your apps. Maybe I can show you the how it's look like, the accessibility scanner one. So this is basically right now my real device, and I already installed it. But if you search for accessibility scanner, it's there, and you can just download it and then go from there. And this is how you can enable it. So once you enabled it, now you can see this blue icon. It's for the accessibility scanner, and it will show. There is a settings if you want to disable it. But if I enabled it right now, and if I go to any application that I want to test, so let's run one app and we will see see how it works. So right now app is installing. We will see. Or maybe in the meantime, I can just open one random app and we can see how it actually works. So let's say you have this sample app in your device, and you just open the page you want to test, and you can just tap on this. And there are two options. You can either record the video or you can just take the snapshot. So in my case, I will take the snapshot. So this UI is good, and there is no suggestions from the scanner. But if there is any issues, it will explain you like what are the issues, if there is any color contrast issues or size issue or whatever. So if there is any issues, it will show you there. Yeah. So in this case, I actually created the layout like so that you can actually see what are the issues or how accessibility scanner works. So you see it highlights all those fields. Those are having a few issues in your layout. And you can see here there is a sharing option. If you want to share with your team or whatever, there are multiple options. So these are the basically 4 issues. When you tap on them, the first one is the text contrast. So it will give you the explanation too. So this is your current foreground color, background color is this. For the hello espresso text, that is here. And this is the current contrast ratio, and suggested one is this one. This one you need to fix. And then the touch target that I already explained you, like minimum should be 48 dips. So this is the tiny button which opens the web browser in our app. But right now I just make it very small just to make sure that we can actually catch this using the scanner. So it's right now it's 24 dips, and same for the next one is text contrast, and same here, text contrast. So these are the easiest way that how you can actually use this tool to test your accessibility issues in your application. Yeah, so let's go back to the slides. So this is the talkback is already there. I explained you just enable it and just navigate through the through your gestures and see if everything is works fine or not. And then the automated test. In this case, we have Espresso, and if you are already familiar with UI testing in Android, you can use Espresso or Roboelectric. So I haven't used Roboelectric much, but I added. I will show you one sample case how accessibility testing can be integrated into your already existed UI tests for Espresso. And the last one is user testing. Just get some people on board for testing purpose and hand over your application to them and see how it will work. And the last one is pre-launch report. It's on a Google Play. When you actually submit your app, when the Play Store is processing your app, like the Google Play, they generate one report if there are any issues, and there is a specific section which actually gives you the information about if there are any accessibility issues in your application. So this is really helpful if, like, before actually launching your application to the production, you can just take one additional day into your site just to make sure if there are any minor issues or any critical issues related to the accessibility before hitting the production, before hit the public. You can just fix them on the way. So I written it in the code. I added the Kotlin samples. So if you already have the UI tests exist, you need to add the companion object in your existing test. And these two annotations required for accessibility to be enabled for your test. Like before class, it should run before class, and then the JVM static, which is to make this function visible to the JVM as a static function. And accessibility checks.enable. This is the only one line that you need to add just to test all the UI issues in your automation tests. And on the other hand, here there are multiple options that you can set. The first two I set like enable, and then I apply on top of that like suppressing result matches. So if there is any issues on the given ID, in here I given that the text to be changed the ID. So if there is any color contrast issues related to this ID, I just want to ignore accessibility to ignore that issues. And then I set the next function is basically set run checks from root view. So it basically go from the root from your layout. So it goes through every view. It's not just for one specific view. So this is the line it's missing here. So it's only enabled for one given method, one given view. So once your test is start running, it will check only that view. But in this case, it will go through all the views for your hierarchy and will go from there. So these are the two. It's a very easily integrated, and it's provided by the accessibility dependency from Espresso. So now I can demo you some code for this one, and these are the few references for the accessibility that you can go through and easily integrate it into your app. So let's check the code for the testing, how accessibility tests work and how error is going to look like if a test fails. So the cool thing for if you are using the Android Studio right now, the accessibility scanner, I can say not more required. Yeah, like you can catch accessibility related issues very early stage of your development. So right now I'm using Canary version of Android Studio. I think it's yeah, it's a 4.2 Canary version build 13. So if right now if you see there is a little tiny icon here, this is the accessibility scanner which is integrated into your Android Studio. So if you just design your layout, so let's say you get the design from your designer and it's there, and actually you develop the UI here, you written your all the layout code and everything looks fine, and you can simply run the accessibility scanner during the development, and you can see here it shows me all the issues that I have that I just show you before using the accessibility scanner. Like after you're done with your development, now here you can see, and it gives you the full explanation that we saw before, like make it 48 dips, the button and the low contrast, and then they set the image, and it also whenever you're selecting the specific issue, it highlights the related view in the design. So it highlights this image, and I didn't added the content description to that. And now it has accessible color contrast issues. So you can fix those issues during the development. And accessibility test is here. So I written one test here. It simply goes to that button, that open browser button that I shows you, very small tiny button. and perform the click action. So we will see how it's gonna work in how it shows the issues in our accessibility. So right now I set it to be like, don't show me any issues related to that particular field if there is any color contrast issues. So it will only shows me any other issues if there are any. So let's run that test. So the test is finished, and if you see down in, it shows me the test, my test is failing. So let's see why it's failing. So if you see here, so it says there is one accessibility error because I set the suppressing rule that don't show me any color contrast issues related to the first field. So what it shows me, like the ID, the resource name is this, that tiny button, which is visible, and all the properties it shows me for that view. And then if you see here, it says like, it gives me the issues like what's the minimum touch target size is like this 48 dips, but actual size is 24 by 24. And if you can go back and you can just grab that button, and here I can change it to 48 dips. And so wrap is running, we can test accessibility check test. Let's run that test. Oh, it's still failing. Let's check what's the issue. And we can. Oh, I think it's running the application, that's why. Yeah, so basically it's the issues you can right now, there is some issue with the test, but if you find any issues, like as it says that it should be 48 dips, you can easily set it to easily fix those issues by just setting the width and height. And there are a few other options just to make sure that it should never go beyond the 48. There are options like setting the min height, or you can set at least always be make sure that it should not go beyond the required one. So min height and min width you can set into any of your views. And the next one is the issue like the scanner shows like the content description is missing. So here that I already explained to you, like you can set either it to be null, so that talkback will not create any issues. So as I fixed that one, if you see in the scanner side, it's already removed from there. And then there is an option called important for accessibility, the first one. And there are a few options, no hide descendants or auto, or you can simply say no, and then you can remove this, and you see the accessibility scanner now have only those two issues related to the color contrast. And that's all about the testing. And one last thing, I still have a few minutes. So last thing is like when we have things like cool design, like right now in Android or like even in iOS or Flutter, we are using material design components, and make sure that like before integrating those things into your application, you need to make sure that they are working fine with accessibility too. So right now this text box, it has like a counter if you see here. So right now I am using material version 1.0.0, and it has a issue with accessibility. Like whenever I try to use it, it doesn't work it has some issues. Let me check if I can show you that.
Name, edit box.
So if you're able
Double
to
tap to edit text, double tap and hold to long press. Edit options available. Use swipe. Character limit exceeded 0 of 30.
so it actually is saying like character limit is exceeded 0 out of 30. So if you see there is nothing entered yet, right? So this is the accessibility issue. So if your user is using and you are using that library version 1.0.0, it has that issue. And it happened with me in like when I'm working at my company, we get some like a design for showing the counter with the text views. And then at the end, when we like almost going to hit the production core or like the public version of our app, we figured it out like it doesn't gonna work with the talkback. So then I created open an issue for the material design team, and then this issue is now resolved. And if we update this library, this is the recent version of that. So all done. Let's run it again.
Apps list. Espresso accessibility S. Keep stopping. App info button. Double tap to activate.
Yeah, so you need to update the styles because the API the version 1.2.1, it has some new designs that are only existed or in the styles if you see, but right now I don't have that much time. So, but you can simply go to the styles and just change your style here from app compat to material components, and we can say bridge. And if I can say if it works, we can say if it works or not.
Pixel launcher. Scanner has one notification. Apps list. Espresso accessibility sample. Hello
So
Espresso.
I just updated the design to this.
Oh, name. Characters entered 0 of 30.
So now it works fine. It says character entered 0 out of 30. So actually user can understand like required one is like there is a limit and what's actually entered. So if you enter something here.
F. Characters entered 1 of 30.
So now it says 1 of 30, which is like as expected. So before actually doing something with the cool designs, we need to make sure that our applications are accessible. So this is all about the accessibility. This is just a brief overview, but there are there is a more advanced use cases for like recycler view items where you can customize the click actions. Like if you want to say something customized rather than whatever is visible to the screen. So you can do that also. So I added all the references in the slides. You can go from there and read and implement whatever you want. So that's all from my side. Thank you, everyone. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
We have a couple of questions, so let's do it very quickly. Pavel is asking if there is some summary how deeply Android MXL properties support VCAG/VAI requirements, and maybe there is an information about the version of VCAG/VAI supported by accessibility attributes.
Yeah, actually, it supports the in the references there is accessibility guidelines, and it mentioned it supports the version. I didn't remember the specific version, but I remember there is a version. I think 2. When I last checked, it was 2 point something. But yeah, all the XML attributes or the Android accessibility, they keep in mind the how it can be like the supporting the version of WCAG. Yeah, it's mentioned in the docs. Yeah. Supporting those to make sure that it works as expected.
All right. Marek asked, do you have experience with implementing app with the voice control, what to use in Android or with readers?
No, No, I never have any experience yet, like using it with voice controls. Yeah.
Okay, and when it comes to readers, Pavel asks service text to voice, which reads screen content. I think we just did that, right?
Yeah, but the thing is like which reads the screen content, that is like a talkback that we can install it from the Play Store. That is how it is gonna work. Like as I shows in the demos, like I enable the talkback and it's reading the content for me. But it's not a service text to voice, so I didn't having an experience with that kind of services yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so that's all for the questions. Thank you so much, Nav, for this amazing presentation. It was a true pleasure, and enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a nice day. Bye.
Okay, so right now we have our next speaker already waiting, Ashita Prasad. I hope that I'm pronouncing it right. I checked with Google Translate before just not to make the mistake.
You're pronouncing it.
The title of this presentation is Navigating the Flutter Ecosystem Journey from Package Discovery to Publishing and Beyond. So I'm giving microphone back to you, and let's all enjoy this presentation. Are you going to share the screen?
Yes, I'm going to share the screen. Yes.
Okay, so if you can start sharing, then I will just add it to the stream.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so let's start. Thank you.
So, hi everyone, I am Ashita, and today I'm going to talk about how one can navigate the Flutter ecosystem, starting from package discovery to publishing and beyond. So, before we begin with today's talk, I would like to give a brief introduction about myself. I'm a consultant by profession and a product person at heart. And I'm also the creator of Flutter Gems, which is currently being used by more than 15,000 developers across the globe. So let's start with a brief overview of Flutter for people who are new to this technology. Flutter is Google's cross-platform UI toolkit. With a single source code base, you can ship your apps across mobile, web, and desktop. For mobile, you can build your apps across both iOS and Android. For web, you can seamlessly access your apps across all major web browsers, including Edge, Safari, Chrome, Firefox, and Opera. And for desktop, you can build your apps for Windows, macOS, Chrome OS, and Linux. Now, because you have a single source code base, it results in faster development cycles. Not only this, Flutter also has a hot reload feature, which is a very useful debugging feature, and it greatly increases the developer's efficiency. Flutter also has a large library of widgets, which enables us to make expressive and beautiful UIs. Now, unlike other cross-platform UI toolkits available in the market, Flutter directly compiles its code to native code, which results in a very high performance. And lastly, it is based on a very easy to learn Dart programming language, which was also developed by Google. Flutter is relatively young. It's only been 3 years since the first alpha release of Flutter, and in such a short span of time, it has completely taken the world by storm. In April 2020, we had 50,000 apps on Google Play Store, and in the next 3 months, that number rose to an overwhelming 90,000. Flutter is becoming a preferred choice for startups, small medium enterprises, and large-scale businesses alike. To understand the power and scalability of Flutter, let's see a few real-world examples. Dream 11. So, Dream 11 is India's biggest fantasy sports platform, which is currently sponsoring India's biggest sporting event called the IPL. Now, Dream 11 is entirely built on Flutter, and it boasts of 100 million users. So you can just understand how scalable your apps are when you make them with Flutter. Google Pay. As you must have recently heard, Google Pay has completely migrated to Flutter. Now, what made them choose Flutter? Because once they write a code in Dart, they can deploy it across both iOS and Android and give their customers the same seamless experience across both platforms. JIT compiler with hot reload, it enables a very rapid iteration on UI and it tremendously increases the developer's efficiency. And third, an ahead of time compilation ensures a high performance deployment. Now coming to the next category of apps which are nowadays rising a lot, the smart apps category. So Philips Hue, a lot of you might have heard about this app. Now Philips Hue is completely built on Flutter. Now what made a large scale business like Philips choose Flutter for their development? The fact that Flutter has a vast number of packages which provide functionality for Wi-Fi, BLE, Bluetooth, NFC, and beacon, made them choose Flutter. And this is one of the reasons why Flutter is leading in the category of IoT and smart home apps. So Flutter is much more than just an engine, a set of widgets, and some tools. It includes a large ecosystem of packages which can add functionality to your app beyond what comes out of the box. Just Dart and Flutter have more than 12,000 plus packages on PubDev. And maneuvering this vast landscape to find the right package for your requirement is often a daunting task. So to understand this dilemma better, let's undertake a developer's journey. So what is the first step in a developer's journey? It is gathering requirement. And as we all know that a picture is worth more than 1,000 words. So usually the developer begins by gathering requirement and he tries to draw up a crude mock-up of the requirement. Now that can be done either on pen and paper as shown, or you could use some wireframing tools like Figma, etc. to build it on a computer. Now, thanks to material design specifications, we now have a formal language for the UI elements. So the next obvious step for the developer is try to map the mockup that he has made into material design terms or material design components. So like he'll try to figure out that he should add an app bar, a navigation bar, a drawer, etc. But let's say the product manager comes and gives a requirement like this. As you can see, it's a grid-based layout, much similar to Pinterest. There are images, there is text, there are images, and there are social media reaction buttons. So how do you express this in words? Or say there is a requirement where your product manager comes and says that he wants this sort of a UI, where there is a slider in between and you have an image on the left and an image on the right. So it's a movable slider which is supposed to move from left to right. So expressing these requirements in words is quite difficult. And that is when the hunt begins. How do you express that widget in words? So let's take the example of image slider. So the first obvious step for any developer is to go to PubDev and try out basic keywords. So as you can see, we have two images on the left and the right. So the first obvious reaction will be to try out image. So if you see the packages that come when you search image is to load, manipulate, and save images, to support placeholders, to load larger images, etc. Now, this is not what you are looking for, clearly. Let's try putting image slider. So when you put image slider, you do get a package name image slider. But if you read through the description, you'll realize this is not what you are looking for, because this just lets you slide across images. And we don't want that. We want a movable slider which should move between two images and show us the left and the right part. Or a Carousel Pro, if you see. This is much similar to a splash screen, which you see when you first install an app. So this is not what we are looking for. So PubDev couldn't give the result that we wanted. So before analyzing why PubDev couldn't give our result, let's take a step back and see how search at PubDev works. So packages on PubDev are sorted based on search relevance, which is the text that you input in the search bar, and individual package scores. Now, individual package scores is based on 3 parameters. Likes, which is a measure of how many developers actually like your package. It gives a very raw sentiment of a package from peer developers. Popularity, which tells how many people or developers are actually using your package. And third is pub points. Pub points is more of a quality measure, which is based on various dimensions like documentation, code style, maintainability, platform support, etc. Now, when you don't get your required package on PubDev, you go on various forums and you try to post the image of the UI that you are looking for. This approach might or might not give you the required package, but the cycle involved is often too long. So what if I tell you that there is a visual discovery platform that can aid you in your hunt? Because as we all know that a picture is worth more than 1,000 words. So this is where Flutter Gems comes to your rescue. Flutter Gems is a Flutter package landscape guide comprising 1,500 plus neatly categorized packages based on functionality. So as you can see on the screen, there are a lot of categories and you can easily go through them and pick the package that you want. So you can head to fluttergems.dev to explore the platform. Now let's come to our problem. The grid-based layout that we were looking at, Pinterest. So if you go to Flutter Gems, there's a category called grid, and when you go inside the category, you will find that there are 4 packages: Flutter Staggered Grid View, Drag Select Grid View, Flutter Layout Grid, and Waterfall Flow. So if you look closely, Waterfall Flow completely resembles your requirement. It is the exact package that you were looking for. You could even use Flutter Staggered Grid View, which is also similar. But if you look at this, Waterfall Flow is the exact solution. You will not have to do any changes and you can just plug and play this package and build the Pinterest sort of UI that you were looking. So coming down to Waterfall Flow, using PubDev is very, very difficult because what are you actually looking for? Grid-based layout. But the name Waterfall Flow is not intuitive. And also, it doesn't have a large number of likes. So like Flutter Staggered Grid View has 387 likes. So if you go through PubDev, that is the probable value that you will see. But Waterfall Flow has low number of likes because maybe that a lot of people did not need that package, but it meets your requirements. So if you use Flutter Gems, you can within 10 to 15 seconds get down to the package that you want. Now coming to our second example, image slider. So there's a category image on Flutter Gems, and if you go inside that, you will find a package named before after. Now this has a movable slider with image on both the sides. Now this is again what you were looking for. But coming down to the name before after, using PubDev is really difficult. And this is where Flutter Gems is going to help you. Now let's try to understand the product development process as such. It is not a straightforward linear process where a product manager comes and gives the developer certain requirements and he just develops it. It's a collaborative effort. Often product managers are not fully aware of the technical capabilities the platform is capable of. So say you as a product developer are glancing through Flutter gems and you see that a new UI category has come up, new morphic UI. You figure out that some of the elements, or say your entire app, can be migrated to this UI, and it is going to result in a better user experience. You can go and let your product manager know, and you can actually contribute to the entire product development process. Similarly, floating action button. This is one of the most commonly used widgets across all apps, but there are a lot of variants available. Again, as a product manager, one might not be aware of the power Flutter has. And in that case, when you glance through Flutter gems, you can see that a lot of variants are available. And you might realize that a certain variant is more suited to your need compared to the one that you're currently using. You can again go and contribute, and you can actually let the product manager know and make the product better, actually. So say let's come to a scenario where you cannot find the package that you were looking for either on PubDev or on Flutter gems. So how do you go about in such a scenario? So in such a scenario, you first have to select a package that closely resembles your requirement. You need to suggest enhancements to it by raising an issue. You need to send across your pull request post discussion. And it is very important to understand that you must fork your project only as a last resort. Because the moment you fork your project, the entire responsibility of maintaining the fork project comes on you, which is a great responsibility. Now let's say that you couldn't figure out a package that closely resembled your need. So in that case, you will have to go and write a package from scratch and release it. So let's try to understand the new package release. How do you go about releasing a new package? So documentation is very, very important when you release a new package. README is the most important part of it. You literally have to treat it like your Tinder profile. Your README can either get you a left swipe or a right swipe from the user. Your API needs to be well documented, and you must ensure that you have micro examples instead of large monolith ones. So what happens when you put micro examples is your package might provide a lot of features. And as a user, someone might not be looking to use all the features, say only one or two of them. When you put micro examples, understanding that the feature I'm looking for is available in this package is very easy comparing to figuring that out from a large monolith one. Next is to improve user adaptability. You have to spread the word about your package. You need to, there is a very active Reddit community called Flutter Dev. You must go and announce your package there. You need to publish need plus use case stories on Flutter community at Medium. You should try to reach out to your local Flutter chapter and so that they can spread the word on Twitter and meetups. And go ahead and submit the package on Flutter gems so that people can visually, while visually browsing it, can find out the package, and if they're looking for it, they can use it. So releasing the package is not work done. You also have to maintain it. So testing is very important. You need to do unit testing where you test a single function, method, or class. You need to do widget or component testing where you test a single widget. You need to do integration testing where you can test a complete app or say a large part of the app. And you need to set up automated testing tools, automated testing using CI/CD tools, which are usually free for open source projects. And one of the most popular one is Travis CI and the others. You need to set up a frequency for major release. So in case of bulky projects, the common frequency that is chosen is every quarter. You need to update your changelog.md with each new release to list notable changes, like when you're adding new features, if you are making a change in an existing functionality, if there is a deprecation of soon to be removed feature, if there are some features that are being removed, if you're fixing some bugs, and the security updates that you are doing to combat vulnerabilities. And last but not the least, you must always try to involve the community while building a package. So you need to set up guidelines for repository contributors by adding a contributing.md file in your repository. You must respond to issues and pull requests. And you must try to become a benevolent dictator for life and let the community shape the future of the package. So if you know of a great package that you have been using, or if you have built one, go ahead and click on that contribute button on Flutter Gems and let the world know about it. Thank you. If there are any question and answers.
We actually don't. Oh, wait. We have comments. Oh, and we actually have one question from Ankit. Since you have spent so much time curating Flutter Gems, what is your favorite package?
My favorite package is actually Flame, which is used for game development.
Okay, thank you for the answer. Are there any other questions? Please let me know. All right, actually, we are out of our time.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for the presentation. We really enjoyed it. And have a nice day.
Yeah.
And I'm ready to introduce another speaker, which is already present, and I'm going to share your screen. So with us is Rishit Dagli. Am I pronouncing it correctly or not? Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, it's
and
almost correct.
Okay. And he's going to be presenting Superpower, your Android apps with machine learning, and it's going to be for Android 11. So I think we are ready to start. So let's begin.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Hi, folks. Thanks for coming here. I hope you can see my screen clearly, hear me clearly. If that's not the case, feel free to type it in the chat. And in the next 40 minutes, what we'll be talking about is how you can integrate machine learning in your Android applications and essentially just superpower your Android applications. So if you have not worked with machine learning in Android earlier, not worked with edge deployments earlier, no problem. I'll walk you through making your first Android app which deploys a machine learning model today itself. Hi everyone, I'm Rishit. A bit about me. I'm currently a high school student from India. I'm also a TEDx and TEDx speaker. A part of the things listed down over here, I've often represented my country and won a few international competitions and hackathons too. I also love research. I've published almost 7 research papers in the field of AI and mathematics. Feel free to check them out. You can know all about what I do at rishit.tech. All my coordinates are over here. Feel free to continue this discussion on any social media you find me on. Okay. Also, before I move any forward, I've switched on captions from my end. You will see those captions from now under these slides. So this could possibly be easier for you to follow along. Before I continue, I would like to thank Sayak Paul, who is a machine learning GD, Khan Leviat from Google, and Hoy Lam from Google, who have helped me in reviewing these slides, which I'll be presenting to you all now, and put together a better version of these slides. So thanks to them. Let me just tell you a bit about who the ideal audience would be for this talk. It would essentially be mobile developers who who are looking for ways to build smarter applications. And it would be mobile developers who are looking for ways to integrate ML into their existing applications very easily. So if you have a team which has created a TensorFlow model, or if you want to do some generic use case in your Android application, like pose detection, let's say, this is the right talk you have come to. I'll walk you through it. Also, this talk will be hands-on. So I'll be showing you code. I don't like talking a lot. I like showing code more. So I'll be showing you code, and we'll also see a live demo at the end. So yeah, I'll also expect you to follow along. I'll be sharing all the code which we write together in this talk at the end, and I'll expect you to follow along after this talk. So let's start. First off, why care about machine learning in Android? So I'll not talk a lot about this, so we can get to the cool stuff very quick, which is actually deploying it, actually how things work, what's new in Android 11 for machine learning, and so on. But I'm sure you all know about how the number of Android devices have increased exponentially. I'll not be giving you any numbers. You already know how the number of Android devices have increased exponentially, and are also aware that machine learning is revolutionizing almost every industry. So it makes sense to make this power of ML available to everyone. And well, how do you do that? You deploy them on mobile devices. And well, all of us also use products like Google Photos, Gmail, or Gboard. And it's due to ML that these are so powerful. Today, we are majorly going to talk about on-device ML due to some reasons which we'll come to. But Android 11 has a lot of cool stuff for on-device ML. I'd say majority of the developments with Android 11 for machine learning are for on-device ML. So yeah, we'll soon see why on-device ML is so much focused on, why are most of the developments focused towards it, and why you should be caring about it. So what's this hype about on-device ML or machine learning on edge all about? The idea is to use ML such that, opposed to the traditional approach, I no longer send data to a server or some cloud-based system, which then does the ML and then returns me the outputs. I instead get outputs or inferences from my ML model on the device itself. So this means that I no longer send data out of my device. I no longer send data to a cloud-hosted server or a server in general. This also means, as you might have guessed, I do all the pre-processing, inference stuff, running the machine learning model on the data stuff in the mobile itself, in the mobile device itself. So at this stage, I hope you have a question, which is, okay, Rishit, you told me what on-device ML is all about, but coming back to the question, why should I care about this? Why should I go through all of this hard work just to deploy my models on edge? So the first thing that will come to your mind is power consumption. I spend a lot of power sending or streaming my data continuously to a server. And sometimes it just becomes infeasible to do so. So especially if you are, let's take an example. If you're trying to do live image classification and have a continuous video stream, a high quality video stream, you need to send it to a server continuously, receive outputs from it, takes a lot of power. But yeah, worth a mention, in some cases, the opposite could also be true. When you have some very heavy pre-processing steps that you need to perform on the data, it could happen that you end up spending more power in doing the heavy pre-processing steps. But usually, power consumption is something you would consider while using on-device ML. Another important thing, especially in real-time applications again, is the time it takes for me to get the output or essentially run the model. I would always like it if my users can get the outputs as quickly as possible. They observe almost no visible latency. That should not be the case, that my users are waiting and I have a lot of latency. So, well, I'm not sending the data to a server, then waiting for outputs, then showing them to users. So my inference time is decreased. And finally, this is expensive in terms of network availability. I should have the bandwidth on network to continuously send the data and receive inferences from the server. So it could prove quite expensive in terms of network. So I guess you might have already guessed this. Privacy or security, as you may call it. I think everybody thought about this in their minds when I talked about why care about on-device ML. But just a bit about it. I no longer send my data out of the device. I no longer send the data to a server or some cloud-based system. So what does that mean? Well, I automatically ensure privacy. So of course, there are a few more steps you would do to make your data private, but you're no longer sending it to a cloud, and that's a huge chunk of the privacy thing you would care about. So now let us discuss what Android 11 has for you to do all what we discussed, that is on-device ML part. So one of the most coolest updates with Android 11, according to me, is the model binding plugin, or the machine learning model binding plugin, as you may call it. So you can actually make a fair enough guess of what the model binding plugin would do from the words model binding. This gives you a pretty good idea of what the model binding plugin would do. So before I move any further, you'd need Android Studio 4.1 or above to use the model binding plugin. So if you haven't yet, to follow this, update your Android Studio. The ML model binding plugin makes it super easy for you to use a TensorFlow model in your app. You essentially have a lot less code to write that calls the TensorFlow Lite Android support library. You can import a TensorFlow Lite model, read the input-output signatures and of the model, and use it with just a few lines of code. We'll see how it works out, how much code do you need to write and all of that. But for now, you can take me. You need to write just a few lines of code. What I also love about the model binding plugin is it's very easy for you to enable hardware acceleration. So let's say I want to make use of, as an example, GPU acceleration. Enabling GPU acceleration for my model with the model binding plugin is just one dependency call and a single line of code away. So that's something I feel is pretty cool. Just a single line of code, and you're good to use, enable hardware acceleration, enable GPU acceleration for your model. And well, it also allows you to do more. You can make use of the neural network API to do even more very easily. So with the model binding plugin, using them has never been easier. Of course, with the features we talked about, this would make your development a lot more faster. You have easy support for integrating your models, easy support for hardware acceleration, easy support for running them. This should make your development a lot more faster. So let's actually see this in practice. And yeah, we'll also look through an example of doing this. So first off, what's the first step in doing so? Importing a TensorFlow Lite model. So first off, I want to import a TensorFlow Lite model with metadata. So Android Studio now has this new option for importing TensorFlow Lite models. So just right click on the module you want to import the model in, and then you'll see an option called TensorFlow Lite model. I don't know if it's clearly visible on the slides over here, But yeah, I'll read it for you. It says, when I go to the new options, I now have an option called TensorFlow Lite model, which I'll be using. So once you click on that, you'll see this kind of window where it gives me an option where I can specify the path of the TF Lite model I want to import. So what Android Studio will do for you is it will import the TF Lite model for you in a directory in the module called ML. So it will make a directory in the module called ML and store your TF Lite model, import your TF Lite model in this ML directory. And when you want to use the TF Lite model, this is where you will be calling it from, the directory called ML. So again, I don't know if it's visible word by word on the slides over here, but I'll read it for you. Under the place where I can actually specify my model path, I have a checkbox called automatically add TensorFlow Lite GPU dependencies. So yeah, even adding the GPU dependencies is just a single click away. So as I told, I love showing code. I love showing examples. So what we'll be doing today will be applicable to any other model too. So if you have your own model you come up with tomorrow, you want to deploy it, the same methodology would work. But in order to create something while we do this talk, I'd love to show you an example. So what we'll be doing in the talk is I'll create an application with a model that is created by me and is open source for you all. So you show the camera a rock, papers, or a scissors, and the model will tell you what it is. So that is what we'll be building today as an example. But remember, everything which we do is well applicable to other models. I'm just making this so we make something while we do the talk too. So another cool thing to know over here is once you open the TF Lite model in Android Studio. So how do you open the TF Lite model in Android Studio? In most cases, it would just be double-clicking the TF Lite model file. Once you do that, you'll see the metadata of the model. So metadata has quite useful information which you can use. It has the input-output shapes, the license under which the model is made available, the description of the model. So let's say you want to know what the model does a bit in detail about it. The model metadata will help you out. So in this screenshot, I've just included a sample model metadata. So this is essentially how you would see it in Android Studio. See the input-output shapes over here, see the author of the model, name of the model, and so on. A lot of stuff which will help you to actually use this model. Okay, so we imported the model. Let's finally start using the model. So what I want to do in this case is I want to do a streaming inference. So as you might say, live image classification. The easiest way to do this, to do live image classification, would be, well, to use Camera X. And with Camera X, what I'll do is I'll take in live video input from the camera, pass each frame of the video input to a function which can perform the inference on the frame. So as of now, what I'm interested in is the function which actually does the inference, which actually runs the model. And that is what we'll be seeing today. You'll see how easy it is to do this. A sample code for you for this is also seen when you import a TensorFlow Lite model, which you can use. Before we move to the code, a quick reminder, I have all of this code in the GitHub repository. So no need to take screenshots or something like that. You can see the code right from the GitHub repository, which I made specially for this talk, which I'll be sharing at the end. So we'll start by instantiating a RPS model. So I imported my rock, paper, scissors model, which I created. And for the rest of the talk, I'll be calling it as the RPS model, as the name suggests. So first off, I want to instantiate it. So when I import the RPS model.tflight file with Android Studio, what Android Studio will do is it will automatically create a class for me of the exact same name. So here you can see that I have a class of the exact same name, RPS model, made for me. So I'm simply instantiating the model and passing it the context. So after this, what I need to do is convert my data into a form which we can use. So what we'll do is we'll convert the data into a tensor image. And how will we do this? We want to create the tensor image from a bitmap. So, and I'll pass in the image proxy to it. So at this stage, I want the folks who have used TensorFlow Lite and Android earlier, use machine learning in Android earlier, you'll know that at this stage, you explicitly needed to convert everything to byte arrays. You no longer need to do that with the model binding plugin. And that's pretty cool too. If you have not worked with machine learning in Android 11 earlier and did not understand the stuff I was talking about, byte arrays, and were just wondering, okay, what is it? No problem. You'll still be able to follow along the rest of the session. So yeah, I'll just convert my image proxy to a tensor image. Once it is converted to tensor image, it's the time to actually run the inference, run the model. So don't get intimidated by this code. It's super simple. We'll take it line by line. So first off, I'll pass in my model. I'll process the image, or essentially run the model on top of the on the TF image. So what's TF image? Just see the line above it. We just created a tensor image from the image proxy, and I'm passing it to the model to perform inference on. So simply doing RPS model dot process TF image. So what this will do is it will run the model on TF image, run my TensorFlow Lite model on TF image, and give me the outputs. So what will the outputs be? It would essentially be an array of probabilities. So how does this work out? How do I understand what the output is? So in this case, remember, I had three classes: rock, papers, and scissors. Right? I had three classes. So I would get an array with three elements with probabilities for each of rock, papers, and scissors. So that is what the RPS model.process would be returning me, array of probabilities. So taking from this stage, you'll just tell me, okay, it's an array. I can do whatever I want. I can specify whatever business use case I want to implement with it. But for this simple application, what I want to do is I want to show the user the labels. So I want to show the user if it is a rock, papers, or scissors. So I'm just performing a simple descending sort on it. Just saying that the label which has the highest probability should be shown to the user first. And yeah, again, it's an array. It's an array of probabilities. You can do anything you can imagine. Let's say I don't want to do a descending sort. I want to take up the label which has the least probability. I don't know why you would want to do that, but let's say you want to take up the label with least probability. You could do that. It's simply an array, anything you want to do over here. And after this, I also take up the top n results to show to the user. So in this case, we had three labels, but in models to provide a good template for you to directly use, let's say you're working on a model with 1,000 labels. I don't want to show my user all those 1,000 labels. So I'll pick up the top or first few labels and show them to the user, of course. Okay, I've processed my image, did some processing on the outputs that I get from the frame. So what next? Well, I want to show my outputs to the user. So I'll add the label corresponding to each entry in the outputs. And that's pretty much all you need with the machine learning model binding plugin. It's made super easy. So now you can believe me, just a few lines of code to run your TensorFlow Lite model, read the input output signatures, do everything. Just a few lines of code. And yeah, this is pretty much all you need. Remember me also telling you, enabling hardware acceleration is just one line of code away. Let's see how that works out. So in this same application, what I want to do is I now want to enable GPU acceleration. Let's see how we do that. So before moving to the code, I'm assuming you have already added the GPU dependencies. So I guess with Android Studio, once you enter this line of code, it will prompt you to import the GPU dependencies. You could do it from them. Remember that window back over there where when we were importing the model, you could it was just a single click away. You could add the GPU dependencies from there too. So let's see enabling GPU acceleration in this app. So first off, what I'll do is I'll make an options where I specify it to use GPU. So model.device.gpu, that is me telling it, okay, you would be using GPU. I'll simply build this. What I'll then do is remember the instantiation part, which was, I think, the first line of code in this talk, which we saw, the instantiation part. So I'll simply add it to the instantiation part as an argument. So the options which I made earlier, I'll just add it to the instantiation part as another argument, a part of the context. And that's pretty much how you enable GPU acceleration. Again, super simple, one line of code away. It also makes it very easy for you to use the neural network API, which allows you to do even more in terms of hardware acceleration. With Android 11, you have a lot of cool updates to the neural network API. So like asymmetric int8 weights and a new quality of service API. And if you're interested, you should definitely give them a look out. Super cool updates, but I'll leave that for some other talk as I'm running out of time. Let's talk about the other cool update, which is a newer ML kit. This is one of the other major developments with Android 11. So a lot of folks, I guess, know what ML kit is about and have used ML kit earlier. If you haven't used them, a quick overview for the overview. Oh, sorry, I just fumbled. Overview for you. So MLKit has a large number of pre-trained state-of-the-art models for you to use right in your Android applications. And with the new MLKit that we also have a couple of new cool models like pose detection and digital ink recognition. So you can use all of these services with MLKit very easily. Let's see what is new with the MLKit. So before I move on to telling you what is new, there's one thing which essentially stands out, which is MLKit is now available even without having to use a Firebase project. You can now use MLKit even without creating a Firebase project. So for the folks who have used it earlier, you know that you earlier had to create a Firebase project, link it to your Android app, and so on. Now you no longer need to do that. It's available without even creating a Firebase app. So let's talk about the new MLKit now. As I said, a lot of these updates are focused on on-device ML due to the benefits I mentioned. The new MLKit now has better usability for on-device ML. You have a lot of cool things which we'll soon come to for on-device ML with the MLKit. The MLKit image classification and object detection and tracking models now also support custom TensorFlow Lite models. So this is pretty cool. And most of the things which we'll be talking about the new MLKit will be focused on this point. So what this means is MLKit gives you state-of-the-art pre-trained models to use. You can have just a TF Lite model running on top of the state-of-the-art pre-trained models. So you have better customizability. What this also means is if you are working on some generic use case, like a specific kind of object detection, I don't know, I am not able to come up with some pretty good examples, but an example which just crossed my mind. Let's say you're working on object detection for a simple example, horses versus humans. The machine learning folks here might be, okay, I've seen this data set somewhere. Yeah, it's an open source data set. So let's say you want to do image classification with some specific kind of object detection. Like the example I mentioned, MLKit is the best thing to use. So let's see an example. And again, we'll be building something cool in the session. So here I will build an application. We'll build an application which can classify different food items. So I'll first start off by setting the model and specifying the TF Lite model file for it. So here's my TF Lite model file, and I'll just specify it to specify it. Also note, I think most of you might have made this out by now. Since I say it's a dot set asset file path, this would essentially need to be added as an asset. The TF Lite model file needs to be added as an asset first. So yeah, adding an asset is pretty simple. You can just look it up if you don't know how you could go about it. So this will then run on top of the state-of-the-art pre-trained models with MLKit. Specifically, the one which we are using, which we'll be creating here, will be running on top of the object detection and tracking model. So again, my model is running on top of state-of-the-art pre-trained models. So I have a little bit of customizability, but I don't have complete customizability over this because, well, it's running on top of another model. So here are a few examples of what you can customize with MLKit. So I've included a couple of examples here. Let's see them. So first off, I have a set detector mode. Yeah. So first off, I have a set detector mode which says streaming mode. So I'm just saying it, okay, I want you to do live image classification. Another of these customizations I have shown over here is the confidence threshold, which is just me saying the confidence threshold is 80%. You can, of course, work your way around the confidence threshold, try changing the value, see what you get, and so on. So there are a couple of more options you can customize a bit. So yeah, you can take a look at them in the repo. Let's get to the part where we actually run the model. Again, don't get intimidated by the code. We'll soon make sense of it and understand each and every line of it. So you might see some syntax here similar to the previous example, which we made with the model binding plugin. First off, I'll process my image. Let me get the pointer. Yeah. So first off, I'll process my image, and I then have all of the okay. First off, I'll process my image, which is essentially running the model, and then I have 3 listeners over here. So first off, I have the on failure listener, which is saying, okay, if my model failed in doing the task, I'll print out something to debug now. If my model succeeded in detecting an object, I want to show it to the user, maybe show a bounding box or something like that to the user. So what I'll do is I'll quickly draw something on the graphics overlay, so I can show a bounding box on the to the user. And once all of this is done, I have the on complete listener, so which is just saying, okay, you have completed what you needed, so I'll just close the image proxy. A thing to note over here is all of these listeners, the on failure listener, on success listener, are essentially tasks. So these need to be attached for every single run. And that is pretty much all you need to do with the ML kit to run your models on top of these state-of-the-art pre-trained models on edge. So we talked a lot about what after you have a TF-Lite model. Let me talk a bit about making the TF-Lite models itself. I'll not talk a lot about this as I'm running out of time, but you can build great models with TF-Lite Model Maker. So remember the rock, paper, scissors app which we made. The model used for that application was made by me using TF-Lite Model Maker. So TF-Lite Model Maker was announced by the TensorFlow team this year itself, and it allows you to have high performance, super easy to use, and allows high customization too. Another great source is TensorFlow Hub. TensorFlow Hub is a repository of open source, well-documented, state-of-the-art models. So the food classification app which we just made, the model for the food classification app was taken from TensorFlow. So you also have a lot of cool things on TensorFlow Hub, which is saying that, okay, I just want TF-Lite models. You have filters for that. So definitely give this a look. You might just find the right model for your use case on TensorFlow Hub. You also get to use models from the community with TensorFlow Hub. These are not just the only publishers, but these are the only ones I could fit on this slide. I also have a couple of models on TensorFlow Hub. Feel free to check them out. With that, let's come to live demos. And here's the GitHub repo for this talk. It has everything which we implemented, everything that we talked about today. It also has the source code for the source code which I used to create the TF-Lite models. So if there is one link you want to go back to after this talk, this is the link you're going back to, the GitHub repository. So I'll give you a moment to note this down, take a screenshot. And yeah, I'm a bit out of time. So I'll also quickly paste it in the chat for y'all so you could follow along. Okay, here it is. You can take the link from the chat. Maybe one of the organizers could paste it again. So let me quickly switch my screen. And we'll come to live demos now. Here it is. So maybe one of the organizers could bring up my screen. Okay, thank you. We'll be seeing just a bit about the ML kit. The ML model binding plugin. So yeah, since I'm out of time, I'll be showing just a single demo over here. So first off, I'm instantiating my RPS model. Simple, nothing new over here. I'll create a tensor image, which will be from a bitmap from an image proxy. I then want to run my model. So I'll use the RPS model.process on the TF image, which we created just above this. I'll apply a descending sort on it. You can do pretty much what you want, but for simplicity, I'll perform a descending sort on it and take the top few results. After this, what I want to do is I want to show them to the user. So I'll just add the output labels and the output scores, after which I could show them to the user. I've already built it for you. I would love showing this demo in an emulator, but what's better when I can show the demo in a real mobile phone. So let's see a live demo. Let's try to do a live demo. Give me a second. Yeah, here it is. I hope my keyboard can make a good background. Let's put out my favorite thing in front of it, a rock. Okay. Trying to analyze the results. It's almost 60 to 70% sure that this is a rock. So that's actually pretty cool work that my model has done. And yeah, that was also a live demo of the same. Again, it's not this slow as it seemed to be on stream, but well, I was live streaming to y'all and also wirelessly showing my mobile screen made it a bit slow. You can try it out for yourself. And with that, I'm done. I'm done for the talk, and I would love to take any questions if I have time.
We actually ran out of time. Thank you so much for the presentation. I don't see any questions in the chat, so yeah, thank you so much. It was very interesting, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Feel free to reach out to me on any of these social medias if you want to discuss something or have any question. I would love to help you out. And also, if you make some cool projects with it, feel free to share them with me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, guys. Thank you very much for attending Devfest. Thank you for our speakers. I will start by most important things to tell. There's a giveaway of goodie bags for people based in Poland who will finish post-event survey. That will be sent to you on your emails. So there's a limit of 100, but I hope everyone that will want it will get it. So please share what you thought about this edition of Devfest. Coming next, I would like to thank all the team that make it possible, that are a bunch of really great people, inspiring people who are just great to work with. Thank you, guys. You made it possible. You made it look really professional. And I don't know what more to say except reach out to them, learn from them, because they are the leaders of communities. I'd also like to thank our ultimate sponsor, GFT. It's a company that's really interested in communities, in sharing the knowledge, in doing great things in their projects. So if by chance you maybe look at their career page and find something that fits you, try it. Maybe it will be the beginning of great adventure. I'd also like to thank our sponsors, Droids on Roids and JetBrains, for making this event possible, for believing in us. Both are really engaged in communities and helping them out. So thank you very much again. And I would like to thank our media partners that shared the knowledge about this event and helped to spread it nicely among the community. So thank you SecFault Masterclass, Just John IT for developers, Android.com.pl, IT Corner, and Programista Magazine. If you want to learn something from their communities, please do it. It's always great to superposition your knowledge. And thank you for the community partners, Kaggle Days, Let's Swift, GCP User Group Poland, Toast, Game Dev.js, Warszawa IT Meetup, Logcat, and Wrocław Java User Group. We like working with communities, so if you are leading communities in your place and want to do something with us, then please reach out. So again, thank you all, and stay safe.